There was an illusory figure in front of him, with his arms outstretched, blocking him. Beside them, against the bloody background, there was a swirling, fierce wind, and a large area of glazed crystals reflecting colorful lights. He saw himself reaching out to the figure in front of him, wanting to touch, wanting to stop. But in this moment, a sudden gust of wind swirled up from the person in front of him, like a gray dragon covering the sky and rolling towards the huge monster above his head. "Captain, you must survive." A vague long howl from the monster came to my ears, and then red rain fell from the sky, and countless gorgeous crystals emerged from the void in an instant, easily crushing the figure of the man into pieces. The last teammate dissolved in the bloody background. "Next, is it me? Sorry, facing this kind of monster, is it really too difficult to survive?" That a brilliant light fell from the sky, tearing the barrier he had tried his best to open and tearing his entire body and countless blood into a colorful scene. The suffocating feeling like drowning tightly strangled his neck, and his heavy body seemed to be dragged down by countless hands. He desperately reached up and reached out to the only light source in his sight. There were his companions. There was his salvation. He finally broke free from the dark abyss. His consciousness returned to his body, and he suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was the dazzling, incandescent light, and several figures wearing masks were gathering around his bed. They seemed not to have noticed his awakening for the time being, and were chatting with each other enthusiastically. "This child has been in a coma for more than a month, and has not woken up yet. It's really pitiful." "What's pitiful about him?" "Lord Whitefang has already released the investigation report. This guy is from the Kirigakure village. The people in that village are all very scary. It's the Blood Mist village. It's really scary. The child's family took him and finally escaped to the vicinity of Konoha, but they were still caught by the Kirigakure soldiers. Except for him, everyone died. Alas, poor child. Don't talk about things that everyone knows. Hey, has the research report on the special blood collected from this guy come out? This is corrosive blood, very rare, that I really want to know how this kind of blood flows in the human Bodis blood vessels. But I heard that the blood sample was taken away by Lord Orochimaru before the results came out. Damn, the child's blood has returned to normal now. I don't know if that kind of sample can be extracted. I don't know why was the blood flowing from his wounds so strange at that time. Wow, if Sinodecima had not refused to treat the child directly and was only willing to provide some information support, the results would have come out long ago. Anyway, it's all for the village. Whoever comes to study, it is the same. Speaking of this, why not talk about the child's physique? Ah, the child is awake. The conversation stopped abruptly. A gloved palm reached out and touched his forehead. A female face with a mask came in front of him, and a gentle voice sounded. "Hello. Are you awake? How do you feel?" "This is Konoha. You don't have to worry anymore." Another male face with a mask also squeezed over. "It's great that you woke up. What's your name? I need to register here." He opened his mouth, and before he figured out what he wanted to say, he felt a burning pain in his throat, and every swallow was like rusty iron rubbing against cartilage. He couldn't help but cover his throat while lying on the bed, making a terrible sound as if he was suffocating. Soon, a glass of water was handed to his lips. The warm liquid flowed through his throat. The moistened throat could finally work normally. He heard himself utter a hoarse and childish voice. "My name is Aso Kansei." Shocked, he widened his eyes and couldn't help but raise his hand to look at it. It was definitely not an adult's palm, and the calluses left by his hard sword practice in the past were no longer there. The hand in front of him looked young and white. Until this moment, the extraordinary strangeness made his slow brain slowly work the scene of his teammate's death was still in front of him, and he was also hit by the dragon's breath, so he should have died without a complete body. Now he should be in a hospital. But why are the names of people and places they're talking about so strange and familiar? Why is it so similar to the name in the comic the guy often talks about? Aso Chanching looked at his palm again in disbelief and unconsciously grasped it hard. A familiar feeling suddenly surged up. He clearly felt the blood in his body slowly boiling, roaring and rushing in the blood vessels, pumping seemingly endless power into the heart. This is that he raised his head and saw his golden pupils in the terrified eyes of the doctor in front of him. Your eyes." After a short silence, the female doctor screamed in fear, and she stepped back awkwardly until she bumped into another doctor behind her and was supported. Chanching subconsciously closed his eyes and raised his hands to cover them, and therefore missed the expressions of fear and terror on the faces of those doctors. They quietly looked at the black-haired boy who was half sitting and half laying on the bed. watching each other cover his eyes, and exchanged glances with each other. A doctor helped the frightened female doctor who was still sobbing out of the ward, and the male doctor who was doing the registration at the beginning twisted his face and forced a smile. He tentatively stretched out a hand, gently touched Aso Kangsing's shoulder, and then quickly withdrew at that. Asukin, I need to register some information about you. Please, can you cooperate? His voice was a little trembling. Sanching didn't dare to open his eyes, so he could only nod and make a soft response. The male doctor breathed a sigh of relief, and he quickly lowered his head to look at the file form in his hand, quickly skipped some obviously boring items, then swallowed his saliva and said, please, are you from the Hidden Mist Village? Sanching was silent. He didn't know where the Hidden Mist Village was, but if this was really the world in the comics, it would be ridiculous and desperate for him. Should he answer? Should he tell the people in front of him that he was not from this world? The boiling dragon blood in his body was reminding him that his bloody past was not a dream, but his own 19 years of life. So what's going on now? Is it a joke played by fate? The boy's silence did not make the male doctor hesitate. He seemed to take this as a default, so he simply checked it and sighed. We are sorry to inform you that your family has all died in the pursuit of the Hidden Mist Village. Please accept my condolences. He looked at the boy with sympathy. He was born in such a terrible village that he finally escaped, but his family died because of it. It must be very painful, right? But he quickly retracted his gaze because he remembered the golden pupils that he had just glimpsed. Just a simple gaze, but he could still feel that there seemed to be a terrible monster hidden in those eyes. Even just looking at each other made people feel fear involuntarily. Terrible illusion that A.S. expected of the guys who could escape from the blood mist. They are really terrible monsters. Even this child is the same. He coughed lightly and continued to read. Out of caution, can you tell us about your family situation, including the number of people, personnel composition, and special abilities, including blood limit? Sanching finally calmed down the dragon blood in his body. He put down his hands and opened his eyes. His black pupils stared straight at the black-backed file page in the male doctor's hand, and he did not respond for a long time. The male doctor could no longer maintain the stiff smile on his face in this slowly condensing atmosphere. He took a deep breath and took a step back, looking at the boy with a little caution. However, after a long time, the boy's response was just to shake his head again. I don't know. He didn't know whether his current situation confirmed the so-called time travel or other more unclear reasons. Are those family members mentioned by the other party really his family? It doesn't matter. After all, they're all dead. It's ridiculous. When he knew it or didn't know it, all the people who cared about him or might care about him died. The male doctor widened his eyes that he saw the boy on the bed half supported himself and sat up. After saying that sentence, he fell into a dull silence. After a moment, a smile appeared on the pale and almost transparent face. It was definitely not a happy smile, and it even made people feel sad when they saw it. Hey, are you okay? The male doctor decided to reluctantly forgive the other party for perfunctorily dealing with his mistakes. Sanching shook his head gently. His beautiful black pupils turned to the man, swept across the other's masked face, and fell on the file page again. I'm fine. Do you have anything else to ask? If I ask you again, will you reply? The male doctor rolled his eyes in his heart. He looked at the paper in his hand that seemed to have made no progress, and sighed again. Forget it. You just woke up. You still need to rest well. I won't disturb you. He shook his head, put away the documents in his hand, turned around, and left the room. The suddenly empty room made Aso Sanching feel a long-lost relaxation. He looked around slightly, and after confirming that there were no other prying eyes, he finally bent his straight spine completely. The boy sat on the bed and arched his body, wrapped his arms around his knees, and buried his head between his arms and knees, and his thin body trembled slightly. His 10 fingers unconsciously grasped his sleeves and twisted them into a twisted fold. The intermittent sobs in his throat were chewed and swallowed back, and the tears that could not flow out crowded in his eye sockets. The swollen pain in his temples and the deep in his mind echoed like a buzzing. Fear, helplessness, despair. More, it's ridiculous. After he lost everything and thought he was dead, he miraculously survived and had the opportunity to abandon everything and live in a new world with a new identity. How to choose? The answer is obvious, isn't it? The boy raised his head, and there was no more hesitation in his dim black pupils. He reached out and held a pencil left by the doctor on the bedside table beside him. The tip of the pencil was sharp, just right for what he was going to do. He held it tightly, a faint golden light flashed in his eyes, and then he stabbed his tender neck without hesitation. The scene before his teammates were broken seemed to appear in front of him again. He turned his back to himself and told himself in a weak but firm tone, "Live. No, I can't do it. I can't live alone in this strange world. You know, if a half-blood doesn't have the company of his own kind, the blood sorrow will torture him crazy. So, sorry, please forgive my last willfulness." Sanching suddenly opened his eyes, and his golden eyes looked at the white-haired man holding his wrist in front of him with anger. His voice was as cold as ice. "Let go." The white-haired man stared at the boy's golden eyes until he couldn't bear it anymore, and then he slowly moved his eyes away. He looked at the boy's profile, and his left hand tightly grasped the boy's wrist. "I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't watch the child I saved with great effort commit suicide in front of me." Sanching tried to struggle, but just as he was about to break free from the man's grip, an overwhelming force came from the man's arm, holding him down tightly. Sanching stared at the man angrily. The golden light in his pupils became even stronger, and his angry voice resounded in the quiet ward. "Word spirit, pure land." The white-haired man was startled. He had clearly noticed what skills the boy was going to use, but he was still bounced away by the sudden gust of wind. There was no seal, no chakra fluctuations, and the wind rolled up so suddenly. The man tentatively reached out to the airflow in front of him, and the rotating airflow cut his palm like a blade. Fortunately, he protected it with chakra in time. Sanching sat on the bed and finished the word spirit panting. He had to resort to this last resort in order to forcefully push the white-haired man away. His body had just woken up, and it was strong in the stage of recovering from serious illness. It was still too much of a stretch to use the word spirit. However, the last step could finally be completed. He raised his hand again without hesitation, and then his pupils suddenly widened. His wrist was held again. Sanching looked at the white-haired man who appeared beside him from the wall in an instant in amazement. When did he come? How could he be so fast? The white-haired man looked at the boy helplessly, and he scratched his hair with his other free hand. "Didn't I tell you, don't despise your life so much? You are the child I saved. I will not let you die like this." He gently and firmly took the pencil away from the boy's hand, reached out and touched his head. "What a worrying child. How can I bear to send you to an orphanage like this?" Sanching really couldn't understand the man's brain circuit in front of him, and he looked at him without any ripples in his eyes. "No need. I'm not from here, and you don't have to waste your kindness on me. Just give up on me." The white-haired man sighed heavily and punched the boy lightly on the head. "You are still a child after all." He seemed to be troubled by something, still holding the boy's wrist with his left hand, scratching his head with a sad face. Sanching, who lost his suicide tool, sat numbly on the bed, looking at the direction in front of him without focus. "I got it. Why don't I adopt you, so that I can avoid a lot of trouble?" The white-haired man suddenly perked up and seemed to be happy that he had come up with a wonderful idea. His profile was very soft, like a gentle scholar. But Sanching was shocked by the words of this extremely powerful scholar. He stopped being dazed and hurriedly pulled hard to pull back his hand. "What are you talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? I don't need it. Just let me fend for myself." The man looked at Sanching with a worried look. "Don't worry." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Hitaki Sakomo. My family situation is very simple. Besides me, there's another bad boy in the family. He is my son. Yes, he is my biological son. His name is Hitaki Kakashi. You are about the same age as him. You should get along well with him." Sanching was so anxious that he slapped the man's wrist with his other hand. He was no longer able to speak the words for the second time in a short time. But how could he accept such a nonsensical thing? "I didn't promise you. Let me go." Hitaki Sakomo ignored the boy's words with a smile. He bent down thoughtfully, looking at the boy's beautiful eyes that were covered with a layer of misty water because of his anxiety, and picked up the boy. The warm body temperature was transmitted to the boy through the gray-green vest. The man's broad palm pressed on Kangsing's back, letting the other party completely lean on his chest. His voice became a little low with the vibration of his chest. "Stop it. I didn't want to tell you too many truths. But your casual suicide behavior is too disrespectful to those who desperately protect you and try their best to keep you alive." The boy's struggle became weaker, and a cat-like voice came from the man's arms. "What do you know?" Hitaki Sakomo gently lifted Sanching up so that he could lean on his arms better. "Well, maybe I don't understand, but it is because of loss that we should know how to cherish more. He stepped on the windowsill of the ward with one foot and one hand. He opened the window and leaned slightly to block the oncoming gust of wind for the boy. Companions and family are the most important. This is my ninja way, and you're now my family, so I won't let you commit suicide so easily. His arms were quiet for a long time, and the only sound he could hear was the wind blowing past him when he was running. It was not until Hitaki Tsukumo slowed down his pace and was about to reach the door that the boy spoke again. That you are too sentimental. Hitaki Tsukumo laughed. He reached out and patted the boy's head again, gently put the boy in his arms on the ground, held his hand, and walked a few steps to the door. This is the Hitaki family, and it will be your home in the future. Kakashi is inside. Let's knock on the door together now. Sunho had a cold face and no reaction, but Hitaki Tsukumo was not annoyed. He took Sunho's hand with great interest, wrapped his big hand around hers, and knocked on the wooden door gently. Chapter 2 Acknowledgement. The door swung open, revealing a boy of similar white hair clad in black loungewear, arms crossed, standing behind it. This must be Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Hitaki Tsukumo. Sanshing noticed that the lower half of the boy's face was concealed by a mask, leaving only a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes visible. It appeared that he was not particularly welcoming. Sanshing exchanged a glance with the boy, then nonchalantly averted his gaze, attempting to tug at his wrist. But it remained firmly grasped by Hitaki Tsukumo. Upon seeing the white-haired boy, Hitaki Tsukumo visibly brightened, seemingly oblivious to the chilly atmosphere between Sanshing and Kakashi, and he ushered Sanshing into the house. Kakashi, come take a look. I've decided to adopt this child. His name is Sanshing, and he should be a year older than you. From now on, he will be your elder brother. Kakashi stood to the side, his face cold and arms crossed, offering no response, while Sanshing was equally uninterested in this familial charade. The two boys maintained a synchronized silence. The atmosphere fell quiet for a few seconds before Hitaki Tsukumo, slightly dejected, lowered his head. Why can't you two be a bit more lively? Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he raised his hand, forming several seals. With a sharp clap, another Hitaki Tsukumo appeared in the room. Sanshing's eyes widened in astonishment at this miraculous scene, even though he was in a state of despair. Witnessing such extraordinary jutsu, akin to a spoken spell, left him utterly shocked. The newly manifested Hitaki Tsukumo waved at Kakashi, gesturing toward the upstairs. I realize this is rather sudden, Kakashi, but I believe we need to have a discussion. Kakashi snorted dismissively and shot a glare at Sanshing before leading the way upstairs. The two Hitaki Tsukumos exchanged glances, one following Kakashi upstairs while the other remained half-embracing Sanshing, softening his voice to comfort the youth. Kakashi is just naturally reserved. Don't take it to heart. I will clarify things with him. He noticed Sanshing's lips parting to speak and quickly interrupted. I am truly sorry for arriving too late. When I found you, you were covered in blood, and everyone else. But I implore you, do not so easily contemplate ending your life. At the very least, try to survive this night, all right? Sanshing's heart trembled. He knew full well that the source of his suffering had nothing to do with the man before him. Yet he couldn't help but fantasize. If only someone had arrived in time, anyone at all, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such despair. Unconsciously, he transitioned from being held by Hitaki Tsukumo to gripping his hand tightly. Warm liquid trickled down his cheek, and in a daze, he wiped it away. Why did this overwhelming sense of sorrow and solitude intensify so? Was it perhaps accentuated by the warmth emanating from the man before him? Yet, in this unfamiliar world, how genuine could the warmth of a stranger truly be? However, since he claimed to have saved him from the brink of death, there was no need to feign comfort. After all, he, being utterly alone, had little of value to be coveted, though it felt like an unnecessary act of kindness. Complying with the request to merely endure one night did not seem too arduous. After much contemplation, under Hitaki Tsukumo's hopeful gaze, he finally managed to nod, albeit with great difficulty. Hitaki Tsukumo exhaled in relief, rising joyfully to his feet, lightly patting Sanshing's small hand still clasped around his own. You have been unconscious for over a month. You must be starving now. I will prepare something for you. Though I am a ninja, my culinary skills are quite commendable. He gave Sanshing a thumbs up, striding confidently into the kitchen, seemingly unconcerned about whether Sanshing might be deceiving him. Upstairs, Hitaki Tsukumo beckoned Kakashi to sit on the tatama mat, observing his somewhat aloof son with a weary sigh. Actually, Sanshing is not a child of Konoha. He hails from the Hidden Mist Village. You are aware of that place. In short, his family perished while fleeing, and when we arrived at the scene, he was the only one left, barely clinging to life among the bodies. I brought him back. Kakashi grunted in acknowledgement, though the cold aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. In any case, this child has faced the death of his loved ones. His spirit is extremely fragile. As you know, typically, such war orphans are sent to orphanages. However, Sanshing's situation is particularly concerning, perhaps because I rescued him. I feel a sense of responsibility toward him. Kakashi curled his lip in disdain. A foolish kindness. Hitaki Tsukumo smiled gently, his gaze softening as he looked at his son. We cannot allow a child like him to wallow in the past and succumb to despair. He paused, his expression turning grave. Moreover, there is another reason. His bloodline seems somewhat extraordinary. It may possess a Kekii Jinkai we have yet to encounter. Through research and practical observation, we have discovered some peculiarities. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo both take an interest in him, which, frankly, concerns me. Kakashi regarded the deep furrow etched between Hatake Tsukumo's brows, falling silent for a moment before reluctantly speaking up. If this decision is one you have contemplated thoroughly, then I suppose I can begrudgingly cooperate. However, his gaze instinctively shifted elsewhere, his voice rising slightly. I will not accept someone who merely drags me down as my family. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes lit up, his brows relaxing into a gentle arc. Thank you for your understanding, Kakashi. Rest assured, my instincts tell me that child will not remain stagnant. Kakashi tilted his head, his actions subtly questioning his father's blind trust. Hatake Tsukumo laughed heartily, rising to his feet. All right, let us head downstairs. We will all be living together from now on. A wonderful life begins with a delicious dinner. With the clone dissipating, Kakashi also stood, lingering in the emptiness of the room, letting out a slight sigh. Foolish father. Downstairs. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Kakashi, gripping the railing, descended the stairs slowly, noticing the dark-haired youth sitting at the dining table, staring blankly, motionless. Kakashi hesitated briefly before quickening his pace, stopping beside the boy named Sanshing, hands tucked in his pockets. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Hey, I'm Kakashi. Sanshing was jolted back to reality by the boy's voice. He merely tilted his head slightly, nodding in Kakashi's direction. I apologize for the intrusion today. He did not offer his name, having no intention of forging any emotional connection with this white-haired boy. After tonight, he would be a person who no longer existed. Kakashi interpreted Sanshing's words as mere dismissal, letting out an irritated click of his tongue. Though he had promised his father to get along with Sanshing and was aware of his unstable emotions, he had always been a proud genius. In his world so far, he had never encountered someone so steeped in despair and self-loathing. Unsure how to console him, unable to articulate any sentimental words, he suddenly felt an unnameable anger surge within him. Only a fool would choose to abandon life in the face of powerlessness. Such a cowardly escape. As his words fell, the living room, which had previously resonated with the sounds of cooking, fell into an oppressive silence. As the brilliant star slowly turned its head, its golden gaze, unlike that of a human, slightly constricted in its sockets, it softly and languidly countered, its voice akin to a breath of frozen wind. What did you say? A sensation akin to being preyed upon by some monstrous entity sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. He found himself momentarily entranced by those molten gold eyes, his thoughts scrambling to articulate. What do you understand? The boy with black hair and golden eyes suddenly rose to his feet, the force of his movement toppling the chair he had just occupied. Breathing heavily, he glared at Kakashi. What do you know? Can someone like you truly comprehend the anguish of losing everything? The star raised a hand to press against his chest, feeling the powerful thrum of his heart, as if it sought to break free from the confines of his body, yearning for the searing flesh to touch his palm. He gazed at Kakashi's startled and fearful expression, and suddenly chuckled, lowering his hand to shield his eyes, his voice softening. My family, my friends, my career. I have utterly lost them all. I have died once already. I should have perished like this. But you call me worthless. You say I am laughable. What am I to do? Please, tell me what I should do. I know nothing of this place. I do not belong here. Kakashi blinked, finally returning from his stupor, observing how, even in his fury, the star consciously averted his gaze. He awkwardly lifted a hand to adjust his mask. Just live well. The star instinctively wanted to meet Kakashi's eyes, but quickly realized his golden gaze had not yet faded, and he restrained himself, keeping his head lowered. He forced a bitter smile. To live. I am unworthy. Kakashi's irritation flared at the star's self-pitying demeanor. He glared at the boy, who seemed to be evading reality by bowing his head. They fought with all their might to keep you alive, and you claim you are unworthy. Well, it appears you indeed are unworthy, for they have left behind a worthless being. Sensing the chakra fluctuations beside him, Kakashi turned slightly to see Tsukumo Hatake, donned in an apron, approach the star. The man once again enveloped the boy in his embrace. Do not burden yourself so heavily. You have already done your best. Now, the greatest tribute you can offer to those who care for you is to live well. The star fell silent, refraining from further words. Tsukumo gently pressed the slightly pale boy into a chair while instructing his shadow clones to busily serve the dishes. He crossed his arms, casting a stern gaze at his two children. I am merely trying to cook, and you two have resorted to quarreling outside. Truly, you are two children who give me no peace of mind. How can I allow you to sleep together tonight? Kakashi scoffed, turning to help serve rice. Who wants to sleep with him? Kakashi. Tsukumo's tone grew more serious. The white-haired boy finally pursed his lips and fell silent, heavily placing a full bowl of rice before the star, then coldly sitting beside him with his own bowl. The star lifted his bowl, staring at the towering mound of rice in a daze, making no move to use his chopsticks, and no one else did either. They all quietly watched him, waiting. It was not until he finally bowed his head and softly murmured, I will begin, that the atmosphere brightened. Tsukumo enthusiastically served him vegetables, and even Kakashi, at Tsukumo's urging, begrudgingly offered him half a fish. This lively atmosphere persisted until dinner concluded. Tsukumo tossed the star an old pajama set of Kakashi's. Wear this for tonight. I have some matters to attend to. You and Kakashi should rest early. Tomorrow, I will take you to formalize the adoption and purchase daily necessities. The star cradled the clothing, wanting to express that he had only agreed to allow himself to pass the night in peace. Yet before he could speak, Tsukumo had vanished behind the door. Never mind. What significance does reiterating this hold? The star cautiously settled into a corner of the bed, swiftly shedding the blue and white striped hospital gown he had worn since the hospital. Kakashi, clutching his own pajamas and preparing to head to the bathroom, noticed the star's actions and hurriedly intervened. Hey, there's only one bathroom. You. Never mind. You go first. The star paused, instinctively shaking his head. No, I. Even with half his face covered, Kakashi could sense his expression darken. You think you can share a bed with me without bathing? The star, feeling exposed in his upper body, awkwardly attempted to refuse. I can sleep on the floor. Kakashi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the star, his gaze sweeping over the old, deep scars on his body, then meeting the boy's black eyes, rolling them in exasperation. Indeed, you are a fool. How could I possibly allow you to sleep on the floor? He discarded his own clothing, disregarding the star's protests, seized the pajamas from the star's hands, and shoved him into the bathroom. Standing outside the door, he let out an impatient huff. Stop being so melodramatic. When the star emerged, slightly steamy from the shower, Kakashi had already prepared their shared bed, shaking out the gray blanket. He turned to the star, pointing to the inner side. You sleep here. The star adjusted the slightly small pajama set that belonged to Kakashi, awkwardly nodding. All right. Once Kakashi had finished his own washing, both children squeezed into the small bed. And as the lights dimmed, darkness enveloped the room. The star shifted his position slightly, moving closer inward to avoid encroaching upon Kakashi. He pressed the other side against the wall. This wall happened to be fitted with a window, through which silvery moonlight spilled onto the bed. The star slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of a corner of the bright moon framed in the window. What a gentle night it was. The star gazed blankly out the window, his mind involuntarily replaying the events of the day. To find himself transported into the world of a manga was an extraordinary experience indeed. If that guy were to find out, he would undoubtedly be envious beyond measure. Wouldn't he? The mere thought of the other's potential expression made the star involuntarily break into a smile. Why, if he could smile so charmingly? Did he always wear a frown? Kakashi's voice cut through the stillness of the room. The star snapped out of his reverie, retracting his smile and turning to the white-haired boy beside him. I'm sorry, did I wake you? Kakashi grunted, turning away. I wasn't sleeping either. The star softly acknowledged this, closing his eyes. Sorry, please try to rest early. As slumber enveloped him, a blood-red haze gradually filled his darkened vision. Indistinct figures extending their hands towards him, silently conveying something. They must be resenting him, resenting his mere existence. Even clinging to the care and affection from Tsukumo in this world. The star reached out to those indistinct figures, only to watch them shake their heads and drift further away until they vanished from his dreams. No, don't go. The star opened his mouth, attempting to call them back, to plead for those familiar shadows to remain with him in the dream. Hey, wake up, hey. The star jolted awake, finding Kakashi seated beside him, his hand gripping tightly onto Kakashi's arm, leaving a deep red mark. He quickly released his grip, propping himself up and apologetically gazing at Kakashi. I think I'll just sleep on the floor. Kakashi studied him. Do you remember mumbling something about being sorry in your dream? The brilliant star remained silent, contemplating a way to rise and surpass Kakashi, yet was firmly restrained by him. The white-haired youth bore an unprecedented seriousness upon his face, an expression of maturity that transcended his years. During dinner, I spoke words that were far too harsh. I apologize. Kenshin was taken aback by Kakashi's expression, astonished that he was offering an apology. He shook his head, self-deprecatingly gazing at his palm. It's all right. I truly am a failure. I should have perished long ago. Yet I agreed to endure for one more night, which is why they must come to blame me. This is why they cannot even spare a moment of their dreams for me. Suddenly, a sharp punch caused Kenshin to turn his head in shock. Kakashi withdrew his hand, stating, Indeed, you are a failure. Your incompetence leads you to such futile thoughts. If those individuals truly resent you, why would they strive with all their might to protect you? Have you not pondered this simple question? Kenshin was momentarily stunned, instinctively retorting, Then why do they? It is a farewell, is it not? They wish for you to live well on your own, hence the farewell. Kenshin raised his hand to touch his heart, the excruciating pain still entwining around it. Farewell. Indeed, the words echoing in my dreams seemed to implore, survive. Yet, he did not wish for a farewell. He did not desire separation. He could not bear the thought of living alone in this alien world. A pair of hands settled upon his shoulders as Kakashi gazed intently into his eyes, having removed his mask due to slumber. Kenshin distinctly observed a faint blush on the white-haired youth's face as he stammered, Let me clarify. I have not yet acknowledged you. However, that foolish father truly wishes to adopt you. I mention this merely to convey that, not only in the past, but at least in the present, there are those who care for you. Chapter 3. Adoption. The following day, Kakashi Shikaku arrived early to awaken Sanshing. He handed the young boy a bag filled with brand new clothes and affectionately ruffled his hair. There are many things to accomplish today, so I hope you'll forgive me for waking you so early, all right? Sanching moved his lips but refrained from mentioning his previous thoughts of ending his life. He obediently changed into the new attire and, under Kakashi's watchful gaze, stepped outside with him. Yesterday, he had been too engulfed in his emotions to notice, but now, immersed in the surroundings, Sanching observed that the streets of Konoha seemed to exist in a rather primitive state, devoid of carriages, relying solely on one's legs for transportation. In his former life, let's refer to that time as his past, he had never participated in any social activities. To him, the noble pursuit of dragon slaying had been the singular purpose of his existence. Even when his comrades often chattered about the contents of a particular comic, he had never truly committed it to memory, feigning attentiveness merely to bring them joy. Experiencing the world of the comic firsthand was a marvel. Characters formed by mere lines had transformed into living beings before his eyes. Observing the boy, who was holding his hand and gazing around, Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. Is there anything you fancy? We could buy it on our way back. Sanching immediately averted his gaze, awkwardly shaking his head. A faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he was caught surveying the area. No need. Thank you. Kakashi smiled warmly, choosing not to address the boy's discomfort and instead shifted the topic. First, we need to go to the hospital to complete your discharge paperwork. Then proceed with the adoption process, and finally, we shall handle your enrollment at the Ninja Academy. We should still have time to return home for lunch. Sanching blinked in surprise. Enrollment? Kakashi nodded. It's the perfect time, as Kakashi has also reached the age for enrollment, although there's a 2-year age gap between you. I see no issue in placing you both in the same class. Sanching's eyes widened. Attending school with a 4-year-old child meant he would be in elementary school. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, he noticed Kakashi tilting his head slightly, seemingly in thought. Kakashi has been learning under my guidance since a young age, and he possesses considerable talent. He already has a solid foundation. I wonder how your skills compare, Sanching. Would you mind joining me at the training grounds this afternoon for an assessment? From what I've observed, those golden eyes and that peculiar wind barrier suggest a rare bloodline limit, though I'm uncertain of your specific abilities and their development. A practical test would be prudent. Sanching hesitated but eventually nodded. He surmised that this world offered unique training methods of which he was entirely ignorant. He didn't wish to disappoint Kakashi, so he explained, I might not be able to. He mimicked the hand signs Kakashi had demonstrated yesterday. Kakashi paused for a moment before realizing, ninjutsu? Oh, you mean chakra? I have a general understanding of your situation, and we should receive your report at the hospital shortly. Do not fret. The two arrived at the hospital, where a man wearing a forehead protector stood at the entrance. Are you Lord Whitefang? I am Kuruma, an assistant to Lord Orochimaru. He has sent me to await your arrival. Kakashi nodded, speaking gently. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all, Kuruma replied respectfully, bowing before leading the way. Sanching raised an eyebrow, noting that as Kuruma rose from his bow, he seemed to cast a quick, sharp glance in his direction. That piercing, intense gaze. Was it merely his imagination? As they navigated through the hospital, the doctors and nurses passing by appeared to recognize Sanching. Their expressions filled with a mix of fear and disdain, instinctively stepping aside several meters away from the trio. Oblivious, Kuruma continued to lead, while Kakashi furrowed his brow, pulling the boy closer to him. Orochimaru's office was brightly lit, illuminated by 4 incandescent bulbs. A black-haired man with purple eyeshadow sat at his desk, engrossed in writing. Upon noticing Kakashi and Sanching's entrance, he put down his pen and stood, offering a smile that was neither warm nor malicious. Good morning, Lord Whitefang. Kakashi nodded. Lord Orochimaru, you are likely aware of my intentions. Could you please share with me all the findings regarding this child? Orochimaru grinned, his gaze shifting from Kakashi to Sanching. His golden slit pupils scrutinized the boy from head to toe before he licked his lips. Of course, to be honest. Even though you declined my request last night, I am genuinely interested in whether you would reconsider allowing me to take this child under my wing. Sanching locked eyes with Orochimaru, but before he could respond, Kakashi stepped protectively in front of him, speaking firmly. I must apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I respect your significant contributions during the Second Great War and wish not to speak out of turn. However, in my heart, Sanching has already become my child. He is my family. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from making such remarks in the future. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall not press the matter. He picked up a file folder and tossed it to Kuruma. This is the report you require, Lord Whitefang. Please take it. Kakashi received the report from the respectful Kuruma, maintaining a serious demeanor as he bowed to Orochimaru. I appreciate your care for my son during his time in the hospital. Orochimaru's smile was cold, his golden slit pupils sweeping over the two. It was a mere formality. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. As they exited the hospital, Kakashi let out a soft sigh before reverting to his usual warm demeanor. He turned at Sanching with a smile. All right. Let us proceed to the next destination. The hospital and the registration office were not far apart, and it seemed Kakashi had made prior arrangements. After a brief completion of some forms upon entering, it was their turn. A man sitting behind the desk frowned as he looked at Sanching. 5 years old, A child from the Hidden Mist Village. At this age, he is rather mature. You are aware of the circumstances surrounding the Hidden Mist Village, Lord White Fang. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. It is fine. Please assist me with the registration. The man at the registration desk sighed in resignation, lifting his pen. His original name is Masao Sanshing. After completing the adoption process, will you be changing his name? Kakashi hesitated, glancing uncertainly at the black-haired boy who had been lost in thought. He tangled his fingers in his hair, finally voicing his question. Sanshing, do you wish to take my surname? Realizing that the only remnant of the boy's past family lay in that surname, he felt a pang of guilt for even considering stripping it away. It seemed a bit excessive. He shook his head, about to say something, when he heard the boy's calm reply. That's fine. The man blinked in surprise, his childish confusion evident despite being in his 20s. Wait. Are you saying you would accept taking the surname Hataki? Sanshing regarded him with a curious expression, feeling the intensity of his gaze pierce him. What he once considered a mundane matter now felt inexplicably embarrassing. Such things should not matter. After all, his original surname had been discarded like refuse in his past life. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with delight as he beamed at Sanshing, unable to contain himself any longer. He scooped the small boy into his arms, holding him close. Little Sanshing, you are simply adorable. Far more obedient than that troublesome brat, Kakashi. The Radiant Star, blushing and struggling, exclaimed, Stop. How is it that despite being a 19-year-old Castle Academy envoy who has even fought on the dragon-slaying front, I behave like a mere child when I'm with Hataki Kakashi? The adoption procedures went smoothly, and the Radiant Star, clutching 2 file folders, followed Hataki Kakashi into the ninja school. Kakashi pointed to a swing in front of the school, affectionately ruffled the star's hair, and said with a smile, Little Radiant Star, sit here for a moment while I speak with the principal about your situation. I'll be back shortly, so be a good child and wait for me, all right? Startled by his self-identification as father, the Radiant Star shot a glare at the silver-haired man, retorting, Don't treat me like a child. Kakashi laughed heartily, patted the star's head once more, and then leaped into the school. The Radiant Star glanced at the school's open gates, hesitated to remind him that one could simply enter through the front, and gently settled onto the swing, swaying slightly with its motion. Was the report from Orochimaru about the discussions of his blood during the time of his awakening? This ninja school, was it truly designed to cultivate ninjas? Did that mean everyone in this world could harness the wondrous energy known as chakra, capable of performing seemingly magical jutsu? What, exactly, were ninjas? Hey, what are you doing all alone? A voice interrupted his thoughts. The Radiant Star turned to see a boy with black hair and eyes peeking curiously in his direction. Captivated by the boy's bright, clear eyes, he found himself responding, I'm waiting for someone. The boy appeared elated by the conversation, eagerly approaching and squatting beside the star. Looking up at him. Who are you waiting for? Judging by your appearance, you must be a child of the Uchiha clan, right? The Radiant Star shook his head. I'm waiting for my guardian. I'm not part of the Uchiha clan. The boy tilted his head in confusion. Huh? I've never seen anyone with black hair and black eyes in Konoha who isn't from the Uchiha. What is your name? The Radiant Star swayed on the swing and, after a moment's pause, replied softly, I'm Hataki Radiant Star. At this revelation, the boy leaped up in shock, wide-eyed. Pointing at the star, you're actually a Hataki? What is your relationship with that guy, Hataki Kakashi? The Radiant Star sighed at the boy's exaggerated reaction, choosing not to answer, and waved the boy's finger away. It's impolite to point at others like that. The boy froze, glancing down at his hand before looking back up at the Radiant Star. Oh, I am sorry. It's all right. After apologizing, the boy seemed to realize how silly he had acted. He pulled down the goggles on his head, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, and shyly introduced, I'm Uchiha Obito. The Radiant Star nodded, understanding from Obito's words that he indeed belonged to that clan. After a brief pause, noticing Obito still standing beside him, he offered, would you like to sit? Obito quickly shook his head, casting his gaze elsewhere, his blush deepening. No, I didn't mean to steal your swing. It's rare to meet someone besides Rin and the old lady who is willing to talk to me, especially appear with similar features to the Uchiha. Obito couldn't help but want to engage in more conversation. The Radiant Star observed Obito's awkward demeanor, his bright eyes revealing a longing for companionship. However, he silently shook his head, though he had temporarily set aside thoughts of self-harm. He was not yet prepared to form bonds with others. Kakashi was an exception. Thus, he turned away, adopting a posture of refusal to communicate. Obito watched the black-haired boy's dismissive stance, his previously bright smile fading into disappointment as he lowered his head. I'm sorry for talking too much. I'll just leave now. Goodbye. He made an effort to smile one last time, hoping to leave a good impression on this newly met companion who shared a surname with Kakashi. The boy awkwardly waved at the Radiant Star before turning and running off. The Radiant Star, watching Obito's retreating figure, opened his mouth, but chose not to call him back. What's the matter? What are you looking at? A familiar voice suddenly appeared beside him as Kakashi materialized. The Radiant Star pointed in the direction Obito had gone. There was a strange boy. Kakashi scooped up the Radiant Star. Ah, I saw him. A boy with black hair and eyes. He must be from the Uchiha clan, right? The Radiant Star could hardly tolerate Kakashi's overly affectionate nature. He pushed against the man's arm, frowning as he quietly asserted, "I can walk by myself." Kakashi promptly countered, "I can carry you faster. We need to hurry home to have lunch with Kakashi." The Radiant Star lowered his head, unsure how to argue back, only managing to emphasize, "I'm not a child." Kakashi readily complied, "All right. Speaking of which, Radiant Star, isn't this the perfect age to make friends? So, did you become good friends with that boy?" Nestled in Kakashi's embrace, the Radiant Star gazed silently at the tranquil streets of Konoha beyond Kakashi's arm. Kakashi glanced down at the child in his arms, barely audible sigh escaping him. They arrived home just in time for lunch. The enticing aroma of grilled food wafting from the kitchen. "Kakashi, Radiant Star, and I are back," Kakashi cheerfully announced as he leaped through the window into the house. Calling out to his son, Kakashi, with a stern expression, emerged from the kitchen holding a grilled fish. "I thought you got lost in Konoha." Kakashi chuckled, placing the Radiant Star down, and stepped into the washroom while washing his hands, explaining in a mockingly pitiful tone, to catch up with lunch prepared by little Kakashi. "Radiant Star and I worked double time, right, Radiant Star?" The Radiant Star met Kakashi's gaze, making an effort to support Kakashi's claim. "We went to 3 places this morning, which took quite a while." Kakashi snorted, not pursuing the matter further, placing a bowl of rice in front of the Radiant Star. "I caught this fish while training in the forest this morning, make do with it." Kakashi had already sat down, eagerly lifting his chopsticks. This is a rare opportunity to taste fish caught and cooked by Kakashi himself. "Radiant Star, you must try it." Kakashi felt slightly irritated by Kakashi's incessant praise of the Radiant Star, but upon seeing the black-haired boy sitting quietly, awkwardly looking at him, his unnamed anger dissipated significantly. Ultimately, he could only urge in a cold tone, "Eat up." Silly old man, who had always bought groceries and cooked for himself due to his busy work. Now that Radiant Star had arrived, he could spare so much time for personal matters from last night to today. The Radiant Star, too, should understand that their family bond had already been established, though he had mentioned he had yet to fully accept Kakashi. Did he not realize that the awkward demeanor he displayed now suggested he hadn't absorbed Kakashi's words from last night? At the dining table, Shikamaru appeared genuinely delighted, his tender gaze lingering on Kansei and Kakashi. He raised his teacup, brimming with juice. "High into the air, let us celebrate Kansei's formal joining of our family with this juice in lieu of wine." Kakashi, slightly awkward, tugged at his mask. "Humph. My father's exuberance stems from his foolishly kind heart. Earning my approval is no easy feat nevertheless." He too lifted his cup. The 2 silver-haired individuals focused their attention on Kansei, who found himself momentarily lost in their gaze, having ventured alone into this unfamiliar realm. He was fortunate to encounter those who could embrace him so wholeheartedly. They proclaimed him as their family. "Family, you say?" Kansei raised his hand, gently cradling his cup. With a resounding chime, the 3 cups clinked together, and the orange juice erupted into the air, splattering like fireworks. Chapter 4. Training. The afternoon sunlight cascaded upon a clearing in the woods, where Sanshin stood opposite Kakashi, with Hataki Tsukumo positioned between them. The rules have been explained. Now, Sanshin versus Kakashi, the duel begins. With a decisive chop of his hand, Tsukumo initiated the match. Sanshin swiftly retreated, creating distance, while 3 shurikens were left embedded in the ground where he once stood. Such remarkable speed. Was this the enhancement granted by chakra? Sanshin cast a glance at the shurikens on the ground, then shifted his gaze, beginning to search for Kakashi's movements. The moment Tsukumo's words faded, Kakashi vanished from Sanshin's sight. This ability to disappear without a sound was comparable to the art of word spirits. As Sanshin pondered this, an instinctual chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he turned, gripping a kunai and adopting a defensive stance. The clash of weapons echoed through the trees. Kakashi, seemingly astonished, found his attack blocked. He landed gracefully, his lower face obscured by a mask, revealing only his fierce, determined eyes fixed upon Sanshin. Sanshin bit his lip, disbelief washing over him. Despite possessing the memories of his previous life, having once fought dragons as an elite operative, he now found himself at a slight disadvantage in this first exchange with Kakashi. Were the children of this world truly monstrous, capable of such combat skills at merely 4 years of age? While marveling at this, Sanshin dared not let his guard down. Keeping a watchful eye on Kakashi, who joined his hands, swiftly forming several seals before pressing them to the ground. Earth release, earth wave. The ground suddenly softened, rippling like water. Sanshin quickly glanced down, losing his balance as he tilted to the side. At that moment, Kakashi emerged from the earth beneath him. Reaching for his ankle, earth release, heart-severing technique. Sanshin's astonishment at the ninjutsu reached its zenith, his heart racing as warmth surged through his limbs. Suddenly, his pupils brightened, a fierce golden glow radiating from his eyes. His body twisted at an improbable angle, the kunai in his hand spinning as he aimed it directly at Kakashi's outstretched hand. Kakashi, unable to maneuver while half-buried, was forced to abandon his attack and retreat into the earth. Sanshin plunged his kunai into the soft ground, kneeling as the residual tremors from the earth wave jolted him. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, enhanced senses allowing him to better perceive his environment. After a brief silence, Two shurikens whizzed toward him from behind a tree. Sanching sidestepped, his eyes sparkling with determination. There. He charged toward the tree, raising his hand to thrust the kunai at his unseen opponent. Yet, his assured strike met only emptiness. Behind the tree lay nothing but air. Above him, Kakashi's voice rang out. Here? The white-haired youth leaped down from the treetops, descending with force as he aimed to strike Sanching. It's over. Sanching tilted his head back, his golden eyes reflecting Kakashi's form, his cold voice echoing. No, it is you who will be finished. Word spirit, depart from the defiled land. An intangible current transformed into an impenetrable wall of wind, propelling the unsuspecting Kakashi away. While Sanching seized this fleeting moment to dispel the word spirit and swiftly pursued the cast-off Kakashi, breathing slightly heavier. The black-haired youth felt a rush of exhilaration flush his pale face, his dragon blood surged within him, roaring in his ears, urging him to annihilate the one who dared challenge its authority. A smile unconsciously curved Sanching's lips as he reached out toward Kakashi. His golden eyes fixated on the mixed expressions of shock and apprehension on Kakashi's face. Word spirit, no, stop. Suddenly, Sanching snapped back to reality, pressing down his hand as he lost his momentum and stumbled to the ground, rolling twice before regaining his footing. Kakashi's pupils contracted, the moment he felt Sanching's menacing intent. A visceral sense of death loomed over him. Yet, Sanching, despite having the upper hand, had inexplicably tripped. Unsure of the cause, Kakashi was unwilling to squander this rare opportunity. The duel was not yet over. He refused to accept defeat. Seizing his weapon, he lunged at Sanching, tackling the bewildered boy to the ground. His kunai poised at Sanching's throat. Sanching, compliant, allowed Kakashi to assert his dominance, deliberately turning his head away to avoid eye contact. After a couple of rapid breaths to steady the tumultuous blood within him, he whispered, I concede. Hatake Tsukumo appeared beside them, casting a complex look at Sanching before raising his hand to declare the exercise concluded. The victor is Kakashi. Both parties seal the reconciliation mark. Kakashi withdrew his kunai and jumped away from Sanching, grasping his hand to help him up. I do not accept this victory. Let us have a rematch next time. His gaze bore intensely into Sanching's. Sanching, pulled to his feet, felt puzzled. Why? Kakashi, observing Sanching's pallid complexion, replied coldly. Winning through my opponent's mistake brings no sense of accomplishment. Tsukumo offered Kakashi a reassuring smile before patting Sanching on the shoulder. You have performed admirably. You merely need time to adjust, correct? Do not force yourself. Sanching, filled with shame, lowered his head in silence. Perhaps to the Hatake duo. His earlier mishap was a mere accident, but he knew all too well that, in that moment, under the overwhelming influence of his dragon blood, he had genuinely wished to kill Kakashi. He gazed at his pale hand. Such aberrations had never manifested in his previous life. Had something changed during his transition to this world? His brows furrowed as thoughts coalesced into clarity. He recalled the final moment when he was struck by the dragon's breath, enveloped first by a torrential rain of blood. Each searing drop felt like molten lava, and every inch of skin in contact with the blood screamed in agony. This was the true essence of dragon blood. Sanching realized that even before crossing over, his body had been tainted by dragon blood. Yet, fate had it that he perished just before becoming a death servant, only to be reborn in a world devoid of dragons. No wonder his bloodline was so fervent. No wonder his emotions spiraled out of control upon awakening the dragon blood. Everything unfolded with such ironic precision. The blessings from his teammates before their demise echoed softly in his ears. You must survive. Sanching covered his face, bitterly self-mocking with a smile. This blessing weighed heavily upon him, rendering him incapable of contemplating self-destruction, despite the grim reality of his condition. A warm hand rested on Sanching's shoulder, and Tsukumo's gentle voice followed. What troubles you? Sanching looked up, meeting the concerned gaze of the white-haired man. In his black eyes, the image of this new family member was etched clearly. He hesitated, afraid to voice the truth he had come to accept. For the day before, he had resolutely contemplated death, and now he found himself fearing the loss of someone important once more. Ultimately, Sanching merely shook his head. No, it's nothing. I will continue to strive. Kakashi Hataki's gaze softened as he held the small hands of his two children, one on each side. Well, one cannot rush efforts. Everyone has worked hard today, so let us indulge in some barbecue. Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at his exuberant father, whose delight seemed to manifest in the air around him like blossoms, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the younger child, Kansei, felt an awkwardness as he struggled to adapt to the term father when referring to Kakashi. As the three of them strolled through the bustling shopping district, Kansei was lost in thought when he was suddenly tugged at the hem of his clothes, causing him to stumble forward. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted swiftly, stepping forward to catch him. Rising from his father's embrace, Kansei turned to see a girl in a blue dress shyly hiding behind a tea cake stall, only to peek out moments later to catch his gaze. With a puzzled expression, Kansei looked at the girl and then exchanged a questioning glance with Kakashi, who simply shrugged, an expression of helplessness on his face. The owner of the tea cake stall rushed out, her face flushed with embarrassment as she repeatedly bowed to Kakashi. I'm so sorry. My daughter, Minako, accidentally tugged on your child's clothing, causing him to nearly fall. I sincerely apologize. Kakashi glanced down at Kansei, who remained indifferent. Before regarding the girl who was still stealing glances at them, he raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "Oh, it's quite all right. My child is a bit clumsy." Without waiting for further discussion, he led Kansei and Kakashi to the tea cake stall, feigning intent as he browsed the selection. I could go for some tea cakes. Kakashi, which flavor do you prefer? Kansei felt somewhat sidelined by his father's enthusiasm, and before he could voice his thoughts, the girl in the blue dress tugged at his sleeve once more. Feeling a surge of impatience, he furrowed his brow at the girl now standing beside him. Is there something you need? The girl blushed, quickly lowering her head, her hands twisting nervously behind her back as she stammered. Hello, my name is Minako Asakai. May I be your friend? Kansei tightened his brow, gazing into her uncertain eyes before promptly rejecting her. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to be friends with strangers. The girl was taken aback by his bluntness, her eyes widening in shock as the color drained from her face. She opened her mouth to respond, tears brimming in her eyes. I am sorry, that was rude of me. Kansei turned away, maintaining a stony expression as he tugged at Kakashi's shirt. Are you done? I'm hungry, let us go for the barbecue. Kakashi shot him a disapproving look, quickly settling the bill before turning to the stall owner with an apologetic smile. My child can be quite straightforward, and doesn't he always express himself well? Please do not take offense. The stall owner waved her hands, smiling in reassurance. Not at all. If the esteemed ninja enjoys our tea cakes, please do visit us again. Seated in the barbecue restaurant, Kansei fixed his gaze on the sizzling beef, while Kakashi placed a slice before him, then another for himself. Casting a pleading look at his son, Kansei, don't be so cold. I think that girl, Minako, is quite charming. Is it that you don't like her type? Kansei paused, his hand stilling as he lowered his head and murmured, I don't need friends. Kakashi huffed in response, but then defended Kansei. Dad. Making friends isn't something to be rushed into. Kakashi took a sip of tea, addressing both boys. Kakashi, you're about to start school and have no friends at all. This situation worries me regarding your school life. Kakashi frowned. I'm going to school to learn. That's all that matters. Kakashi set down his chopsticks with a serious expression. That's not sufficient. The life of a ninja necessitates teamwork. With both of your personalities, how will you manage when you form your own teams in the future? Kakashi turned away, muttering, I'll protect them if danger arises. Kansei was taken aback, realizing that he resided in a village of ninjas, where stories revolved around their exploits. Yet, he had always envisioned ninjas as solitary figures. The notion of teamwork was unexpected. The thought of companions made his fists clench involuntarily, his eyes glimmering with a golden hue as he gritted his teeth. I don't need teammates. Both Kakashi and his father turned to him, the elder sighing heavily. No, Kansei, running away isn't the answer. Observing Kansei's defiant posture, Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder, compelling him to face him. I appreciate that you listened to me and Kakashi last night, convincing yourself to live and abandon thoughts of self-harm, but evasion will yield no results. As long as you live, connections will form. If your teammates were me or Kakashi, would you still utter, I don't need teammates? Kansei felt a stir of annoyance at Kakashi's assertive gesture, yet found himself drawn to his words. They seemed sincere, but he couldn't help but feel they were merely patronizing. Kakashi were not akin to any ordinary passerby. They were family. With a cold expression, the dark-haired boy freed himself from his father's grip. I understand. He chose to deflect the conversation, unwilling to let such a meaningless comparison create discord between them. Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly agreeing to leave the topic behind, and the atmosphere gradually returned to a light-hearted banter. Chapter 5, The Duel. With only a few days remaining until the official start of school, Hatake Tsukumo finally felt at ease due to Sanshing's consistent performance over the past few days. He immersed himself in his busy work, almost entirely entrusting Sanshing's care to Kakashi. However, Kakashi noticed that on the days Tsukumo was absent, Sanshing exhibited little interest in outdoor training or leisurely activities, spending his days secluded in the study, immersed in books that were either rudimentary and juvenile or profound and complex. From foundational texts on ninja knowledge to studies of customs from around the world. From chakra research to various poems and novels, Sanshing absorbed it all, leaning against the doorframe of the study. Kakashi squinted as he watched Sanshing quietly reading in the slivers of morning sunlight. Hey, I'm heading out to train, he announced. Sanshing looked up from the pages, offering a faint smile. All right, please be careful. I'll prepare lunch at home. Kakashi was momentarily speechless, staring at the dark-haired youth who had once been so despondent and filled with rage. How could he transform into such a gentle, polite, and meticulous person in just a day? Can one truly let go of hatred and pain so swiftly? What's wrong? Sanshing's voice broke Kakashi's reverie. Realizing he had been staring, he awkwardly shifted his gaze. Nothing, we've arrived. The white-haired youth pointed to the steep cliff before them. This is where I usually train. Sanshing looked up at the pockmarked surface of the cliff, towering high above him, and asked, do we have to climb it? Kakashi found a sheltered spot to unload their training gear, explaining, my current goal is to enhance my chakra control, which involves channeling chakra to my feet so I can run along the cliff face. Sanshing nodded in understanding. Having gleaned some basic knowledge about ninjutsu, and chakra from his readings, he pointed out a critical flaw in Kakashi's training plan. That cliff is too high. With your chakra reserves, you won't be able to run up it all at once, right? Kakashi acknowledged this with a grunt. Exactly. So I need to switch to hand climbing before my chakra runs out. That sounds dangerous, Sanshing remarked, observing Kakashi's unprotected form with disapproval. Don't worry. I've always trained this way. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Kakashi had realized after their training session that there was a significant gap between his abilities and Sanshing's. Even without using chakra or ninjutsu, Sanshing could defeat him purely through taijutsu and his bloodline limit. Though he had won due to an unexpected turn of events, Kakashi did not regard that victory as legitimate. With determination burning in his eyes, Kakashi stood at the base of the cliff, steadied his breathing, and began to channel his chakra, carefully controlling it to adhere to his feet before taking his first step. Sanshing's eyes widened as he observed Kakashi's feet firmly grasping the rocky surface, the white-haired youth seemingly gliding up the cliff face. So this is chakra, such a wondrous energy. As Kakashi ascended, his speed diminished. He acutely felt the waning of his chakra and the draining of his stamina, making control increasingly challenging. Yet, Sanshing was watching from below, and Kakashi was unwilling to show weakness or concede defeat before him. Pausing to steady his racing heart, Kakashi adjusted his position, shifting from standing to a four-point stance against the cliff. Once his hands found secure footholds, he decided to retract his chakra from his feet. He couldn't let his chakra be entirely depleted. It was time to climb by hand. However, at this height, the previously mild mountain breeze intensified, whipping around him ferociously. Kakashi felt a sharp pain on his face as a small rock dislodged from above and struck him. Having scaled 2/3 of the cliff, he had achieved his best performance in recent days, but today he was determined to reach the top. If he could reach the summit, surely Sanshing would look at him with newfound respect. Breathless against the stone face, Kakashi thought of how to further elevate himself amidst the fatigue in his arms and the near depletion of his chakra. The howling wind sliced through the air, and he gritted his teeth, reaching for a protruding rock to shift his weight upwards. Yet, at that moment, another gust of wind surged, striking Kakashi at a critical juncture as he shifted his balance. He lost his footing and began to fall backward. In a moment of panic, he flung a kunai, which embedded itself into the cliff, the attached wire tautening in his grip as he plummeted. Sanshing, who had been watching Kakashi's every move, found the ascent perilous and had expected Kakashi to descend long before reaching such heights. But when he saw Kakashi plummeting like a fledgling bird, his heart raced. Kakashi! He exclaimed, eyes wide. He sprang into action, using a foothold to propel himself upwards, skillfully leaping between previously established safety points, swiftly reaching Kakashi's side. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, wrapping an arm around the white-haired youth to pull him close. What are you doing? Kakashi gasped, bewildered by Sanshing's actions. His voice nearly drowned out by the wind. Sanshing cast a brief glance at him without replying, his golden eyes shimmering like molten lava, purification from impurities. An invisible barrier of air emanated from Sanshing's body, instinctively causing Kakashi to release his grip on the wire. As the two boys hurtled toward the ground, the airflow gently cushioned their descent, and as Sanshing dispelled the incantation, they landed softly on the ground. Kakashi sprang from Sanshing's embrace, the adrenaline-fueled experience leaving him breathless. After regaining his composure, he glared at Sanshing in anger. You fool! That was far too dangerous. Sanshing frowned, incredulous as he looked at Kakashi. And you have the audacity to call me a fool? I should be asking you if this is how you train regularly. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had experienced falls during climbs before, but he had always had sufficient chakra to stabilize himself with wire and chakra, ensuring he remained securely attached to the cliff face. Today's events were indeed unexpected, had it not been for Sanshing's presence. Even with my concealed weapons and steel wire for cushioning, I would have undoubtedly remained suspended in midair for quite some time, only able to liberate myself once my chakra and stamina had sufficiently recovered. Initially, my intention was to impress Sanshing, yet in the end, I found myself relying on him for protection, a clear indication of my impetuousness. Observing Kakashi's silence and despondency, a long-buried anger surged within Sanshing once more. I understand that for a ninja, becoming stronger is of utmost significance. However, I cannot endorse your blatant disregard for your own life in pursuit of that strength. The very individuals who instilled in me the importance of cherishing life were you. Were your previous words of comfort mere fabrications? Kakashi, gazing at his own toes, recognized his transgressions. Thus, confronted by Sanshing's ire, he found himself bereft of any retort, choosing instead to remain silent, like a miscreant child being reprimanded. Sanshing, witnessing Kakashi's muteness, felt his frustration intensify. He clenched his fists, his previously calm golden eyes appearing on the verge of reigniting. However, he ultimately stifled the tumultuous emotions surging within him, opting to place a hand gently on Kakashi's shoulder, striving to soften his tone as he implored, "Please, do not burden yourself excessively. This is no longer a time of war. You need not impose such stringent expectations upon yourself. If there truly is a mission that requires children like us, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety." In recent days, he had perused numerous tomes about this world, realizing that it is this unstable era that compels so-called ninjas to exert themselves to the utmost. An age that spares not even the young is grievously flawed. A truth Sachin comprehended well. Yet, he felt powerless to alter the deeply entrenched notions of the ninja realm and could only hope to stand in front of Kakashi. Even before Hatake Tsukumo, embodying his words as a protective shield for all he wished to safeguard. Sachin reached out to adjust the scarf that the wind had tousled around Kakashi's neck. Let us return home. Shall we forego training for today? He was genuinely apprehensive that Kakashi would insist on continuing to train under such circumstances. What could a 4-year-old child possibly be proving? Kakashi lifted his gaze at Sachin, on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately lowered his head, silently observing the pebbles beneath his feet, and nodded in agreement. Upon noticing the deep purple bruise on Kakashi's cheek, formed from a pebble's impact, Sachin sighed. If Hatake Tsukumo sees this injury, he will undoubtedly be distressed. Following Sachin, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself and quietly retorted, "Hey, show a bit of respect when referring to Dad. What ninja goes unscathed? I've grown accustomed to such trivial injuries." Sachin faltered, his previously simmering anger doused by a sudden chill. He paused imperceptibly, then lowered his gaze, softly conceding, "Yes, let us return home." Chapter 6. In the drizzle since the abrupt halt of that perilous training session, Sachin had abandoned his routine of reading at home, opting instead to shadow Kakashi almost incessantly during their training outings. Tsukumo Hatake occasionally stepped away from his busy schedule to observe the close bond between the two children, feeling a profound sense of comfort, entirely oblivious to Kakashi's numerous hesitations to speak. At the secluded training ground number 5, Kakashi glanced at Sachin, who was seated on a rock not far away, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Is your purpose in coming out every day merely to supervise my training?" Sachin shook his head. "I'll be training over there shortly." He gestured towards the distant woods. Yet he still needed to ensure that Kakashi's training tasks for the day posed no significant danger. Kakashi, slightly annoyed, raised his hand to form a hand seal but paused before proceeding. He finally could not restrain himself from saying, "There is no need for you to treat me with such caution. The last incident was indeed an accident, and I have confidence in my own abilities." He was genuinely irked by Sachin's current watchful demeanor, and after days of restraint, he chose to express his feelings candidly. Sachin was taken aback. Being of mixed heritage, he was inherently more sensitive than others, and in that instant, he sensed the impatience in Kakashi's tone. He looked at Kakashi, a bit bewildered. "Is my behavior making you uncomfortable?" Kakashi furrowed his brow at Sachin's wounded expression and, after a moment of hesitation, reluctantly nodded. "You should have your own pursuits. There's no need to be overly concerned about me." Sachin lowered his head in silence for a moment, and only after the leaves rustled gently in the breeze did he lift his gaze, revealing a faint smile. "Yes, you're right." Kakashi sighed, calling out to Sachin, "There is no need for such self-doubt. You are family to us, and family ought to tolerate and trust one another." Sachin froze, unsure of why he felt this way. He had not always been so insecure and sensitive, however. Now even the mere thought of Kakashi or Tsukumo getting hurt on a mission ignited an unquenchable fury within him. He unconsciously placed a hand over his heart, which felt hollow but was filled by the presence of family. He truly had no reason to be afraid anymore. With such sincere trust from Tsukumo and Kakashi, he ought to reciprocate that trust. With a mix of frustration and relief, he sighed, "I may be older than you, yet I always find myself seeking your comfort." Kakashi shot him a disbelieving glance. "School starts tomorrow. I certainly don't want you to embarrass me." Sachin struggled to accept Kakashi's assessment. "How could I possibly be a source of embarrassment for you? In terms of strength, I am still quite formidable." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, casting a subtle glance at Sachin. Someone who struggles with chakra control is likely to become the bottom of the class upon entering school. At the mention of chakra, Sachin felt a twinge of disappointment. This mystical energy appeared to be all-powerful in the hands of others, and though he had discovered some chakra within himself after numerous attempts, it was fervently repelled by his dragon blood. After painstakingly gathering a tiny amount, controlling it proved exceedingly challenging. In his previous life, after shedding the identity of an orphan, Sachin had been an exemplary student, and even in the genius-laden halls of Castle Academy, he had consistently ranked among the elite due to his exceptional lineage and combat prowess. He was adamant that he would not be relegated to the status of the so-called bottom of the class. "Impossible. I shall not become the last in my class." Resolutely, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest, feeling the faint chakra within him begin to move along its predetermined path. Swiftly, he formed the snake seal, ultimately completing the final tiger seal. Shadow clone jutsu. A gentle breeze swept by, yet nothing transpired. Sachin, anticipating this outcome, felt a pang of disappointment as he lowered his hands, gazing vacantly at his palms. For a fleeting moment, he had believed success was within reach. However, every vein and meridian through which chakra flowed was immediately washed anew by the torrent of dragon blood, akin to a fierce beast declaring its territory inviolable. The youth let out a sigh. Kakashi chuckled lightly. "It's not your first failure." He shrugged, relieved to have diverted Sachin's attention. "It's all right. Even if you become the bottom of your class, I won't mock you." Sachin shot him a sidelong glance. Even without chakra, I wouldn't lose in a fight. He refused to appear foolish in front of Kakashi, clenching his fists as he prepared to retreat to the woods for solitary practice. Yet, he hesitated. Turning back to offer a concerned reminder, just be sure to stay safe. Seeing Kakashi wave him off, Sonshin turned and vanished into the forest. Sakumo had long discussed the subtle repulsion between Sonshin's body and chakra, perhaps due to his fortuitous presence on that battlefield. Everyone who knew him assumed he hailed from the Mist Village. With that layer of deception, he need not explain the origins of his dragon blood and linguistic powers. Everything could be attributed to the bloodline limit of a clan that had long since been extinguished, leading Sonshin to choose to remain silent on the matter. Orochimaru's report detailed some research findings on Sonshin's blood, noting its high activity, corrosiveness, and exclusivity. Curious was the fact that such blood would only fully activate its properties when Sonshin's golden eyes shone brightly. Orochimaru lamented the lack of research samples. Linking the characteristics of this blood to the unknown bloodline limit represented by the golden eyes, and emphasized the uncontrollability of this bloodline limit, advising Sakumo to keep a vigilant eye on the boy. Should he become uncontrollable, he should be handed over to Orochimaru. Sakumo naturally disregarded that last remark, enthusiastically guiding Sonshin through various methods to condense chakra. The two were delighted to discover that Sonshin's body could indeed condense chakra. Yet the domineering dragon blood obstructed the flow of this foreign energy within him. At that time, Sonshin felt somewhat disheartened. He knew he could not change his mixed heritage and seemed destined to forsake the energy system of this world. However, Sakumo continued to encourage him. And unwilling to appear hesitant before this man, Sonshin diligently complied with his efforts. After days of exploration, they unexpectedly found that if Sonshin could suppress the active dragon blood within him, he could indeed utilize chakra freely. Easier said than done. After multiple failed attempts, Sonshin temporarily ceased his practice, opting to stay at home and read. Perhaps by better understanding the world of ninjas, he could uncover a new direction? Sakumo did not hinder him, often taking time from his busy work to discuss the content of the books with him. However, after a prolonged period of stagnation, with school days rapidly approaching, it was fortunate that Kakashi had called him out, providing him with another opportunity for practice. After all, if given the choice, who would willingly accept the role of the bottom of the class? Sonshin stood at the treetop, persistently attempting to gather chakra to practice the shadow clone jutsu, yet inevitably, each attempt ended in failure. He cast a vexed glance at the tranquil Konoha village in the distance, seemingly trying to peer through the layers of houses to see Sakumo diligently at work within one of them. That was, of course, impossible. He diverted his gaze, letting out a deep sigh, and once again brought his hands together to form seals. The cold energy coursed through his veins, alleviating the searing heat brought on by the dragon blood. As Sonshin closed his eyes, a moment that should have demanded his utmost concentration, he found himself momentarily distracted. He could perceive the fragrant aroma of the surrounding flora, feel the heavy, humid air enveloping him, and see the gentle breeze caressing his face, swirling around his strands of hair. It seemed as though rain was imminent. Lost in thought, Sonshin suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing a phantom version of himself standing beside him. Although it appeared somewhat translucent and unstable, the figure was undeniably Sonshin himself. Astounded, he wondered if he had truly succeeded. He watched as the ethereal form dissipated with the waning of his chakra, his heart quickening with excitement. He reached out again, intending to form the necessary hand seals, only to be abruptly seized by a wave of dizziness that caused him to stagger a few steps, nearly tumbling from the branch. His chakra was nearly depleted. How feeble he felt, having exhausted his energy after merely a few attempts at the shadow clone technique. Sonshin leaped from the treetop, landing gracefully on the ground. The unexpected success filled him with delight, and he was eager to rest for a moment before resuming his practice. Just then, he felt a few drops of water fall upon his face, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the singing of birds. The rain began to descend gently from the heavens, as overlapping clouds obscured the sunlight, further saturating the already humid atmosphere. Chapter 7. The Beginning of School Kanstar. From afar, Kakashi's voice echoed, and the white-haired youth emerged through the gentle rain, appearing in Kanstar's line of sight. It's raining, let's head back. Kanstar nodded, glancing at Kakashi's damp attire, and with a smile, shared his recent triumph. I just successfully performed the shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a smile flickering in his eyes, though he retorted, that's good. Otherwise, it would be rather odd to enter the ninja academy without knowing any jutsu. Kanstar huffed lightly. Can't you be a bit more honest? You're quite adept at offering comfort, yet you choose to be so sharp-tongued at times like these. Kakashi, maintaining his serious demeanor, urged, I'm merely speaking the truth. Hurry up, we're all soaked. The following day marked the beginning of school. Kanstar packed several of his favorite books into his backpack and turned to see Kakashi, hands empty, looking rather puzzled. It's the first day of school. Aren't you going to prepare anything? Kakashi inquired, bewildered. You're not bringing anything? Kanstar exclaimed, astonished. Why would I need books for the Ninja Academy? Stubbornly, Kanstar slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and the two stepped out of the house. Ignoring the curious gaze of Kakashi's father, Sakumo, the trio seamlessly blended into the throng of students heading to school. Sakumo escorted them to the school gate, his concern evident as he reiterated, "Make sure to listen to your teachers and study hard. I'll be here to pick you up after school." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Tsukumo and trudged toward the school, leaving Kanstar to face the pitiful expression of the white-haired man. He lowered his head, blushing slightly, and murmured, "Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. I'll head in first." With that, he hastily waved goodbye and hurried to catch up with Kakashi. In his previous life, he had family, but never had anyone like Tsukumo gently reminded him at the school gate, caring for him as a true family would. The words spoken by the man felt less like an obligation and more like a blessing, wishing for their safe and happy experiences throughout the day at school. Slowpoke. Kakashi scoffed lightly as Kanstar caught up, then pointed to a classroom at the end of the hall. "That's our class." Kanstar smiled. "All right, let us go in together." The two entered the classroom, which was already populated by several other students. Kanstar chose a corner to place his backpack, only to look up and find Kakashi seated in the center of the room. Stunned for a moment, he felt awkward under Kakashi's piercing gaze and waved dismissively, signaling for him not to pay attention. Only when Kakashi's cold stare shifted away did Kanstar exhale in relief and pull out a book to spread across his desk. Given Kakashi's usual aloofness and sharp tongue, he had expected him to sit in a corner. "Hey, do you read this book too?" A somewhat familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Kanstar turned to see a girl in a blue dress standing hesitantly by his desk. He furrowed his brows, his previously amused expression flattening. "Sorry, who are you?" The girl's face fell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she nervously clutched her dress. "Sorry, I'm Minako Asakai. We've met before, that day when you, your father, and your brother came to buy tea cakes at my house." Kanstar recognized her as the girl who had unexpectedly grabbed his clothing on the street, nearly causing him to fall. "Oh, it's you." Her eyes brightened, and she quickly wiped her tears, transforming her expression into a smile. Blushing slightly, she asked, "I didn't expect we'd be classmates. May I know your name?" Kanstar's frown deepened. After a moment's silence, he replied coolly, "Konoha Kanstar." Minako's joy seemed to swell, her cherubic face revealing a dimple on her right cheek as she beamed at him. "Can I call you Kanstar?" Kanstar lightly tapped the book on his desk, relaxing his brow into a polite smile. "Classmate, I would like to read alone, if that's all right." He chose not to engage further with Minako. The girl appeared taken aback, blinking in confusion before slowly nodding, trying to mask her disappointment. "All right, sorry for bothering you." Once she departed, Kanstar sighed softly. Children at this age were often boisterous, and it seemed impossible to read quietly without some measures. He decided to adopt a stern demeanor, creating an aura of unapproachability that deterred several boys and girls who sought to engage him. Time passed, and the once noisy classroom gradually quieted. Kanstar closed his book to see the teacher standing at the front, holding a list and reading aloud. "You can just call me teacher, I see. When I call your name, please respond and introduce yourself." The young teacher, wearing a headband, clapped his hands to capture the student's attention and began calling names. "Karisawa Aoi." A girl in a light purple outfit jumped up, hands on her hips, and scanned the room. "I'm Karisawa Aoi. My goal is to become a strong and beautiful kunoichi like Lady Tsunade." Teacher I see paused for a moment, then smiled and praised her. "Aoi's goal is quite clear and ambitious. I wish you success in achieving your dreams." Aoi giggled, surveyed her classmates, and plopped down in her seat. Teacher ISE continued calling names, students standing one after another until Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito. After 3 calls without a response, Teacher ISE's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the list and scanned the classroom. "Where is he?" As whispers began to fill the quiet room, Kanstar lifted his gaze, recognizing the name as the boy who had spoken to him by the swings at the school gate. "Teacher, I'm here." Just before the chatter escalated, a voice called from the doorway. A boy wearing orange goggles, drenched in sweat, sheepishly ran in, scratching his head under the teacher's intense glare. Teacher IC maintained his stern expression. "You're late on the first day of school, Uchiha?" The boy clasped his hands together, his large black eyes wide as he looked at the teacher. "I'm sorry, teacher. I saw a few elderly ladies in need of help on the way and lost track of time." He hung his head, muttering, "I left home half an hour early." Teacher IC, unable to suppress a smile, watched the boy with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "All right. Helping those in need is commendable. I won't punish you this time. Now, please take your seat." Obito's eyes sparkled with delight, and he grinned widely. "Thank you, teacher." He gazed downward, for he was the last to arrive, and the seats in the classroom were largely occupied, save for the one beside Kanching. Perhaps Kanching's cold demeanor rendered him somewhat unapproachable, as even Kakashi had found a classmate to sit beside him, while Kanching remained alone in the corner. When Obito spotted the solitary figure by the only vacant desk, he blinked in confusion before rushing over. "It's you." Kanching looked at the flushed face that suddenly appeared before him, furrowing his brow slightly and responding softly, "What a coincidence." Obito plopped down beside him. "I remember you. Your name is Kanching, right?" Kanching nodded, pursing his lips in silence. Obito recalled the boy's silent rejection from their previous encounter, and the current scene bore an uncanny resemblance, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his head. He cautiously glanced up at the teacher, who was still calling the roll, and finally slumped dejectedly onto the desk, muttering, "Am I bothering you again?" Kanching shook his head, still contemplating what to say when the teacher's voice rang out. Chimu Kanching. He stood up, facing the myriad gazes of his classmates, and with a blank expression stated, I am Chimu Kanching. I look forward to your kindness in the future. He sat back down, and the teacher seemed momentarily taken aback. Chimu-san, you have yet to share your dreams. Meeting Kanching's gaze, the teacher appeared to pause, scrutinizing him for a moment, as if suddenly struck by a realization. His expression subtly shifted, and he cleared his throat to mask the unfinished thought, lowering his gaze to the list in his hands. Next, Chimu Kakashi. As the lively roll call concluded, Teacher Ise announced that the next hour would be free activity, then approached Kanching's desk. Observing the cold-faced young man with dark hair, he hesitated before speaking. Chimu-san, I apologize, but could you step outside with me for a moment? Kanching slightly tilted his head, exchanging a glance with Kakashi, who had turned to look from the front row, before nodding to Teacher Ise. And the two exited the classroom together. Chapter 8. Conflict beneath the cherry blossom tree beside the teaching building. Teacher Ise gazed solemnly at the boy before him, whose height barely reached his waist. Kakazuki-kun, I am aware that you hail from the Hidden Mist Village, a place shrouded in a rather unsavory atmosphere. I must implore you not to bring such sentiments into our classroom. Can you do that for me? Kenshin tilted his head in confusion. I don't believe I've acted inappropriately, so why am I the one being singled out for this discussion? Ise's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized Kenshin for a moment before speaking again. You now have a new family here in our Leaf Village. What has transpired in the past is behind you. Kenshin's demeanor turned cold, his dark eyes locking onto the teacheress. After a long pause, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. I believe you're mistaken. I harbor no prejudice against my classmates. I genuinely cherish my current family. Seeing the smile on Kenshin's face, Ise found it increasingly difficult to maintain his facade of calm. He glared at the seemingly frail boy, his voice laced with barely contained rage. I know who you are. My friend from the Leaf Hospital spoke of you. You are the monster raised by the Hidden Mist. Not a single one of you from that wretched village is trustworthy. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your sinister intentions. Being adopted by kind Leaf ninjas is merely the first step in your malevolent scheme, is it not? Are you planning to lurk in the shadows of the Leaf Village, waiting for the opportune moment to betray us and leak our core secrets to the Mizukage? Kenshin's smile faded, replaced by astonishment. What are you talking about? Surely, there must be limits to your suspicion. To think that you would suspect a mere 5-year-old child of being a spy is utterly ludicrous. Ise could no longer conceal his disgust, raising his voice as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kenshin. It is despicable Hidden Mist ninjas like you who killed my dearest friend and my beloved. In that mission, I lost everything, having vented his fury. Ise suddenly regained his composure, exhaling deeply as he fixed Kenshin with a gaze heavy with repressed malice. I cannot fathom why the Hokage allows a creature like you to roam freely within the Leaf, even attending the Ninja Academy alongside ordinary children. But mark my words, I will be watching you closely. You had best hope I do not catch wind of your true nature. Kenshin realized that the man before him was no longer the gentle teacher he once knew, but rather a despairing avenger consumed by the pain of war. Much like the person he had been when he first arrived in this world, albeit with the realization that his own dreams of vengeance had become mere illusions. While Ise's enemies were all too tangible, Ise had become a puppet of his own hatred. Feeling powerless to argue, Kenshin acquiesced to Ise's words. Very well, watch me. I shall prove my innocence. Ise glared at Kenshin with palpable animosity before snorting disdainfully and turning back towards the teaching building. Standing alone beneath the towering cherry blossom tree, which was devoid of blossoms in this season, Kenshin felt the warm rays of sunlight filter through the lush green leaves above. He sensed a burning gaze upon him from behind and turned to see Kakashi. The white-haired boy stood at the second-floor window, observing him, his gray-green scarf fluttering gently in the breeze, a symbol of freedom almost ready to soar out the window. Kenshin responded with a radiant smile, waving vigorously at Kakashi. He dashed up the stairs to join him. Why aren't you in class? Kakashi glanced at him, adjusting his mask as he replied softly. You needn't pay too much heed to Teacher Ise's words. Kenshin chuckled lightly. If you're worried about me, just say so. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. Kakashi let out a small laugh beside him. As they pushed open the classroom door, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell abruptly silent at the sight of Kenshin. The peculiar stares from his classmates felt as if they were weaving a sticky web around him. Kakashi halted momentarily, intending to grasp Kenshin's sleeve, but noticed that Kenshin seemed oblivious to the malice saturating the room. He confidently navigated through the rows of desks and settled back into his corner. A moment later, hushed whispers erupted once more, gradually restoring the previous clamor. Fortunately, Kenshin had brought along some books, for this seemingly joyous, yet ultimately meaningless free time was rather grueling for him. As he opened his book to continue reading, a rhythmic snoring caught his attention. Uchiha Obito was sprawled on his desk, soundly asleep. Immersed in his reading, time passed swiftly, and soon a new teacher entered the classroom, commencing the lesson in an orderly fashion. The cultural curriculum at the Ninja Academy bore similarities to Kenshin's previous life, encompassing subjects such as language, mathematics, geography, and politics. However, In addition to these, the children were required to systematically learn the three basic techniques: the body replacement technique, the clone technique, and the instantaneous technique. Mastery of these foundational ninjutsu was essential for graduation from the academy and the attainment of true ninja status. During lunchtime, Kakashi approached with a bento in hand. Standing beside Kenshin's desk and watching him, Kenshin couldn't help but smile slightly, obediently closing his book and standing up to take the bento. "Let me handle it." The two found a long bench by the roadside to sit down. Kenshin opened Kakashi's lunchbox and passed it over before picking up his own. The lunch consisted of rice balls prepared by Kakazuki Sakumo that morning, filled with shredded meat mixed with cooked egg. Remarkably, it retained some warmth, despite Kakashi's method of storage. "The teacher's lesson was a bit dull," Kenshin remarked, tilting his head as he pondered why Kakashi had suddenly made such a disjointed comment. Kakashi lowered his mask, engrossed in a battle with his rice ball, as though the speaker just moments ago had been a different person altogether. After staring at the rice ball for a moment, Kenshin replied, "It was indeed somewhat tedious." Kakashi was a prodigy, a fact Kenshin had long recognized. Whether it was due to Kakashi's innate talent or his diligent training, Kenshin had observed the extraordinary combat skills and instincts that far surpassed those of his peers, even with the memories of his past life. Kenshin knew he had to be fully alert when facing Kakashi's earnest demeanor. It was only natural for such an exceptional child to find the basic knowledge imparted in school rather uninteresting. Kakashi did not respond further, and the two finished their rice balls in silence. Just before returning to the classroom, Kakashi spoke again. "Are you going to the training ground after school?" "Sure. I need to practice my chakra control," Kenshin replied. Back in the classroom, Obito had awakened and was chatting with a girl adorned with two purple stripes on her face. Upon seeing Kenshin return, Obito beamed. "Kenshin, did you understand the morning lesson? I just heard Rin summarize it for me, and it sounds so complicated." The boy slumped over his desk, pouting as he exclaimed, "Why must we learn such convoluted things to become ninjas? At this rate, when will I ever become Hokage?" Kenshin remained silent, while the girl shot an awkward glance at him before patting Obito's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Obito. I can lend you my notes, and we can study together after school." Obito's eyes widened in delight as he gazed at the girl. "Really, Rin? That is fantastic. I knew you were the best." Rin smiled softly, then turned to Kenshin, hesitating before asking quietly, "Kakazuki-kun, would you like to join us?" Kenshin shook his head. "Thank you, but I will be training with Kakashi. I wouldn't want to trouble you." As such, Rin exhaled softly, instinctively glancing at Kakashi seated in the front row. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and murmured, "I'll head back first," before swiftly returning to her seat. Obito, oblivious to Lin's expression, eagerly turned his attention to Tsanchin. "Are you and Kakashi going to train after school? What are you training for?" "Just practicing the body flicker technique." The two engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, a boy burst through the door, lunging forward and grabbing Tsanchin's collar, glaring at him with fierce eyes. "Is it you? Detestable outsider, the monster from the Mist Village?" The classroom fell silent in shock, all eyes fixed on the unfamiliar boy. He was of considerable height and appeared to be a senior, but his expression lacked the composure typical of his age. Instead, he wore a nearly savage scowl directed at the raven-haired boy he had seized. "Damn you, it's because of you Mist Village people that my parents are dead." His words hung heavily in the air, and the classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. Sanchin's classmates exchanged knowing glances, some wanting to intervene but being restrained by others. "I must have misheard. Earlier this morning, Teacher IC mentioned downstairs that this guy isn't from our village." A voice whispered, breaking the stillness, as someone attempted to pull the intruding boy back. "Shota, don't do this." The boy named Shota pushed the intercessor aside, glaring at Sanchin and demanding, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Sanchin pressed his hand against Shota's arm, unwilling to let him continue tugging at his clothes. "I have nothing to say. Why? Why do you, as an outsider, dare to speak to me like this?" Shota's anger intensified. With one hand pinned down by Sanchin, he raised his other hand, aiming to strike the cold, infuriating face before him. Sanchin's dark eyes locked onto the approaching fist. He did not wish to cause any conflict that might reflect poorly on Kakashi and Obito. Yet if Shota persisted in his unreasonable tirade, he would not stand idly by. Just then, a hand interposed itself before Sanchin, intercepting Shota's punch. In the blink of an eye, Obito stood between them, with Kakashi at Sanchin's side. Obito, appearing furious, grasped Shota's hand tightly. His bright black eyes ablaze as he glared at him. "What has Sanchin done to warrant your hostility?" Shota, now restrained, struggled in vain, his face reddening as he shouted, "He's from the Mist Village. Why are you siding with this monster? He is not from the Mist Village. He belongs to Konoha. His surname is Hitaki. He is Kakashi's brother." Obito's voice rose above Shota's protests. Shota froze, staring wide-eyed at Obito before turning to Kakashi. "But he..." Kakashi's brow furrowed as he coldly replied, "Sanchin is also a victim. Why should he be considered a victim? I have no obligation to explain myself to you." Shota, frustrated and desperate, tugged at his arms, but to no avail. He couldn't comprehend why two boys, merely 4 or 5 years old, possessed such strength. Overwhelmed, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Sanchin released his grip, gently patting Obito's arm to signal him to let go. He cast a cold glance at Shota and scanned the other classmates. If anyone has grievances against me, feel free to approach. However, I will not tolerate baseless slander and defamation. A hand gently tugged at his hem. Turning, Sanshing met Kakashi's concerned gaze, which, despite his stern expression, radiated warmth and care. Sanshing's icy demeanor softened momentarily, and he offered a reassuring smile, whispering, "It's all right, don't worry." Upon seeing Sanshing release his hold, Obito likewise let go of Shota. His expression a mixture of indignation as he watched Shota flee. Just as he turned to speak to Sanshing, he caught sight of the smile adorning Sanshing's face. The Uchiha boy's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Sanshing with an air of grievance. "Ah, Sanshing, why do you smile so beautifully at him?" Sanshing instantly withdrew his smile, instinctively stiffening his features as he turned to Obito. However, upon meeting the boy's earnest, pleading eyes, he recalled Obito's unwavering support moments ago. Facing someone who had come to his aid, it seemed inappropriate to maintain a stern demeanor. Sanshing pressed his lips together, a hint of a smile emerging as he replied. Thank you, Obito." Before Obito could express his delight, Kakashi interjected coolly from the side. "I am Sanshing's brother, and naturally, he is not someone an outsider can compare to." "What?" Obito exclaimed, glaring at Kakashi. "Even if you are his brother, that doesn't stop him from making friends. Sanshing and I are already good friends, right, Sanshing?" Sanshing was puzzled by Obito's insistence on their friendship, as he had not intended, or perhaps dared, to make friends. Yet, perhaps it was the sincerity in Obito's large eyes or the unwavering figure that had stood before him moments ago that made Sanshing's words of refusal falter. Eventually, he lowered his head, barely audible. He conceded, "All right." Chapter 9. Akainu and Izumi. Due to the unexpected upheaval instigated by Shota, the school summoned Kakashi Hatake, instructing him to take Izumi home early to soothe the various emotions at play, with a promise to return for class the following day. The afternoon training session was consequently cancelled. Izumi, feeling slightly embarrassed, offered an apology to Kakashi, who merely shrugged in response. "It's no matter. I can train alone. You should go home and rest." Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, rubbed his nose in mild exasperation. "Do not fret too much, Izumi. It's merely a reaction to the recent conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Everyone is on edge." He sighed. The Mist Village was not directly involved in the conflict. The animosity stems from grievances long before. This has nothing to do with you. Izumi understood that both men were trying to comfort him, though he felt no significant emotional disturbance himself, merely concerned that the situation might escalate and inadvertently burden Tsukumo and Kakashi. Nevertheless, he obediently nodded, grasping Tsukumo's hand. "Let us return." The pair, one tall and one small, strolled beneath the radiant afternoon sunlight along the streets of Konoha. After a moment of silence, Tsukumo broke the quiet. "I heard that your teacher has spoken to you as well?" It was the same concern, regarding his origins. Tsukumo could not help but pat Izumi's head gently. "The policies of the Blood Mist have indeed cast a shadow of horror and malevolence upon the Mist Village, but this is not your fault." Feeling the warmth of Tsukumo's broad hand atop his head, Izumi smiled softly. "I understand. I do not mind others' opinions." He tightened his grip on Tsukumo's hand. "I do not wish to make things difficult for you. I will strive to prove myself to them. You need me to do this, do you not?" Tsukumo was taken aback. His decision to adopt Izumi had indeed been unconventional. He had sought the Hokage to validate Izumi's unique bloodline potential, leveraging his own status and reputation to vouch for Izumi's loyalty. At that time, the third Hokage had gazed at him meaningfully. "Are you certain? This is a child of 5. If he wishes, he could already become a ninja." Tsukumo had hesitated, pondering whether all his sacrifices were worth it. Yet the image of the boy's despairing, lifeless eyes haunted him. It was better to supervise and teach such a child himself than to let him suffer as an experimental subject under Orochimaru or Danzo. He acknowledged he was gambling, betting his strength, status, and even life on the possibility that Izumi was an innocent, pitiable child. How ironic that he, Tsukumo Hatake, a ninja already renowned for his accomplishments, could be so soft-hearted towards a child from a different village. However, it seemed he might have made the right choice after all. No, he needed to remain cautious. Konoha could not endure any further losses. With this thought in mind, Tsukumo maintained his composure and smiled. "I did not expect you to contemplate so deeply. Given this, would you be willing to follow me on missions after graduation, eventually joining the Umbu under my direct supervision once you become a nin?" It was premature to broach such a topic. Yet Tsukumo felt inexplicably that Izumi sometimes thought beyond his years. He should be able to grasp the implications of his words. Izumi was momentarily stunned. He had read about the responsibilities of the Umbu. "That is a significant department, isn't it? Am I capable?" Tsukumo lifted the understanding child, observing the faint blush on his cheeks as he nestled in his embrace. "I believe you can. However, if you agree, life will not be easy. You will need to rise early for physical and chakra training with Kakashi, and after school, I will personally instruct you in taijutsu. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, Izumi replied. "I am." He squirmed slightly in Tsukumo's arms, the warmth enveloping him causing his usually cold body temperature to rise, as if his skin itself was igniting. It was curious how Tsukumo was never so affectionate with Kakashi. I heard you made a good friend at school? How splendid. To make friends on your first day is quite an achievement, far better than Kakashi. Izumi pursed his lips. Not really. Tsukumo wore a perplexed expression. Contemplating the boy in his arms? Oh? I heard he stood up for you when other classmates bullied you. What is his name? Uchiha Obito. Tsukumo chuckled at the surname. Could it be that lad I brought with you to enroll? Izumi nodded shyly. He is very enthusiastic. I didn't know how to refuse. He seemed a bit downcast. The man laughed heartily. Making friends is a good thing. It shows that our Izumi possesses charisma. Look at that fool Kakashi. He also wishes to make friends but struggles due to his clumsiness. Kakashi is very kind. Tsukumo paused, his gaze softening, pride and affection evident in his eyes. Yes, you are both good children. There is no need to worry about making friends. As long as you are strong enough, you can protect your companions, cannot you? Constantly fearing loss will only cause stagnation. Tsukumo led the boy to his office, and Izumi observed the clutter of documents within. Taking a seat near the door and quietly watching the white-haired man tidy up the scattered papers, Tsukumo awkwardly set aside the organized files. Given the sudden events at school today, leaving you alone at home is not ideal. How about joining me in training with the Umbu ninjas? Izumi nodded. Watching as another masked man in a gray vest appeared in the office, his eyes widening slightly. Although it was not his first encounter, the body flicker technique, being one of the most fundamental ninjutsu, still amazed him with its ability to evade his senses entirely, appearing silently in the room. Truly remarkable. Tsukumo chuckled at Izumi's astonished expression and addressed the Umbu. Akaino, this is Izumi. Your task today is to train him in our internal training grounds. The man named Akaino glanced at the obedient boy sitting behind him, responding sternly from beneath his mask. Yes, I will comply. Tsukumo turned to Izumi. You will train with Akaino today. He is my most loyal subordinate, and his strength should not be underestimated. Izumi nodded, rising to face Akaino, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your guidance today, Akaino-senpai. He followed the man out of the office. The Umbu training ground was a secluded forest, and Akaino led Izumi to a small riverbank, stating, This will do. Izumi nodded, promptly assuming a stance. I am ready. Akaino appeared momentarily taken aback, his voice betraying surprise beneath his mask. Ready, for what? Izumi blinked, confused. Aren't you going to train me in combat? Akaino chuckled softly. What would a child like you fight against me? What do you usually train in? Chakra control. Akainu waved his hand dismissively. Then we shall train in that today. Show me your current level. Due to Tsukumo's overwhelming workload, Izumi had always trained alongside Kakashi. Although Kakashi was exceptionally gifted, he struggled to articulate the more fundamental aspects of chakra knowledge, which were common sense for the native inhabitants of this world. Akainu excelled in this regard, demonstrating an impressive mastery of chakra nuances, explaining every detail with remarkable clarity. Izumi was in dire need of such a teacher. From the practice of walking on water using chakra to climbing trees, and then circulating chakra within their bodies, the two engaged in a lively exchange of questions and answers. Accompanied by their corresponding training, time seemed to fly, and soon the sky darkened, adorned with the hues of a splendid sunset. Kaichir, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. A distant female voice rang out, causing Tsukuhoshi and Akainu to halt their activities and turn towards the source of the sound. An orange figure approached swiftly, gracefully leaping over the thick branches, landing lightly before them. It was a woman with beautiful orange hair, dressed in the dark gray uniform of the Umbu, tilting her head curiously at Tsukuhoshi. Nakamura-kun, what is going on with this child? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as it fixed on Akainu. In the presence of this woman, the usually composed Akainu suddenly appeared flustered. He cleared his throat and spoke in the gentlest tone. Iori-chan, you're back from your mission? The woman named Iori glared at Akainu. Nakamura-kun, I am the one asking questions here, she said softly, yet Tsukuhoshi sensed an undercurrent of danger in her words. Akainu seemed to finally grasp Iori's mood, hastily gesturing to push Tsukuhoshi aside as he took a few steps towards her. No, please don't misunderstand. This is a child entrusted to me by Lord Whitefang. He has asked me to guide this child in training. Iori crossed her arms, snorting in dissatisfaction as she stepped forward and tossed the bento box she had been holding into Akainu's arms. Eat this, you big fool. Then she sidestepped Akainu and jumped in front of Tsukuhoshi, bending down to meet his gaze. Meeting her vibrant green eyes made Tsukuhoshi feel inexplicably shy. I'm sorry. My name is Tsukuhoshi. Akainu-san has indeed been guiding me in training this afternoon. Iori was charmed by the boy's innocent demeanor, her round green eyes widening momentarily before she reached out to ruffle his black hair, her smile radiant. Oh, what is there to apologize for? Of course. He would wholeheartedly commit to the task entrusted by Lord Whitefang. You needn't apologize at all. However, she suddenly withdrew her smile, turning to Akainu, who was grinning foolishly while holding the bento box. She let out a huff. I just think that some big fool's reaction is rather slow. Tsukuhoshi, not particularly fond of unfamiliar touches, stepped back slightly to evade her affection and lowered his head in silence. Akainu quickly intervened, pulling Iori aside to a tree far away. Then called out urgently to Tsukuhoshi, it's getting late. We should head back soon. For now, continue training as we discussed earlier. Tsukuhoshi glanced at Akainu, who was animatedly gesticulating beneath the tree, struggling to reconcile this lively persona with the steady and reliable man from earlier in the afternoon. Iori-chan, let me explain. I only like you. Tsukahoshi is truly a task assigned to me by Lord White Fang, and it has nothing to do with you. Iori, arms crossed, tilted her chin as she regarded Akainu's frantic explanations. After a long moment, she suddenly laughed, leaping into the bewildered man's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling off his red-striped dog mask. You really are a big fool. How could I possibly think that child had anything to do with you? Fool, fool, fool. The man behind the mask smiled gently at the enthusiastic woman, reaching out to stroke her smooth, long hair before enveloping her in his arms. Welcome back, I missed you so much. Iori playfully tapped her toes against the ground, nestling into his embrace, and after basking in the sweetness of the moment, she chimed, I made a heart-shaped bento for you as soon as I got back. Akina chuckled as he released her. Well, the timing is perfect. I'll hand this child over to Lord White Fang, and then we can go home together. Iori nodded obediently, taking Akainu's hand as they walked in sync, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Before the night fully enveloped the sky, Akainu escorted Tsukahoshi back to the office of Kakashi Hitaki, hastily bidding farewell before departing. As the afternoon waned, the pile of documents on the desk showed little sign of diminishment. Kakashi, weary, lifted his gaze from the papers to the now empty doorway, sighing. That guy must have been with Iori again. Honestly, he gets so flustered around her every time. What are we to do about it? After his mutterings, he stretched languidly, rising from his chair to gaze out the large window at the darkening world outside. Well, I suppose my work for today is done. Let us head home. He quickly gathered his things and approached Tsukahoshi, taking the boy's small hand in his. How was training today? Tsukahoshi maintained a serious expression, replying earnestly. Akina-senpai is very professional. Kakashi chuckled, switching off the office lights and naturally lifting Tsukahoshi into his arms as he leaped out of the window, his voice floating in the night breeze. He is my most trusted subordinate, exceptionally capable. He can guide you further in the future. I will do my best. I won't let you down. The little one smiled. Dad, I'm not that old yet, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm so hungry. Do you think Kakashi has made dinner by now? Chapter 10. Practice 2. The following day, Minako specifically sought out Sanzu to apologize. She placed a beautifully packaged bag of tea cakes before him, her amber eyes brimming with remorse. I'm sorry, Kitaki-kun. It wasn't that I didn't want to help you yesterday. I was simply too slow. I truly apologize. Sanzu shrugged off her concerns, shaking his head gently in response. It's all right. Her eyes sparkled with relief as she entwined her hands behind her back, hesitating for a moment before softly inquiring. So, we're still friends, right? Recalling Shikaki Sakumo's persistent encouragement, Sanzu raised an eyebrow slightly. As you wish. Minako, however, was visibly delighted, a flush blooming on her cheeks as she nodded vigorously and bounced back to her seat. Aside from the ruckus on the first day of school, Sansa faced no further overt challenges from his classmates throughout the remainder of the semester. They collectively chose to ignore the boy sitting in the corner. Fortunately, Sansa did not yearn for their approval. In fact, despite his cold demeanor towards everyone except Shikaki Sakumo and Kakashi, peculiar individuals like Obito and Minako still sought his friendship. Minako frequently visited under various pretenses, offering Sansa new flavors of tea cakes from her family. After being declined, she would gaze at him with her glistening eyes, poised to cry if her offerings were not accepted. Under Obito's reproachful stare, Sansa had no choice but to express gratitude and accept her gifts, subsequently handing them over to the eagerly awaiting Obito. Hey, Sanzu, are we training together after school today? Obito exclaimed, leaning onto Sansa's desk, his chin resting on its surface, his large black eyes blinking at the quietly reading boy. Sansa closed his book and nodded. Yes, before I left today. Shikaki Sakumo mentioned that Akainu has a mission and will not be available to guide him in training. Obito beamed, grinning widely. I feel like I'm making rapid progress since training with you. Kakashi, approaching the duo, rolled his eyes at Obito. When comparing the second and first place in the loser category, the improvement is indeed noticeable. Obito puffed his cheeks in indignation, about to retort when Sansa stood up first. I have made significant progress. After half a semester of training, I can now proficiently use the shadow clone technique. Sanzu's demeanor, which seemed aloof and difficult to approach at school, revealed a surprisingly gentle and somewhat clingy side when interacting with family and friends. Obito was taken aback upon their first encounter, but he gradually grew accustomed to it over the semester. After all, he had only two close friends. Rin and Sanzu. Kakashi counted as well, but Rin was a girl. Although Obito enjoyed training with Rin, having a peer, even one whose ninjutsu skills were inferior, was refreshing. Obito's confidence, often undermined by Kakashi and Rin, slowly began to resurface. He genuinely relished training with Sanzu. Kakashi observed Sansa's more agitated expression, suppressing a smile. His comment had indeed been aimed at Obito. After school, the trio, along with Rin whom Obito had spontaneously invited, ventured to the familiar woods. Kakashi adjusted his gray-green scarf and, with his hands in his pockets, stood before Sanzu and Obito, his expression neutral. Combat training commence. Rin clenched her fists nervously, standing beside Kakashi and quietly cheering for both participants. As Obito circled around Sanzu, he formed hand signs and exclaimed, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A fiery sphere erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Sanzu, who stood still. Having witnessed the potency of this technique, Sanzu was well aware of its danger, luckily. He had begun forming hand signs as soon as Kakashi had called for the start. This ninjutsu was the only other technique he had mastered besides the shadow clone technique, though it still proved somewhat taxing given his current chakra levels. Wind release, gale dance. An invisible flow of air swirled around his palms, propelled by his chakra. Perhaps due to Sanzu's mixed heritage, which was inherently linked to the currents of air, he found the wind particularly pliable as he executed the technique. As the two air currents left Sanzu's hands, they intertwined, spiraling toward the approaching fireball. The collision of wind and fire caused the great fireball technique to be intercepted mid-flight, transforming into a small, swirling fire tornado several meters high. Obito, unperturbed by the failure of his ninjutsu, swiftly appeared behind Sanzu. Elbow raised to strike his lower ribs while his other hand brandished a kunai aimed at Sanzu's neck. Despite the time that had passed, Sanzu still struggled with sensing the flow of chakra. Reacting belatedly to Obito's sudden appearance, he stepped back just in time to evade the elbow strike, raising his kunai to parry Obito's lethal thrust. Breathing heavily, Sanzu felt the toll of his previous wind technique weigh upon him, though not entirely exhausted. The sudden depletion of chakra made control exceedingly difficult. Each pulse of chakra through his veins required an iron will to suppress the surging dragon blood within him. Obito frowned, pressing his strength against Sanzu's block. Sanzu felt the pressure intensifying and furrowed his brow. He possessed the ability to counter Obito, but that required unleashing his mixed blood powers, something he was reluctant to do. Seeing himself cornered, Sanzu swiftly kicked toward Obito's knee. Caught off guard, Obito stumbled, losing his balance and retreating a few steps to regain distance. "Hey, Sanzu, that's unfair." Obito pouted, glaring at the boy from a distance. Kakashi interjected, waving his hand to declare the match concluded. "It's a draw." Rin hurried over, first checking if Obito was hurt before approaching Sanzu, extending a pristine white handkerchief. "Well done, Sanzu. Your performance today was exceptional." Sanzu hesitated, glancing at Kakashi in the distance before accepting Rin's handkerchief. He wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, Rin. I'll wash it and return it to you." Rin quickly waved her hand dismissively, smiling sweetly at Sanzu. "No need. I'm just glad to help." Obito rushed over, standing beside Rin with his hands on his hips, glaring at Sanzu. "Hey, why aren't you paying attention to me?" Sanzu shrugged helplessly. "In that situation, I had no choice." Kakashi approached, standing beside Sanzu with crossed arms, observing the irate Obito. "It seems the throne of the loser will now be yours." Obito erupted in anger. "Today was just a fluke. I will not accept being the loser." Sanzu was taken aback. "Wait, I'm the loser?" He turned incredulously to Kakashi, blinking in disbelief. "You mean the loser you mentioned was me all along?" Kakashi faltered, meeting Sanzu's dark eyes. The bravado he had shown Obito dissipated entirely, his confidence waning significantly. I meant your chakra control still needs further practice." He still recalled the extraordinary pressure Sanzu had exerted during their first duel, marked by his golden-eyed state and the hard-fought victory that had come with it. However, no matter how vehemently he urged Sanshing to activate his bloodline limit and engage in battle, the latter consistently declined, resembling a clumsy child who was starting anew and learning chakra. This often resulted in comical mishaps. Despite his earnest efforts, he found himself utterly exhausted and ultimately unsuccessful. Over time, Kakashi nearly forgot that when Sanshing truly exerted himself, he might even surpass Kakashi in strength. Sanshing stared blankly at Kakashi, who, in an evasive manner, turned his head away in silence. After a brief moment of quiet, Rin could no longer contain her laughter. "Ha ha, I apologize. It's just so rare to see you two brothers in such an adorable light. I couldn't help myself." Obito, bewildered beside her, scratched his head in confusion. "Adorable? Where's the adorableness?" "Sanshing, perhaps, but Kakashi, that rascal, is far from cute." "Oh, Obito, you simply don't understand." "What is it that I don't understand?" "Do enlighten me. Rinchan, please tell me." Chapter 11. Picnic. After Akainu departed the village to fulfill his duties, the time available to Sanshing after school significantly increased. Kiki Shoma generously granted him a week's vacation, allowing him to relax after a semester filled with tension. Although Sanshing initially hesitated, expressing a desire to continue his training, Kakashi supported Kiki Shoma's decision, reminding him that one is not merely a tool, and relentless pursuit of a dead end is futile. Sanshing cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, snorted softly, and ceased his refusals. Kiki Shoma smiled as he ruffled Sanshing's hair, reiterating that he had mentioned many times not to pressure himself. He then produced two small pendants strung with red thread from his pocket, placing one in Kakashi's hand and the other in Sanshing's. These were acquired during a previous mission to the Land of Hot Water, which he had requested his team to procure. Sanshing examined the pendant in his palm. It was quite unadorned, resembling a small black sphere. Kiki Shoma continued with pride, "Do not be deceived by its simplicity. This stone is a unique mineral from that region, quite rare in quantity, and it is said to possess calming properties that soothe the spirit." Kakashi rolled his eyes, dismissing it as a ruse. Kiki Shoma, undeterred, retorted, "You are mistaken. Many feudal lords from small nations seek this mineral at great expense. Kakashi, surprisingly acknowledging the truth in Kikishima's words, nearly huffed and turned his gaze away. With a victorious grin, Kikishima personally hung the red thread pendant around Sanshing's neck, the small black stone resting perfectly at the base of the youth's collarbone. This mineral also symbolizes health, longevity, and happiness for the wearer, he added. Yet, Kakashi did not contest this notion, simply adorning himself with the pendant as well. Sanshing glanced at Kakashi in surprise, only to receive a glare in response. Satisfied, Kikishima admired the pendants around the necks of the two young men. Well then, since we are all in agreement, I shall indulge in a bit of leisure today. Let us embark on a picnic. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the trio promptly gathered their picnic supplies and ingredients, each carrying a package as they stepped outside. The streets of Konoha remained as tranquil and serene as ever. Sanshing and Kakashi obediently flanked Kikishima's sides, the silver-haired man gazing up at the radiant sun overhead. Feeling the fatigue that had accumulated over time dissipate in an instant. Ah, I truly wish this happiness could last forever, he mused, his voice trailing with nostalgia. Sanshing looked up at the man's profile and, inexplicably, smiled in response. If only he could continue living with his family in this manner, it truly would be happiness. Ah, isn't that the girl from the tea cake shop? Sanshing and Kakashi followed Kikishima's gaze forward to see Minako emerging from a flower shop, a smile gracing her face. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. It is indeed Minako. He discreetly shot a sidelong glance at Sanshing. Sanshing, indifferent, withdrew his gaze. Yes, it is her, he replied flatly. Kikishima clapped his hands together in delight. Oh, is this young lady named Minako? What a lovely name. Are you friends? Kakashi interjected before Sanshing could respond. She is Sanshing's friend. She often brings him snacks. Sanshing frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. I told her not to bring any. I gave all those snacks to Itachi. She is willing to bring them for you. Kakashi shrugged. Sanshing sighed. The first time she brought them, I offered them to you. But you refused. Itachi wanted them, so I gave them to him. Kikishima stroked his chin and lowered his voice, reminding them, let us not bicker about this. She is approaching us, and it seems she has spotted you. With a smile, he stepped back, positioning himself behind the two boys, arms crossed, eager to observe. Sanshing and Kakashi ceased their conversation as Minako jogged up to them, first greeting Kikishima and Kakashi shyly before turning her flushed face towards Sanshing. Kiki-kun, what a coincidence. I rarely see you out and about. Sanshing met her bright amber eyes, instinctively averting his gaze. Yes, Minako continued. I just delivered takeout to the flower shop uncle for my mother. Sanshing displayed little interest in her errands, remaining silent for a moment before offering a simple, low-voiced yes. Perhaps sensing his disinterest, Minako lowered her head, fiddling with her skirt nervously. Are you preparing to train? She glanced toward the end of the road. Sanshing shook his head. No. The girl appeared somewhat perplexed and at a loss. She was not adept in combat or ninjutsu, her greatest aspiration being a medical ninja. Hence she had never trained alongside Sanshing and the others, accustomed to his serious demeanor. Nevertheless, as a girl harboring a crush, she hoped for a more special acknowledgement from him. Feeling dejected, she forced a smile. Well, you must have important matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. Actually, we are going for a picnic. Kikishima suddenly interjected, stepping beside her and bending slightly to offer a warm and gentle smile. You are Minako, are you not? If you do not mind, would you care to join us? Dad. Both Kakashi and Sanshing turned to Kikishima, astonished by his unexpected invitation. Minako, equally taken aback, looked incredulously at Kikishima, raising her hand to point at herself. Me? Can I? Kikishima shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, you are Sanshing's good friend. If you wish to join us, you are more than welcome, right, Sanshing? Sanshing exchanged a glance with Kakashi, then nodded at Kikishima. Yes. Thus, the four of them made their way to the tea cake shop, where Kikishima purchased some pastries and kindly asked the shopkeeper to allow Minako to accompany them on their picnic. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the blushing Minako standing nearby, before smiling and agreeing, packing additional sweets for Kikishima. Please take care of Minako. This is a small token of my gratitude. After some polite refusals, Kikishima accepted with a wry smile and beckoned the three children to follow him deeper into the forest. They chose a spot by a small stream for their picnic. Sanshing and Kakashi worked together to spread out the mat, while Minako washed the utensils by the water's edge. Kikishima confidently set up his fishing rod, proclaiming, Allow me to demonstrate my fishing prowess. Kakashi's fishing skills are a result of my teaching. Kakashi remained silent, and Sanshing, who had yet to witness Kikishima's skills, nodded in encouragement. Good luck. Minako chimed in from a distance by the stream. Mr. Kiki, please be sure to show us. As Kakashi observed the enthusiastic Kikishima striding upstream with his fishing rod, he could no longer suppress a roll of his eyes. He glanced at Sanshing, who was busy arranging the mat, and muttered, with him, we'll definitely end up without fish for dinner. Sanshing's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? He knows that your fishing skills are exceptional, so Kikishima's should not be far behind. Kakashi glanced at Minako, who was approaching with the utensils, and adjusted his scarf. In any case, I'll go look for some game. With that, he turned and leaped into the forest. Suddenly left in stunned silence, Sanching paused his movements, staring vacantly in the direction Kakashi had departed. Do we need to start a fire now? Came the voice of Minako from behind. Kenshin turned to see the girl smiling gently at him and nodded stiffly, stepping forward to take the items from her hands. Let me do it, he said softly. In his previous life, he often camped outdoors to hunt dragons, so starting a fire was second nature to him. Minako watched the dark-haired boy, who was full of energy as he began to gather dry twigs around them. She bit her lip and softly replied. Her gaze followed his movements, unintentionally fixating on his somewhat gaunt face. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Half a year ago, when they first met, Kenshin had appeared even more fragile, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. His pale, almost transparent face bore deep, dark eyes that were hauntingly different from the proud eyes of the Uchiha clan. Back then, the boy, holding hands with a man beside him, wore a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings while occasionally exchanging words with the man. When their eyes met, she was captivated by the sudden warmth that transformed his gaze, which had been frightening moments before. She hadn't expected those terrifying eyes to be so gentle and beautiful when smiling. Minako felt her heart skip a beat, summoning her courage. She reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt, only to clumsily cause him to stumble. It was no wonder he later rejected her friendship. It was all her fault for being so foolish. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, his name, Kenshin, was so melodious, far more elegant than her own ordinary name. She had thought their encounter was merely a coincidence, yet fate brought them together again at the Ninja Academy. Minako was overjoyed, eager to greet him, but he seemed to have forgotten her. But that was all right. Her mother had taught her that only brave girls could pursue their happiness. Despite not understanding why her classmates harbored such malice towards Kenshin, speaking of mist, monsters, and the like, she felt that he was unjustly isolated. Kenshin was clearly from Konoha. He had a father and brothers. He must have been misunderstood. If she stood firmly by his side during such times, surely he would soon recognize her merits. Having gathered enough firewood, Kenshin skillfully arranged it into a designated stack, then used a kunai to carve a rough piece of wood into shavings. After some effort, he quickly ignited a warm fire. He glanced at Minako, who seemed lost in thought for reasons unknown, and chose not to disturb her. Instead, he moved aside to fetch a small pot and filled it with water from the stream, placing it over the fire to boil. Once he completed these tasks, he noticed that Fumiyuki and Kakashi had yet to return. He walked a little farther away to practice his chakra. He did not stray too far through the foliage. He could still see the girl in the blue dress sitting upright, absent-mindedly fiddling with her skirt. Today's training was not going smoothly. The dragon's blood, which had stabilized, felt unusually agitated today, its intense heat palpable through his veins. In the tranquil forest, the occasional chirping of insects and birds could be heard, while the towering trees fragmented the sky into countless shallow blue shards. Kenshin dispersed the chakra he had painstakingly gathered in his palms, clutching his chest as he halted his training. Over the past half-year, he had refrained from reminiscing about his past life, deliberately choosing to forget the faces of those classmates who still lingered in his memory, since he had decided to embark on a new life in this world. Dwelling on the past served no purpose. Now, he had close family and delightful friends, and everything was progressing in a positively upward direction. Yet, he felt so weak. Having lost the boon of dragon's blood, his ordinary talents rendered his future in this world painfully evident. Fumiyuki had high hopes for him, and though unspoken, he sensed the considerable pressure exerted on that man from their classmates and teachers alike. Kenshin turned again to glance at the grassy clearing. Fumiyuki and Kakashi still had not returned, but Minako was no longer in a daze, now focused on stirring the pot of water over the fire. The dark-haired boy distanced himself again, leaping onto a sturdy branch. The wind was far harsher up high, yet softened under the sun's rays. Sanching's robe billowed as he closed his eyes and tilted his head back slightly, a look of almost reverent contemplation gracing his features. In the next moment, brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, yet reflecting a fierce aura through those golden pupils. The long-dormant dragon's blood surged within him, exhilarated, as an instinctual awareness made him feel that the winds surrounding him had grown intimate. Power flowed into him ceaselessly, a long-lost sensation that was intoxicating. Words of power, purifying the land. The air currents encircling Kenshin naturally coalesced, forming an impenetrable wall of wind. The branches and leaves, once swaying with the breeze, abruptly stilled in the absence of wind, and even the birds and insects ceased their calls. Silence reigned. Kenshin carefully noted that when the dragon's blood unleashed its power without hindrance, all his chakra was repelled, rendering him incapable of performing any jutsu. Sighing softly, he released the words of power and the golden gaze, causing a gust of wind to whip through the treetops. Returning to the picnic area, Kakashi had already returned and was engaged in casual conversation with Minako. Upon noticing Sanchin's approach, Kakashi lazily gestured towards a wild rabbit bound with vines nearby. You handle that. Minako quickly stood up. No, I'll do it. Kenshin has been busy for so long, and I haven't done anything yet. Kakashi scoffed, his masked face obscuring his expression, yet his eyes held a teasing glint as he looked at Kenshin. Let him do it. He's the best at this sort of thing. Kanshing said nothing, signaling Minako that he could manage on his own, and then picked up the rabbit, heading toward the riverbank. Kakashi watched Sanshing's retreating figure for a moment before turning to Minako. Why don't you call him by his name? Minako paused, lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, I worry that calling him by his name might offend him. Kakashi chuckled, lying back with one hand behind his head. You don't need to be so formal with that guy. He really doesn't mind. Minako gazed at Kakashi with envy, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Kakashi, you're so gentle. I truly admire you for being Sanshin's brother and being able to speak so freely with him. Her voice trailed off. If only Kanshing could speak to me like that. As the three of them roasted the rabbit, the savory aroma wafting through the forest. Fumiyuki finally returned, carrying a fishing rod. The catch in his bucket was surprisingly plentiful. Kanshing and Kakashi exchanged glances, choosing to selectively ignore the fact that there was actually very little bait left. Ah, you all started roasting the rabbit without me, the busy man exclaimed. His voice filled with mock reproach as the delightful scent of grilled meat mingled with the forest air. Chapter 12. First encounter with Danzo after a brief respite. Tsukumo Hatake returned to the mountain of administrative duties that awaited him, while Tsukikage and Kakashi resumed their mutual care for one another. Kakashi had long expressed his disdain for the monotonous curriculum at the Ninja Academy, thus Tsukikage was not particularly surprised when Kakashi proposed the idea of graduating early. However, he felt a twinge of melancholy and confusion. Why the haste to graduate and assume the mantle of a ninja, knowing full well the perilous missions that awaited? Deep down, he wished Kakashi would not graduate prematurely, or rather, before him. He could hardly fathom the daunting challenges Kakashi would face when the thrilling tasks depicted in books transitioned into reality. If given the chance, he would gladly serve as Kakashi's pathfinder. Kakashi shrugged, his gaze resolute. I aspire to become a ninja as exceptional as my father. That is my goal. He then turned to Tsukikage. I understand your father has spoken to you about joining the Umbu once you graduate. I recognize your strength. Though you lack some experience in ninjutsu, staying in school will not facilitate my growth, hence I must take this route. Tsukikage opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, ultimately clenching his fists and refraining from further words. Despite his diligent efforts, progress with chakra was always painfully slow. A warm hand gently brushed his forehead, and Tsukikage looked up, startled to meet Kakashi's magnified face, close enough to see. The silver-haired youth offered a slight smile, his previously stern features softening with a comforting expression. Do not worry, we live in peaceful times. Ninja missions are not as perilous as you imagine, and I shall proceed with caution. I am no fool. Tsukikage felt the warmth of Kakashi's hand on his forehead, a stark contrast to the long-held fears and worries within him, now voiced so casually by Kakashi. Embarrassed, he lowered his gaze. I understand, with a kind of still absent. Tsukumo Hatake engrossed in work, and Kakashi preparing for his early graduation, Obito appeared occupied as well. After several days of solitary training, Tsukikage surveyed the empty home and hesitated before deciding to venture out into the streets today. The bustling commercial street was lined with various shops. Skipping past the eateries, Tsukikage entered a ninja tools shop. In stark contrast to the lively magazine store next door, this weapons shop seemed forlorn, with the proprietor seated on a small stool at the entrance, engrossed in a large newspaper. Upon noticing Tsukikage, the owner lowered the paper from his face and adjusted his reading glasses. Young man, are you sure you've come to the right place? This is a ninja tools shop, after all. He gestured towards the adjacent store. If you seek the latest novels, you can find them next door. Tsukikage shook his head. I apologize, but I would like to take a look at the ninja tools, if that's all right. The owner, slightly taken aback, set down his newspaper and chuckled, stepping aside to allow Tsukikage entry. Very well, but do handle them with care. Most of the edges are quite sharp. Tsukikage nodded in gratitude and stepped inside. He had no particular purpose for being there. Tsukumo had not deprived him of training tools, and he was merely browsing. Upon entering, he discovered that despite its modest size, the shop boasted a comprehensive array of ninja tools, from shurikens to explosive tags and various ropes. Approaching a long sword propped against the wall, he grasped its hilt. The weight was somewhat excessive for a child, causing Tsukikage to raise an eyebrow as he lifted it. The blade was approximately the length of his arm, and as he slightly drew it from its scabbard, the dull blade bore the marks of age, exuding a faintly briny scent. Oh, you've taken notice of it? The owner, now behind the counter, paused upon seeing Tsukikage with the sword, his expression turning wistful. Tsukikage sheathed the sword and returned it to its place. I apologize for touching something without permission. The owner waved his hand dismissively, staring at the silent blade for a moment before removing his glasses to wipe them. This was my son's weapon. It's been 4 years now. Tsukikage pressed his lips together, choosing not to interrupt the old man's reverie. By your appearance, you must be a young ninja, right? The owner finally returned to the present, regarding Tsukikage with a kind smile. Tsukikage nodded and then shook his head. I am still in school. The owner chuckled. School is a good thing. I remember back in my day. He began to ramble on about times long past. Tsukikage stood quietly, listening until the owner abruptly returned to the present. I apologize. It's been so long since I've had a visitor. I tend to ramble. The young boy shook his head, bidding farewell as he left the cold, decaying tool shop. Turning back, the owner settled once more at the entrance, large newspaper in hand, reading intently through his glasses, a solitary figure basking in the afternoon warmth, as still as a statue. Meanwhile, the magazine shop next door buzzed with the laughter and chatter of youths coming and going. Sukikage departed the alley, seeking further exploration, when he suddenly collided with someone. The impact caused him to stumble back, and upon looking up, he found a middle-aged man with half his face wrapped in bandages standing before him, a smile dancing in his eyes. Sukikage was baffled as to how this individual had appeared so suddenly in his path, yet the man's silent and subtle movements suggested he was no ordinary person. My apologies. Sukikage thought quickly, stepping forward to sincerely offer his apology. The man gazed at Sukikage, his smile deepening. No harm done. Sukikage, puzzled by the man's unusual demeanor, inclined his head slightly and moved to continue on his way. After a few steps, he felt an odd compulsion to turn back, only to find the middle-aged man standing in the middle of the path, watching him with an odd intensity. You are called Masood Sukikage, are you not? The man's voice drifted softly to Tsukikage's ears, halting him in his tracks. Masu. This surname had only slipped from his lips when he awoke in the hospital and during the adoption registration with Tsukumo Hitaki. He was now adopted and known solely as Hitaki Tsukikage. Who was this person? Tsukikage turned again, regarding the man with a guarded and frosty gaze. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, taking 2 steps closer to Tsukikage, then raised his hands in a gesture of peace. There is no need for alarm. I am Shimura Danzo, and I would like to have a word with you. Meeting Danzo's single, determined eye, Tsukikage glanced around before reluctantly nodding. The two moved to a secluded corner, where Tsukikage halted, stepping back slightly, his back to the alley's exit as he faced the man standing deeper within. Speak. Danzo smiled at the cautious boy before him, resembling a wary kitten. There is no need for such vigilance. I am a colleague of your adoptive father, Tsukumo Hitaki. You may call me Uncle Danzo. Tsukikage remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on him, his dark eyes empty and aloof, unsure if he was even processing Danzo's words. Danzo exchanged glances with him for a while, ultimately succumbing to the gaze of those eyes. He displayed a resigned expression and sighed, alas, it truly saddens me. If I had not been a moment too late, perhaps the one who would have taken you in could have been me. You might have called yourself Shimizu-sensei. Sensei furrowed his brows tightly, a visceral wave of nausea compelling him to step back. Despite sensing no malice or murderous intent, the dragon's blood within him boiled strangely, forcing him to expend most of his energy suppressing the restless power. Get to the point. Sensei gritted his teeth, barely maintaining a calm tone. Danzo regarded the youth's eyes with keen interest, seemingly desiring to glimpse something deeper within that darkness. He slowly began. I have heard that you plan to join the Umbu after graduation. Have you considered coming to my route? Route? It is merely a division of the Umbu, sometimes referred to as the Umbu Training Department. I trust you can comprehend that name, Danzo said with a smile. Sensei's heart sank, and the words of refusal he had intended to voice transformed into a question upon meeting the man's singular, determined gaze. Why me? Danzo gradually retracted his smile, surveying the youth with an expressionless demeanor, raising his chin slightly. An air of authority cultivated through years of high office permeating the dim alley. You possess remarkable talent, and are a child I have set my sights on. They know nothing of your bloodline limit, while I can help you fully unleash your potential, allowing you to shine brightly in the right place, even to achieve renown in the ninja world someday. His conviction seemed unwavering, as if he believed the youth would willingly bow to him, eager to become his subordinate. Sensei remained silent for a long while, until Danzo's expression shifted to one of subtle displeasure, prompting him to finally speak. I apologize, Lord Danzo, but my child currently has no intention of joining Root. A gray-green figure descended from the sky, a tall man standing protectively in front of Sensei, his flowing white ponytail cascading gently as he landed. Danzo's expression darkened, his cold gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing Kakashi. What is it? Am I not allowed to have a conversation with the child? Kakashi humbly smiled, pulling Sensei close to his side and bowing slightly to Danzo. I apologize. It was not my intention to interrupt your casual chat with my Sensei. However, Sensei's master has returned to the village upon completing his mission, and he is quite eager to see his only disciple. Therefore, I must interrupt your conversation and take Sensei back to reunite with his long-lost master. Danzo regarded the man before him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Master. Akainu, if I recall correctly, his mission was in the Cloud Village. Such a distant journey would not allow for a swift return, would it? Kakashi maintained a composed demeanor, bowing his head. I too found it surprising. But Akainu indeed returned early and is currently reporting his mission in the Hokage's office. If Lord Danzo doubts my words, we can go to the Hokage's office together to verify. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, an invisible aura of menace pressing down on Sensei and Kakashi as if it had materialized. Sensei gritted his teeth. The already agitated dragon's blood within him could no longer be contained, urging him to confront this audacious challenger of the Dragon Clan's dignity. Unable to resist, Sensei reached out to grasp Kakashi's garment, stepping closer until he nearly pressed against the man. He lowered his head, desperately trying to conceal the golden light flowing in his eyes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the air lightened. Tawanzo cast a deep glance at the youth, nearly shrinking beside Kakashi, and snorted, "Since the timing is unfavorable today, let us cease here." He took a step, slowly passing by the two. Pausing momentarily beside the youth, "My words remain valid, young one. You may ponder them well." Sensei had no time to heed his words, gripping Kakashi's gray-green ninja vest, his body trembling slightly. The man's broad hand settled on Sensei's shoulder, gently patting him, his voice soft and ever so gentle. "Do not fear. I am here, my child." Chapter 13. Minor injuries after the incident. Kansei suddenly realized that his mixed blood identity might not only be a perilous ticking time bomb for the villagers of Kanahigakure, but could also serve as a tool for those with malevolent intentions. Being so weak, must he always rely on Kakashi Hatake to save him? Recently, Obito Uchiha had been feeling somewhat troubled. He noticed that his good friend Kansei had developed an intense interest in training. This was not to say that Kansei had previously lacked interest in training, but now he seemed somewhat obsessed with it. Obito, with tears brimming in his eyes, looked at Rin Noara and lamented, "Kansei dragged me to practice wind release all night long. It was terrifying. That guy didn't even flinch, even when his chakra was nearly depleted." "Boo-hoo, Rin." Rin glanced at Kansei, who stood with his arms crossed, and gently patted Obito's back in a comforting gesture. "Well, Kansei must be eager to catch up with Kakashi, right?" Speaking of Kakashi, Obito's previously woeful expression suddenly shifted. He stomped his foot in frustration. "That guy Kakashi submitted an early graduation application without telling us. How infuriating." Rin smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. After all, Kakashi has always been exceptional. Obito shot a jealous glance at Rin, pouting slightly before bouncing over to Kansei, hands on his hips, and asked, "Kansei, aren't you upset that Kakashi graduated early?" Kansei kept his eyes closed, responding indifferently, "If I have time to be upset, I might as well focus on training." Dejected, Obito hung his head, as if a fluffy tail had drooped behind him. "But we've been training nonstop for a month. I really want to go out and play." His voice diminished, becoming almost a whisper as he cautiously looked at Kansei, who had opened his eyes and regarded him coolly. Kansei replied flatly, "Sorry, it was my insistence to drag you along for training. If you're tired, I can train alone." Obito was taken aback, suddenly lunging to grab Kansei's arm. "No, I want to train with you." How could he abandon his friend? However, perhaps due to his eagerness, he lost control of his strength, and both boys suddenly tumbled to the ground, their foreheads colliding. Obito let out a sharp yelp and sprang up. Kansei, also sitting up while holding his forehead, glared at Obito. "Since you're willing, let us continue with the ninjutsu spar." Rin anxiously clutched her small medical kit, observing the two boys with concern. "Are you two alright? Is your forehead okay?" Obito cradled his head, tears of pain welling in his large black eyes, hastily wiping them away. He pulled down his orange goggles and mumbled to Rin, "I'm fine. I didn't tea." As he spoke, both Kansei and Rin turned to him. Rin rushed over, grabbing Obito. "Did you bite your tongue? Is it serious?" Kansei furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face as he looked at Obito. Obito desperately shook his head, covering his mouth. "I'm fine." Rin, unable to pry open Obito's mouth by force, glared at the stubborn boy for a moment before turning to Kansei. "Kansei, this is the result of your mischief. You need to take responsibility." Kansei nodded, stepping closer and ignoring Obito's struggles as he commanded, "Open your mouth." After some hesitation, Obito reluctantly complied. It seemed that the bite was indeed severe. Kansei noticed blood pooling at the base of Obito's tongue and quickly called for Rin. "Come take a look." Rin approached, and upon seeing the injury sighed, "This looks serious. I can't handle this level of wound." After a moment's thought, she suggested, "We should take him to the hospital." Obito's eyes widened. He wanted to insist that it was a minor injury that would heal quickly. But as he opened his mouth, the salty taste of blood flooded his senses. Now unable to speak, he could only helplessly roll his eyes, trying to convey his thoughts to his two friends. Clearly, no one understood. Kansei and Rin discussed the situation, and as the sun began to set, Rin, being a girl, felt it was inappropriate to stay out late alone, so Kansei decided to take Obito to the hospital. Sensing Kansei's reluctance towards hospitals from his words, Rin hesitated. "If it's too much for you, I can go instead. You don't have to force yourself." Kansei shook his head. "It's fine, you should go home." He pulled the unwilling Obito along as Rin watched them with concern, leading the way to the Konoha hospital. As dusk descended, the streets became less crowded, and by the time they arrived at the hospital entrance, twilight had fallen. Kansei stood at the hospital door, glancing at Obito, who had tightly pursed his lips. "It's all right, the doctor will just take a quick look." Now that they were at the entrance, Obito could hardly protest against seeing the doctor. He nodded and allowed Kansei to lead him inside. The hospital was not overly crowded, and Kansei approached the front desk. The nurse initially greeted them warmly, but her demeanor quickly shifted to shock and discomfort as she registered Obito. The doctors and nurses passing by continued to regard Kansei with the same peculiar looks they had given him 6 months prior. Fortunately, The young boy remained indifferent to their opinions, choosing to ignore their ridiculous stares. Yet, while he was unconcerned, perhaps others were not. Kansei cautiously glanced at Obito's expression from the corner of his eye. However, the Uchiha seemed lost in his own world, the orange goggles obscuring his emotions. Only revealing his lowered head as he obediently followed Kansei like a docile puppy down the quiet corridor. Noticing Kansei's gaze, Obito turned his head, and their eyes met. Before Kansei could look away, he saw Obito's pleading eyes peeking from beneath the goggles as he pointed weakly at his mouth. The wound on Obito's tongue was not severe. The doctor used a healing technique, and it quickly healed. The boy, now able to speak, sprang back to life like a car filled with fuel, pulling Kansei out of the hospital, excitedly exclaiming that they should continue their interrupted training. Kansei had no objection and gladly accepted Obito's invitation for further practice. However, as they approached the training grounds, they were halted by Kakashi, who looked at the two boys with their arms around each other and huffed. I heard that the slowpoke bit his tongue during training? Obito was momentarily speechless, feeling utterly embarrassed, and blushed furiously as he retorted loudly that was an accident. Kakashi huffed again, disdainfully glancing at Obito before turning to Kansei. It's getting late. You should head home. Though framed as a question, Kakashi's tone suggested it was a command rather than a choice. Obito, dissatisfied with Kakashi's annoying gaze, crossed his arms defiantly and pressed. Damn Kakashi, how did you know about about my visit to the hospital? Kansei glanced at Kakashi and gently tugged at Obito's sleeve. It was Rin who mentioned it. She is really observant to have sought you out. From just a few words, he could tell that she sensed his aversion to hospitals and thoughtfully brought family for comfort and support. Rin, truly a gentle girl. Upon the mention of Rin, Obito felt a wave of despondency wash over him. To his dismay, he never anticipated that such an embarrassing incident would be witnessed by Rin. Ah, how mortifying. Kansei offered him a comforting word, yet Obito's spirit sank even lower as he bowed his head in dismay. Moreover, I feel as if I've made no progress in my training lately. Your wind release techniques have been advancing, while my fireball jutsu seems stagnant. Kakashi couldn't contain himself any longer. So, are you, the perennial underachiever, considering giving up? The word struck like an incantation, instantly reviving Obito's spirit. He placed his hands on his hips and glared at Kakashi. You insufferable Kakashi. I have tolerated you for far too long. How could I possibly give up? My aspiration is to become Hokage. He turned to face the Hokage rock, confidently pointing at the blank wall beside the third Hokage. That spot will one day bear my visage. With pride, he straightened his posture and turned to Kansei, flashing a grin. In the future, I shall appoint Kansei as my Hokage advisor, and as for Kakashi, he scanned Kakashi with a mock seriousness before turning away. Humph. I shall reluctantly designate you as my Anbu captain. Kakashi rolled his eyes, dismissing Obito's fanciful thoughts, and turned to Kansei. Today, my father is rare in the kitchen, so I wanted to invite you home for dinner. Kansei paused, glancing at Obito, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, but Obito suddenly seemed to shy away, diverting his gaze. It's Uncle Kakashi cooking, Kansei. You should hurry home. I can practice a bit longer on my own. Kansei inquired, aren't you coming home? Obito scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. It's all right. I've stored extra meals in the fridge. I can just heat them up whenever. Kansei was aware that Obito was an orphan, and after a moment of silence, he looked up at Kakashi. Kakashi instantly grasped Kansei's intent, raising an eyebrow and pursing his lips slightly. He reluctantly spoke. Well, would you like to join us for dinner? Obito looked up in astonishment, meeting Kakashi's fierce gaze, instinctively shrinking back. What did you say? Kakashi shot a glare at Kansei, then turned back to Obito with a feigned annoyance. If you don't want to, that's fine. Kansei, let us go. Kansei gently tugged at Obito's arm. We have extra bowls and chopsticks at home. Tonight, Kakashi and I will see you back. Obito stared blankly at Kansei and Kakashi. Really, can I? His smile faded, and he nervously scrutinized their expressions, fearing to find any semblance of reluctance. Yet the two brothers nodded in unison, and Kansei reiterated the invitation, let us go. Thus, with tears threatening to spill, Obito followed the two, sniffling softly. Kakashi feigned annoyance. You slowpoke, don't fall behind. Obito hastily wiped his face, sprinting a few steps to position himself between them, and suddenly exclaimed, thank you. Both brothers turned their heads to look at him. The Uchiha boy, with his tuft of spiky hair, flushed with embarrassment, nervously glancing left and right before ultimately diverting the conversation. Kakashi, you know, when you're not being a jerk, you're not so intolerable. Chapter 14. Best friends and mere companions. After celebrating the 6th birthday of Tsanshin, Kakashi submitted his early graduation application, and the school's graduation examination was a mere formality for him. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired boy adorned in a gray-green scarf donned the standard forehead protector of Konoha, thus becoming a true ninja. In the absence of Kakashi at school, Tsanshin grew increasingly aloof and reclusive, blending into the background of his class like a specter, while both classmates and teachers alike chose to overlook his presence. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A glimmer of pale light sliced through the air, cleaving the wooden post before him in two. The instructor approached. observing the jutsu exhibited by Sanshing, which surpassed his expectations. With narrowed pupils, he cast a wary and frigid glance at the dark-haired boy standing aside, declaring, "You are qualified. You may proceed freely." Sanshing turned and walked away, leaning against a grand tree to gradually regain the chakra he had just expended. In the open space ahead, classmates were engaged in pair battles, yet ultimately, they were merely children. After the initial serious exchange of subpar jutsus and shuriken, the lesson devolved into laughter and playful antics. The previously stern instructor made no effort to enforce discipline, standing with arms folded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he watched the energetic children. Following Kakashi's graduation, Sanshing found himself without a partner in the paired training sessions. Minako and Obito had expressed a desire to team up with him, but were swiftly reprimanded by the teacher. Stick to the original pairings for training. Sanshing learned to disregard the subtle glares laden with malice from his peers and found an old wooden post to practice his jutsu. As he trained alongside Akainu, his understanding of chakra deepened, revealing the distinctions between himself and the people of this world. The most apparent difference was that while others derived their chakra from a combination of mental and physical energy, rendering depletion perilous, often life-threatening, Sanshing's chakra seemed to flow naturally from external sources into his being. Not fully understanding the disparities between his chakra and that of others, he surmised that perhaps his jutsu might possess slightly greater potency. In any case, having fulfilled the requirements of the combat lesson ahead of time, he was free to leave early. "Are you Kakashi's brother?" Just as Sanshing prepared to rise, a familiar boy clad in a black tank top stood before him. Sanshing scrutinized the boy for a moment, eventually recalling from his limited knowledge of his classmates that he was Might Guy, a peculiar fellow who often encountered Kakashi on the road and challenged him to duels. "What do you want?" Sanshing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Guy stared at Sanshing for a moment, then suddenly pointed his finger at the bewildered boy, exclaiming, "You must be Kakashi's brother. If so, come face me in a fiery battle of youth." Sanshing, slightly exasperated, pursed his lips. This individual, who had trailed Kakashi during their competitions, had seemingly only had eyes for Kakashi. Was he really uncertain about Sanshing's relationship to Kakashi? Shaking his head, Sanshing decisively replied, "No." Guy, undeterred by the rejection, flashed a knowing smile and gave Sanshing a thumbs up. "Just like Kakashi, your refusal is equally spirited." Sanshing regarded him coolly. "I remember you. Your jutsu scores are poor. You cannot defeat me." Guy paused momentarily, his smile widening as he puffed out his chest. "I admit my jutsu is lacking, but I will ignite my youth and surpass you in taijutsu. I've decided. I will perform 500 frog jumps around Konoha right now." Before he could act, teammates approached, observing the excited Guy with a mix of awe and concern. "Hey, we're in class. Can you not run around?" Guy eagerly responded. "In that case, I'll have to wait until after school to ignite my youth." He once again flashed a thumbs up at Sanshing before following his teammates back to the training grounds. Sanshing's ears perked up, catching snippets of Guy's conversation with his teammates. "Why did you talk to that weirdo? HM? You mean Kakashi's brother? He's quite an amusing rival. They're not actually brothers. And that guy is nothing like Kakashi, the genius. Never mind, there's no point in explaining to someone like you, who only thinks about muscles. I've decided. I'll add 200 more, making it 700 frog jumps around Konoha after school." As the two distanced themselves, Sanshing rubbed his brow. Now was not the time for self-pity. Kakashi had become a ninja, and he could not afford to fall behind, especially since he had already promised Shikaku to join his Umbu. Feeling a significant portion of his chakra restored, Sanshing clenched his fist and resolutely left the school. In the familiar forest training ground, he quickly formed hand signs, shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, a replica of himself appeared beside him. Success! Sanshing promptly dispelled the clone and formed the signs once more, shadow clone technique. With a resounding pop, a second Sanshing stood at his side. Perhaps fueled by an inexplicable fury within, he successfully executed the technique multiple times in succession. Sanshing paused, satisfaction washing over him as he beheld the fifth successful clone. Over the past year, his chakra capacity and control had significantly improved, yet he had often struggled with this fundamental technique. Thankfully, he had finally overcome this shortcoming. Meeting the requirements for Jinin graduation, half a year after Kakashi's graduation, Sanshing too had achieved the necessary ninja proficiency. As for the written examinations, Sanshing, who had been a top student in his previous life, could navigate them with ease. "I can become a ninja. I can assist Uncle Shikaku. I can embark on missions with Kakashi." Ecstasy filled Sanshing as he perched atop the highest branch in the forest, his lithe form swaying gently with the breeze. The frustration that had previously weighed on his chest dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of serene joy that compelled him to smile. It dawned on him that he had not thought of his past life in a long time. That blood-soaked existence, which felt like a fleeting dream, had once bestowed him with countless joyful memories. Yet now, he was fortunate to possess a new family, whose profound care and love left no room for betrayal in his heart. He buried the remnants of his torn past deep within, choosing to devote himself wholeheartedly to this world and the family he cherished. "I'm sorry," Sanshing silently repeated in his heart. He recognized the selfishness of his actions but could only implore the lingering spirits in his memories to haunt him as nightmares. Yet, in response to his yearning, only a deep, shadowy darkness enveloped him. Sanshing. Obito's voice pulled Sanshing from his reverie. He looked down to see the boy with orange goggles standing beneath the tree, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. As the brilliant star leapt from the branch, an exquisite mood caused the corners of his mouth to curve upwards. He turned to Obito and inquired, "What is the matter?" Obito, taken aback, cast a skeptical glance at the smile gracing the star's lips. "What happened? Why are you so happy?" he asked, pouting slightly, only to suddenly appear a bit despondent. "I was worried you were feeling down because you might graduate early." The star finally retracted his smile, clearing his throat to restore his usual aloof demeanor. "I have mastered the shadow clone technique." He shared this joy with Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito's elation was fleeting. His head drooped immediately. "Doesn't that mean you can graduate early as well? How infuriating. Why is everyone progressing so quickly?" He looked genuinely dejected, squatting down and sulking while pulling at the grass beneath him. "At this rate, how can I ever catch up to you all?" The star paused, realizing through their long-standing companionship that Obito was indeed a child of considerable talent. However, his somewhat carefree personality sometimes led to a lack of finesse in executing ninjutsu, resulting in occasional blunders. The star also understood that Obito's aspiration was to surpass Kakashi and be regarded as an exemplary child in the eyes of others. He extended his hand, aiming to help Obito rise. "You are exceptional, I know it." Obito looked up, his dark eyes shimmering with intensity as they locked onto the stars. "Really? But every time I stand next to Kakashi, Rin praises his handsomeness and excellence." After a moment of silence, the star reaffirmed, "You are equally remarkable, truly." Grasping the star's hand, Obito stood up. "I initially thought I could graduate before you. At least that would prove that I am also diligent and capable of protecting those I wish to safeguard. Yet I find myself one step behind you." He sighed and rubbed his eyes. When he lifted his head again, determination had rekindled in his eyes. "Well, it seems I must strive even harder, considering our ninjutsu prowess was once comparable." He turned to face the Hokage rock, the evening glow reflected in his eyes, resembling a burning flame. "But I will not give up, for my dream is to become Hokage." The star had long known that Obito was the kind of person who could feel disheartened for a mere 5 seconds, yet remain optimistic for the rest of the day. He nodded in agreement, encouraging him, "Keep it up." Obito huffed, looking at the star with a mix of exasperation and affection. "You know, if you just explained things to everyone, those misunderstandings could be cleared up. Yet, here you are, being so foolish. Humph. It's only during moments like these that I come to comfort you. Hurry and admit that I am your best friend." The star chuckled softly and shook his head. This was a long-standing prejudice, not merely directed at him as an individual, but a result of years of accumulated animosity that had forged such a predetermined situation, far too intricate to be resolved with mere words. Seeing the star remain silent, Obito shot him a glare, raising an eyebrow in encouragement. "Come on, say it. Am I not your best friend?" The star, with a resigned glance, let out a soft snort. Obito crossed his arms defiantly. "Is that so reluctant? Is it because Minako is so kind to you that I rank behind her? And what about Rin? She doesn't count." His face flushed slightly, and he quickly shifted the subject. "You, of all people, with such a brooding nature, somehow managed to attract a girl as adorable as Minako." The star unexpectedly flicked Obito's forehead, causing him to blink in surprise. "Minako is different from you. In what way?" The star hesitated before slowly shaking his head. "I don't know." He was aware that Minako likely harbored feelings for him, as even Kakashi and Obito had noticed. The girl's innocent and fervent emotions were so overt, even if its owner desperately tried to conceal them. Yet, the star himself was still ensnared in confinement. His encounter with Danzo had made him acutely aware that the unwarranted envy and malice from outside the school had not vanished. Rather, it was mitigated by Tsukumo's sheltering presence. He had relied on Tsukumo's kindness to navigate through life safely, even finding happiness thus far. He needed to grow stronger, to a point where he no longer needed others to shoulder his burdens, strong enough to protect all those he cherished. Therefore, treating the girl as a friend while maintaining a restrained distance was the best response the star could offer. Chapter 15. The teacher and the teacher Kakashi had recently accompanied a team on a mission outside the village, leaving Kanshing's graduation exam to be overseen by Shikamu. After more than a year of diligent training and mastering the release of chakra, Kanshing effortlessly passed the graduation exam and was awarded the Leaf Ninja headband by his teacher. Shikamu stood proudly at the school gate, watching Kanshing exit with the headband in hand, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. "At first, I believed you would only be able to graduate through special means, but you have surpassed the limitations of your bloodline through your own efforts." He sighed softly, affectionately ruffling the boy's soft hair. "You are truly remarkable, Kanshing. I am proud of you." Kanshing looked up, meeting the man's ever-gentle gaze, and smiled softly. "I will strive to make you proud." As he graduated early, Kanshing was assigned to a team led by a Chunin, starting with the most basic D-rank missions. D-rank missions involve daily tasks commissioned by the villagers, such as digging ditches, farming, transporting goods, and capturing stray cats and dogs. Kanshing was a quiet presence in the team, and the captain paid him no mind, having already received instructions to take care of the boy. However, from the captain's perspective, Kanching needed no such care. Though he appeared somewhat aloof, his efficiency in completing tasks was remarkably high, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of his peers who had undertaken multiple missions. Observing Kanching effortlessly capturing a troublesome orange cat, the captain pondered whether this was the essence of talent. The boy could resolve such chaotic tasks in less than half a day with ease. Well done, he praised, receiving the now docile cat with a smile. Kanching humbly replied, "You flatter me." The captain, admiring the boy who barely reached his chest, noted, "Your performance in recent tasks has been commendable. Your completion rate for D-rank missions is nearly up to standard. Our team will embark on our first official mission the day after tomorrow." Kanching finally showed interest. Raising his head with an expectant gaze fixed on the captain. "What is it?" Evidently still a child, his calm demeanor couldn't mask his excitement. The captain chuckled inwardly. Clearing his throat, "A young lady from the land of fire is to be married to the land of iron and has entrusted us with her escort." Kanching nodded solemnly, turning to prepare to return home and gather his belongings. The captain called out to him from behind, "Hey." The boy turned back, looking curiously at the somewhat portly middle-aged man. "Is there anything else, Captain?" The man chuckled, approaching to pat the boy's shoulder, and produced a piece of candy from his pocket, placing it in Kanching's hand. "This is from old Kazuki, who asked me to give it to you for your help with the ditch this morning. He said you did an excellent job." The man regarded the boy with warmth in his eyes. "The task the day after tomorrow is not dangerous. There is no need to be overly anxious. Just rest well at home for these 2 days." Kanching stared at the candy for a moment, then lowered his head and softly responded, "All right." With the sun still hanging in the sky, Kanching estimated that Shikamu would be busy for a while longer. He decided to purchase some items to visit the Umbu and seek guidance from Akainu regarding his training. He chose a tea shop, selecting several tea bricks according to Shikamu's taste, and nearly collided with a hurried customer as he exited. Kanching sidestepped to avoid the individual, raising an eyebrow in surprise as his eyes widened. It was teacher Ayase. Ayase Daiki raised an eyebrow in astonishment, his gaze sweeping over the packaging in Kanching's hands, letting out a derisive snort. How unfortunate. Kanching bit his lip, unconcerned. Since the beginning of school, Ayase had openly displayed his extreme dissatisfaction with Kanching's background, indirectly leading to the boy's isolation by his peers. This intense sentiment eventually culminated in the school transferring Ayase to teach another grade. Setting aside his special treatment of Kanching, Ayase was an excellent teacher and well-liked by the students. Watching Kanching ignore him and turn away, Ayase suddenly seemed enraged. He glared at the boy's back, quickening his pace to catch up and grabbing Kanching's slender arm, pulling the startled boy into a corner of the street. "Kiryu Kanching, why do you not greet your teacher when you see him? Do you think graduation grants you the freedom to disregard respect for your elders?" Ayase glared at the boy before sneering. It is no surprise that someone from that place would be so rude. Kanching carefully held his tea bricks, gazing calmly at the man before him. "I apologize, teacher. I believed you did not wish to speak with me." Ayase met Kanching's cold, lifeless gaze, his fury escalating. "You think you can act as you please just because you are backed by Lord White Fang. Don't assume that you can do as you wish in the village." Kanching interjected, interrupting Ayase's impassioned tirade. "I apologize, teacher. Allow me to reiterate that I have no ties to the Mist Village. My family resides in Konoha, and I love them." Ayase froze momentarily, his eyes narrowing as he met Kanching's gaze. After a brief standoff, he averted his eyes, seemingly deflated, and turned slightly away, taking a deep breath before continuing. "You best hope that your thoughts align with your words. I will be watching you." He huffed angrily, leaving before Kanching could respond. Kanching watched the man hastily depart, feeling little anger within himself. He understood that prejudice could distort one's rationality, and the hurtful words were perhaps not born from malice. Moreover, Ayase had indeed devoted himself to teaching, and his sudden transfer was likely due to Shikamu's intervention on Kanching's behalf. Upon encountering Shikamu, the man appeared to be preoccupied with work. Little Kanching, your visit brings me joy. However, I am a bit busy at the moment. Let Akainu-sensei keep you company until I finish work, and we can return home together." He paused his writing, pressing his pen to his temple, revealing a troubled expression before looking up at the boy with an apologetic gaze. He formed several hand seals and pressed one hand to the ground, summoning jutsu. A small gray and white dog sprang from the summoning circle, leaping onto Shikamu, licking at his temples. Shikamu expertly grasped the dog by the nape and tossed it into Kanching's arms. "Hanako, don't be troublesome. Please take Kanching to find Akainu for me. Thank you." Strangely enough, the previously lively dog, upon landing in Kanching's embrace, whimpered softly and settled down, listening to Shikamu's words. It wagged its tail slightly, looking up with wet eyes at the boy holding it. Kanching gently placed Hanako on the ground and smiled at the man who had returned to his desk. Diligently writing. "I will go find the teacher now." He set the gift bag aside on a nearby table. Akainu was chatting with Iori. The orange-haired woman perched atop a slightly higher desk, laughing animatedly about something. Upon seeing Hanako enter with Kanching, the two concluded their conversation, and Iori bounced over to the boy, leaning down to ruffle his cheeks. "Little Kanching, it's been a while. I haven't yet congratulated you on your successful graduation. Kanjing stepped back, allowing the other party's affectionate gesture to pass. Thank you, Iori sister. I am truly delighted that you returned safely from your mission. Iori pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Little Kanjing, we are so familiar with each other. Why do you still maintain such a distant demeanor towards your elder sister? She gazed at Kanjing with a hint of melancholy for a moment before suddenly brightening up with a smile. However, I do adore your personality, it's simply adorable. Behind her, Akainu cleared his throat, crouched down, and affectionately ruffled Hanako's head, skillfully producing a piece of dried meat to offer. Then, he turned to Kanjing and inquired, how have you been mastering the wind release technique I taught you? Given your diligence, you must have become quite proficient during my extended absence, correct? Kanjing nodded. Actually, I was hoping to inquire about some details regarding the body flicker technique. Akainu was slightly taken aback. Haven't you already graduated? The body flicker technique is a fundamental ninjutsu. Is there anything you don't understand? My strongest ninjutsu is wind release. And I have gathered some insights on manipulating wind flows. I read in a book that combining my proficient chakra nature with the body flicker technique can yield superior results. Akainu and Iori exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. Akainu remarked, I never imagined you had begun to delve into this aspect. Well done. The texts indeed confirm its feasibility. He clasped his hands before his chest to form a seal, and before uttering a word, his figure dissolved into countless scattering leaves, which then coalesced before Kanjing. Observing the astonished expression on the young man's face, Akainu couldn't help but smile with pride. This is the body flicker technique of Konoha, an advanced technique reserved for Jonin. Kanjing nodded thoughtfully before asking again, if I wish to incorporate my strongest wind into the body flicker technique, how should I proceed? Akainu gestured for Kanjing to sit down, and began to meticulously share his understanding of the technique, offering suggestions in response to Sanjing's inquiries. Iori, watching the animated man and the attentive boy, smiled subtly as she quietly served them warm tea and snacks, then settled down cross-legged, playfully interacting with the ninja dog, Hanako. As Akainu grew increasingly animated in his explanations, he suddenly felt a parching thirst just as he reached a crucial point. Without a second thought, he lifted the nearby tea and drank it all at once. He then slightly turned his head, casting a gentle glance at the woman beside him who was playing with the dog, before continuing his elucidation. Chapter 16, C-Class Escort Mission. 1. 2 fleeting days elapsed, and as Sanjing appeared at the entrance of Konohagakure bathed in the morning light, his 3 teammates were already awaiting his arrival. The team leader, upon confirming the presence of all members, gestured with a wave, let us depart. Their foremost destination was the capital, where they were to escort a young lady. The journey proved to be far from dull. The captain and the other 2 engaged in casual conversation, sharing anecdotes about the customs and cultures of various nations, as well as amusing tales from their village. Though Sanjing refrained from participating in these discussions, the cheerful banter of his companions was not an unwelcome presence. The lady requiring protection hails from the esteemed tree clan of the Land of Fire, her full name being Shuju Yuli. Upon their arrival at the grand estate of the tree clan, the captain took the lead in negotiations. The tree clan is a venerable noble family, with its men often serving in close positions at the daimyo's court, and it is said that an elder of the family once attained the rank of Minister of the Interior, thus holding a significant place in history. After some discussions at the entrance, the captain escorted the trio into the mansion, where they marveled at the exquisite decorations adorning the interior. The 4 soon paid their respects to the clan leader before encountering their charge. Miss Tree emerged gracefully from behind the curtain. Clad in a white kimono adorned with red floral patterns, her face partially concealed by a veil. She bowed to the 4, her voice soft and melodious, akin to the gentle sway of an iris flower. I am fully prepared for our departure. Father, please make the necessary arrangements. The clan leader, his demeanor stoic as he inhaled from his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke before declaring, in that case, we shall set off immediately. There is no time to waste. Thus, the 4 ninjas followed Miss Tree to the carriage, which soon rumbled forth from the capital of the Land of Fire. One of Sanjing's companions, a youth named Kazuma Zai, frequently turned back to gaze at the grand procession, exclaiming in hushed tones to another, is this truly the extent of a princess's wedding entourage? The other, Tanaka Yujin, who shared a close bond with Kazama, did not disguise his disdain. Have you ever witnessed a royal wedding? Kazama shot him a look of disbelief. Look at those wheel tracks. Surely they indicate the weight of the treasures within those boxes. Tanaka rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That may be so, but I swear, having heard the lady speak earlier, she is undoubtedly a beauty. The captain, overhearing their exchange, admonished. We are currently on a mission. Refrain from idle chatter. While this task may not be perilous, it is of utmost importance, so I expect your full attention. Kazama and Tanaka swiftly composed themselves, replying in unison, yes, before dispersing to survey their surroundings for potential threats. The captain then cast a glance at the young Sanjing, letting out a slight sigh, uncertain of how to best guide the boy. Just then, his gaze fell upon the carriage at the center of the convoy, where Miss Tree awaited. With a smile, he pointed towards the carriage and instructed Sanjing, your task is to ensure the safety of Miss Tree. Please take your position by her carriage. Sanjing nodded earnestly, repositioning himself alongside the carriage and slowing his pace. A warrior accompanying the convoy noticed him and approached, inquiring, "Is there an issue?" Sanqing shook his head, explaining, "The captain has assigned me to protect Miss Tree." The warrior hesitated momentarily, then said, "Allow me to inform the lady." He hastened to the carriage, leaning in to whisper a few words through the window. Sanqing observed a delicate, fair hand parting the curtain, and the soft veil fluttered as the lady's gaze met his. She beckoned him closer. The warrior called out to Sanqing, "Ninja, please approach." Sanqing complied. "How may I assist you, miss?" Her gentle voice replied, "I do not require additional escort. However, could you please ensure the safety of the valuables accompanying me?" Sanqing turned to survey the heavy boxes laden on the convoy. "The captain has entrusted me with your protection." Miss Shuju sighed softly. "Very well." The convoy continued its slow progress, and at this pace, the escort journey would undoubtedly take at least half a month to reach the capital of the Iron Country. As night fell, the group found a sheltered spot to camp. After ensuring that no suspicious figures lurked within a 5-kilometer radius of the carriage, Sanqing returned to the captain's side and began gnawing on a dry biscuit. The captain approached, offering him a piece of jerky. "The biscuit is rather tough, isn't it?" "It's only the first day, and with everyone feeling tense, we didn't have time to prepare fresh provisions. It will improve later." Sanqing accepted the jerky, thanking him. The captain settled beside him. "Tonight, we will rotate shifts. You and I will guard the first half of the night while Kazama and Tanaka will take over for the latter half. Is that agreeable?" Sanqing nodded in assent. The captain chuckled lightly, appearing quite at ease. "Do not worry. It is merely an escort mission." Sanqing glanced once more at the piled gifts, which in the dim night seemed to resemble crouching beasts, coldly watching over them. He withdrew his gaze, murmuring, "Understood." The first half of the night passed in tranquility, which was not unexpected, as they had only recently departed from the Land of Fire, a prosperous nation characterized by relative peace and stability. Sanqing found a forked branch to support himself and, cradled by the moonlight, drifted into slumber. In the following days, they encountered a few bands of thieves eyeing the substantial convoy, but each time, the force swiftly dealt with the threats before they could approach. The convoy steadily advanced to the border of the Land of Fire, and from a vantage point, one could faintly glimpse the distant territory of the Iron Country. Upon reaching this point, the group, having been on high alert for so long, began to relax slightly. For the Tree Lady's family had arranged an escort team at the border to receive them, with the protection of 2 prominent families. Their safe arrival in the capital of the Iron Country seemed all but assured. "Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down," the captain instructed Sanqing and the others. "During the mission, we must remain alert at all times. This is a fundamental requirement of being a ninja." He fixed an earnest gaze upon Sanqing, the novice, noting the boy's consistently calm demeanor with satisfaction. "Understood, Captain. You always deliver this lecture at the start of a mission," Kazama interjected with a grin. "Indeed. You can trust us to handle our duties," Tanaka added, chuckling. The captain could only shake his head in exasperation at his 2 subordinates. "You two should enroll in the CH9 exams as soon as this mission concludes. Do not burden me with your antics." "Absolutely not, Captain," came the playful protest. Sanqing, perched on a nearby branch, kept a watchful eye on the movements around the lady's carriage while eavesdropping on his teammate's banter. Their theatrical tones prompted a shiver from the captain and drew a subtle smile from Sanqing. Thanks to the camaraderie of his companions, the squad was filled with laughter, and the captain's kindness toward each member fostered a nurturing environment. This serene atmosphere allowed the tension that Sanqing had held since the mission's commencement to ease slightly, prompting him to adjust his stance and observe the orderly setup of the camp. He gazed up at the twilight sky, the dusk waning, the night encroaching. Meanwhile, the captain urged Kazama and Tanaka to hurry and rest. "Go on, get some sleep, you 2 scamps, lest you be sluggish during the night watch." The radiant star leaped nearby to inspect the carefully laid traps, then turned back to the captain, nodding affirmatively and gesturing nonchalantly to indicate that all was well. Chapter 17. C-Rank Escort Mission 2. As night deepened, an enveloping silence settled around, the embers of the campfire flickering gently, producing an occasional crackle. The chosen resting place for the night was situated behind a massive boulder, where Sanqing sat atop, gazing up at the moonlight while absently rubbing the small stone hanging around his neck. It was a tranquil night, with the sounds of birds and cicadas having succumbed to slumber, leaving only the sound of his shallow breaths, as if the solitude of the universe enveloped him. The youth found himself immersed in this somewhat melancholic atmosphere, his gaze wandering aimlessly until it suddenly froze. He struggled to form a few clumsy hand seals, and in an instant, his form distorted and vanished into the gently stirring night air. In the very spot he had occupied moments before, several shuriken glimmering with a dangerous purple hue fell like deadly raindrops. "Captain!" Sanqing's figure reappeared nearby, exhaling softly before shouting, "They are not ordinary bandits. They have silently bypassed the surrounding traps and eluded my senses. What lies before us is undoubtedly a contingent of unknown, well-trained ninjas." The captain, displaying remarkable acumen, had already been on guard, responding to an instinctual warning even before Sanqing detected the anomaly. Upon hearing the boy's urgent call, he immediately bellowed, "Enemy attack!" Simultaneously, several objects emitting black smoke were hurled into their camp, exploding upon impact and releasing a chaotic cloud of darkness. "Beware of the poison gas," echoed the cries of the accompanying samurai, as horses and servants erupted into a cacophony of panic. The scene devolved into chaos. Within the dark mist, lethal projectiles continued to rain down from all directions. Sanshing, his vision obscured, could only clumsily raise his hands to deflect the shuriken hurtling toward him. Cries of agony pierced the air, revealing that a few unarmed servants, huddled together in their frantic flight, had inadvertently been struck down by the hidden weapons. Collapsing at his side, their lips darkening as they clutched their throats. Sanshing enveloped himself in a thin layer of chakra to shield against the toxic fumes. Two figures landed beside him, Keisuke and Tanaka, who seemed to manage the onslaught of projectiles with relative ease. As Tanaka deflected the errant shuriken, he turned urgently to Sanshing and said, "Leave this to us. The captain is tracking their whereabouts. You must protect Miss Shuyu." With that, Sanshing halted his movements, taking advantage of their cover to swiftly dart toward the location of the carriage where Shuyu was supposed to be. The unexpected assault from atop the boulder had sent a chill down his spine, causing cold sweat to bead along his back. In his previous life, he had served as a field officer on the front lines against Dragonkind, witnessing brutal, bloody skirmishes. Yet, the subtlety and malice inherent in ninja combat was a different breed altogether. Had it not been for the wind body flicker technique he had developed with Akainu 2 days prior, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade the sudden attack. Upon reaching the carriage, he formed seals to summon a small whirlwind that dispersed the surrounding toxic mist. Glancing at the relatively intact carriage, he called out urgently, "Miss Shuyu, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, Ninja Lord," came the resolute voice from within the carriage, tinged with urgency. "Please leave this to my samurai. You must ensure the safety of my bridal dowry. This is my command as the client." Her tone brooked no refusal. Sanshing hesitated, replying, "But our mission is to escort you safely to the land of iron." His heart sank as he pondered why, in such a perilous moment, she remained fixated on her cumbersome bridal possessions. A loud crash echoed nearby, reminiscent of something heavy toppling to the ground. The dull thud reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this noise, Shuyu's voice grew frantic as she flung open the carriage curtain, her pale face contorted with worry. "I command you to hurry. If you do not, the daimyo will not spare your Leaf Village." At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the center of the camp, swirling the toxic mist into a chaotic vortex before forcefully blowing it away. As the smoke cleared, the captain stood, his brow furrowed as he gazed at an overturned chest beside him. Sanshing's gaze followed suit, and everyone turned to the box that lay open due to its fall, golden coins scattered like a mountain upon the ground. Beneath the chest lay a servant who had tragically been crushed in the commotion, blood seeping from his body and staining the golden bounty with a gruesome hue. Sanshing turned to see Shuyu holding the curtain, her face now pale as she gritted her teeth and declared, "The mission has changed. I implore all you ninjas from the Leaf Village to eliminate every enemy. I will write to my father to request an increase in the mission reward." Her gaze fell upon the captain's grim visage. "This mission concerns the honor and future of the Land of Fire. Please, exert every effort for our nation." The intelligence had proven accurate. The Land of Fire was indeed conspiring with the Land of Iron, secretly amassing weapons. A shadow suddenly descended from the top of the boulder, and as he spoke, more shadows fell beside him, until a dozen figures stood atop the rock, coldly surveying the chaos below. The captain's expression darkened, and with two soft sounds, Keisuke and Tanaka took their positions beside him, forming a triangular formation in readiness against the looming adversaries. After a moment of silence, the captain chuckled lightly, "As ninjas, we must fulfill our mission. Who would have thought that a mere C-rank task would embroil us in such significant affairs?" Sanshing, wishing to step forward and stand beside the captain, was met with the weary gaze of the middle-aged man as he said, "You, child, stay to the side. Protect our client. What comes next is beyond your capabilities." Keisuke chuckled beside him. "Well, with such a major task on our hands, perhaps we'll receive a pay increase upon our return?" Tanaka spat out the leaf he had been chewing, scoffing, always thinking about money. "I see you still haven't treated me to a drink with all that you've saved." Keisuke tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, sweat beginning to beat at his temples as he focused intently on the dark figures above. "Let us all return alive this time, and I'll treat everyone." How pathetic. Leaf ninjas, dreaming of a future as death approaches, the leading figure clad in black remarked with a disdainful smile, raising his hand to gesture forward. "Kill them all." His subordinates dispersed like ink in the night, a chilling scent of blood wafting through the now silent camp. Sanshing surveyed the heavy gift boxes, knowing full well they likely contained nothing but gold coins. At this juncture, regardless of the Shuyu clan's reasons for concealing the mission's true nature, he recognized the urgency of their situation. He observed the captain and his companions already engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy ninjas. Decisively, he retreated to the vicinity of the carriage, throwing a few shurikens to intercept the projectiles aimed at the carriage window. "Miss, please stay inside the carriage and do not emerge, regardless of the commotion." He tossed a kunai into the carriage, adding, "For your protection." A shadow loomed before the young boy, revealing a tall, slender man clad in black ninja attire, his face obscured by a mask. He bore no headband indicative of his village, exposing only a pair of menacing eyes. I didn't expect Konoha to send such a puny child. Hey kid, have you graduated from school yet? Or are you just playing at being an adult on a mission? Silent, the boy tightened his grip on the kunai. His dark eyes fixed intently on the man before him. Receiving no reply, the man let out a disdainful grunt, abandoning further banter. He swiftly drew a serrated long knife from a scroll and, with a few feigned slashes through the air, lunged towards the boy. Understanding that the crux of his mission lay in protecting Shiyu, the boy hesitated to stray too far from the carriage, instead positioning himself to await the man's assault. The man's powerful strike came down, and he anticipated cleaving the seemingly frail child in two, or at the very least, sending him flying. However, to his astonishment, when the serrated blade met the kunai, the boy stood firm, only retreating a few steps. The man, taken aback, unleashed a flurry of strikes from various angles. Yet each attempt was deftly countered by the boy. Realizing he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent, he retreated several paces, adopting a predator's stance. His gaze filled with malice as it remained fixed on the boy. The boy felt a profound fatigue in his arms. He stepped back to dissipate the force of the last attack, then gripped the kunai tightly once more. After a few hurried breaths, he steadied himself. The wiry man effortlessly wielded the heavy blade, displaying a mastery that suggested his strength surpassed the boy's. Continuing to confront him head-on was not a viable strategy. He needed to devise an alternative plan. Locking eyes with the man, both adversaries, uncertain of each other's capabilities, simultaneously ceased their attacks, standing warily apart. The sounds of jutsu crackled in the air, from the corner of his eye. The boy observed his team leader and two others engaged in a fierce battle with a dozen black-clad assailants. A dazzling array of techniques erupting in fiery explosions that quickly morphed into vaporous mist as a torrent of water jutsu extinguished the flames. Despite being outnumbered, the leader and his team held their ground, their prowess clearly formidable. Confronted with only one enemy, the boy knew he could not afford to delay any longer. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to form seals, preparing to unleash his jutsu. Coincidentally, the slender man appeared to have the same intention. He clicked his tongue in disdain. How embarrassing it is to be bested by three. He plunged his knife into the earth beside him and began to form seals as well. The two opponents exchanged a glance, and in unison, they cried, "Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Earth release. Earth shattering palm." The boy summoned invisible, translucent currents of air that transformed into sharp blades of wind, whistling as they sped toward the man. Meanwhile, the man coalesced a massive brown chakra in his palm, crouched low, and struck the ground. The earth trembled and cracked beneath his hand, splintering into countless fragments, toppling everything in its path. As the relentless earth jutsu surged toward him, the boy swallowed hard, quickly reviewing all the techniques he had learned. Yet he could not devise a way to shield both the carriage and counter the jutsu simultaneously. His expertise lay solely in wind techniques. If only Kakashi were here. His earth wall technique would surely provide the perfect defense against this assault. At this juncture, he realized he might have to rely on the power of his dragon blood. He spread his arms to shield the carriage, preparing to unleash the latent strength within him when suddenly, the advancing earth halted just a meter from his feet. Looking up, he saw that a modest earthen wall had risen where the man had stood, indicating that the adversary had ceased his previous jutsu in favor of erecting an earth wall for his own protection. Chapter 18, C-Class Escort Mission 3. It seemed that his wind-release jutsu was still rather feeble. Sanshin gazed at the earthen wall, a hint of self-mockery curling his lips. Just moments ago, he had contemplated how, if Kakashi, skilled in earth release, were present, he could have countered the opponent's jutsu with the earth-style wall technique. Yet now, it was his adversary who employed such a technique to thwart his own jutsu. Before the youth could devise a countermeasure, he was suddenly startled by the sound of cracking stone. The once steadfast earth-style wall was abruptly marred by several long gashes, which quickly gave way to numerous fragments tumbling down, revealing the man standing behind it. The tall, gaunt man held a jagged blade before him, the thick blade bearing 3 deep, visible scars. "I must admit, I underestimated you. You possess such formidable jutsu," he remarked as he lowered his weapon, tenderly caressing the damaged areas before his fierce gaze pierced through to Sanshin, a malicious grin stretching across his face. "It seems I must unleash my full strength." Swiftly, he formed a peculiar hand seal, chakra swirling around his form. The man's slender physique suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, transforming him into a towering, muscular giant. He loomed over Sanshin, chuckling ominously. "Fear not. It is your misfortune to be born in the Hidden Leaf Village. Choose wisely in your next life." With a swing of his massive blade, his seemingly clumsy body moved with surprising agility, and in mere strides, he stood before Sanshin. Sanshin understood the gravity of the impending strike. However, with the carriage housing Shiuri behind him, retreat was not an option. He resolved to concentrate all his chakra into his arms, preparing to withstand the blow with all his might. The clash of metal resounded through the battlefield, the tremendous noise causing the nearby skirmishers to halt momentarily. As the dust settled, Sanshin knelt in a depression in the earth, his kunai having vanished from his grip. His right arm hung limply, suggesting a severe fracture. "Sanshin!" The captain, panic rising in his voice, called out to him, desperate to rush over. But how could the opponent permit such a thing? The chaos resumed, more black-clad figures intercepting the captain, their eyes gleaming with malice and delight. As if to say, you shall not pass. Curse it, Captain, their attacks are more relentless. Case grunted as he deflected blows, straining against the onslaught. I can't get past it, Sanching. Tianxia leaped to Case side, assisting in warding off an incoming jutsu from behind. His voice was heavy with concern. It seems they will not allow us to reach him. Kneeling there, Sanching seemed to sense the anxiety radiating from his teammates. He lifted his head slightly. Crimson blood dripping from his lips, gradually pooling and trickling down his chin, staining the red-threaded necklace around his neck a deeper hue. He opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, the gaunt man kicked him squarely in the chest, laughing maniacally. Do not obstruct my path. I shall savor torturing you later. Right now, I have more pressing matters. Sanching's body was sent crashing against the stones, the jagged edges inflicting further injury. The pain coursed through him, overwhelming even the agony of his fractured arm, eliciting a muffled groan as he spat forth a torrent of blood. The blood sizzled upon contact with the ground, rising in wisps of steam, the gravel and stones seemingly scorched by the heat. Darkness swirled before Sanching's eyes, and his normally rational mind began to drift into fragments of strange memories, winning third place in a cello competition, receiving a poorly made cake from his adoptive father, Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi celebrating his birthday, taking him to see the sunrise at Hokage Rock, attending a masked social hosted by the student council, being pressed against a familiar older girl clad in a black lace gown, Kakashi leading him and other children in a game of hide-and-seek, swiftly capturing everyone. Watching the aurora with his roommate in Antarctica, the vivid colors scattering across his retina. Obito, holding a rose, quietly asking if today was suitable to confess his feelings to Rin. Who was he now, Masud Sanching or Hatake Sanching? In his daze, Sanching felt an intense heat surging through his body, each breath releasing a cloud of vapor from his nostrils. Strangely, the fiery sensation did not bring discomfort. Rather, the pain within him began to subside, his vision sharpening. He forced his eyes open, observing a bizarre giant before him, cleaving through the warriors obstructing his path. Grinning menacingly as he approached the now isolated carriage, Sanching suddenly remembered he was in the midst of a mission. And within that carriage was the very person he was tasked to protect, Miss Shiuri. No, he could not allow the man to approach the carriage, urging himself to move. He fought against the exhaustion that threatened to consume him. He could not fail his first mission, could not bear to witness the object of his protection perish before him, nor disappoint Tsukumo Hatake. He refused to die. A brilliant golden light ignited in Sanching's eyes, and with an unknown force propelling him, his previously fractured right hand began to move once more. Supporting himself against the stones, he staggered to his feet. Coughing violently, he expelled another mouthful of blood, the scorching liquid scorching the earth beneath him, leaving a darkened scar. He approached a fallen warrior, seizing the long blade clutched tightly in the man-esque grasp. His golden gaze remained fixed upon the approaching giant, like a patient yet merciless hunter, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the man reached the carriage, peering through the window, he spotted a woman clad in a white and red kimono, cowering inside, her face awash with panic and despair, a kunai clutched in her hands. With a distorted smile, the man lifted his jagged blade, preparing to cleave the carriage and its occupant in two. The blade, reeking of blood, descended with ferocity but halted mere inches from the carriage, as if obstructed by an unseen force. The sudden recoil caused the man to stagger back in disbelief. Regaining his footing, he readied his jagged weapon, fixating on the bloodied youth standing beside the carriage, licking his lips in astonishment and excitement. Oh, you still stand. Sanching bent slightly, one hand braced against the carriage, the other wielding the blood-stained blade, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Die. Since he refused to perish, he would have to eliminate the enemy before him. The man erupted into laughter. You're already at your wit's end, yet you still dare to boast. His gaze hardened suddenly. No matter what trick you use to block my attack, this ends now. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him, sending countless stones flying, as a torrent of earthy gray chakra surged forth from his body, enveloping the debris and piling it upon himself. Soon, the once robust and towering man transformed into a colossal stone giant. His voice resonated thunderously from within the stony figure. Can you withstand this? He raised his blade, preparing to strike down upon the diminutive youth before him. Kenshin gazed at the glinting blade, slightly lifting his face, his lava-like golden eyes flashing with a frigid mockery. Is this the extent of your repertoire? How unoriginal. The corner of the boy's bloodied lips curled slightly, and he surprisingly stepped forward, mirroring the direction of the incoming blade with a strike of his own. The stone giant's expression remained inscrutable, yet its movements hastened, revealing an eagerness to reduce the boy to mere pulp. As the blades clashed, a whirlwind of dust erupted into the air. Sanching's arm went numb from the recoil, the previously fractured area crackling ominously, evidently unable to endure another impact of such magnitude. It seemed that a head-on confrontation was indeed unwise. The boy's golden eyes sparkled, calmly and derisively observing the stone giant. which he had driven his long blade into its chest. Behind him, the wagon remained steadfast in the distance, untouched by the swirling dust. Impossible. The stone giant bellowed, its roar deafening. More stones coalesced upon its form as it lunged forward in a frenzied attempt to continue its assault. Yet it could only futilely crash against the barrier that Kanshung had erected with his words, like a ludicrous toy. No matter how fiercely it swung its massive blade, it could not disturb the imperceptible barrier in the slightest. This was the essence of absolute defense, the power of a pure land. The frenzied sounds of clashing echoed through the barrier, reaching both Kanshung and the woman within the wagon, Shiyu. She lifted the curtain once more. Trembling as she dismounted the wagon, her previously pale countenance, resigned to death, froze upon witnessing the absurd scene before her. Her eyes widened, her sleeve covering her lips. This is... Kanshung did not turn back. He squinted, almost relishing the sight of the stone giant exhausting itself in futile rage. His voice remained hoarse. Didn't I instruct you to remain inside, Miss Shiyu? The man finally succumbed to despair, the blade clattering to the ground. He knelt before the barrier, still impaled by the long knife that Kanshung had thrust into his chest, with labored breaths reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. He touched the transparent wall of air, bewilderedly questioning, "What is this? How is this possible? I have lost to a child." The stones encasing him fell away, and his once bulging muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to that of the lanky man he had been. No. He appeared even more emaciated than before. At last, Kanshung had the time to turn, his impassive golden eyes meeting the dazed woman. "Please return to the wagon, Mississippi." Finally, she diverted her gaze from the defeated man, locking eyes with Kanshung. Her pupils constricted violently, her body trembling. Your eyes." Kanshung smirked slightly, averting his gaze as he picked up another samurai's long blade, stepping toward the man sprawled on the ground. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade down, piercing the man's throat decisively. Chapter 19, C-Class Escort Mission 4. The exquisite sight of blood gushing from the throat compelled the young boy to shut his eyes momentarily. Intoxicated by the rich scent of blood that permeated the air, his gaze drifted toward the chaotic battlefield in the distance as he abruptly raised his long knife. Just as he was about to take a step forward, an eerie sensation crawled up his spine. With no time to evade, he could only lift his blade to block in the direction where he sensed the most malevolence. A stone pillar erupted from that direction, reaching the boy in an instant. Songsheng tilted his blade to deflect the stone spire, using the force to leap backward, but as he landed, he sensed something amiss. His golden eyes gleamed as he swiftly activated the language spirit barrier to shield himself from a series of explosive tags detonating beneath him. Such quick reflexes. Where was this skill just moments ago? A voice, ghostly in nature, echoed behind him. Songsheng hastily turned and swung his knife, only to strike futilely at a mere shadow left by the black-clad leader's chakra clone. Meanwhile, the captain and his two comrades had finally dispatched the dozen or so assailants, each grappling with varying degrees of injury as they retreated toward the wagon, encircling the unconscious Shuyuli. The captain wiped the blood from his lips and, with a grave expression, called out to Songsheng, "Come here, Songsheng." Yet, the boy with golden eyes merely cast a cold glance at the captain, remaining rooted in place. The black-clad leader did not continue his assault. Instead, he appeared lost in thought. Despite his inaction, the captain and his companions remained vigilant, wary of his movements. The leader surveyed the battlefield, realizing that despite the annihilation of his forces, he faced 3 opponents plus 1 child. However, his adversaries bore injuries and exhibited unwavering confidence in their abilities, thus he felt little trepidation toward these Konoha ninjas. Nevertheless, the proximity to the Iron Country loomed ominously. Dawn was approaching, and the ruckus from the earlier clash had certainly drawn the attention of the wedding party stationed at the border of the Iron Country. Should those warriors arrive, matters would become considerably more complicated. Eliminating Konoha ninjas and a noblewoman from the Land of Fire could be deemed a normal consequence of the two nations' long-standing animosity. In fact, should they succeed in thwarting the schemes of the Land of Fire, it would be a significant victory for their village and nation. Yet, the Iron Country, an absolute neutral state that neither nurtured ninjas nor directly engaged in warfare, would not take kindly to the indiscriminate killing of its citizens, potentially pushing this industrial nation toward their adversaries, a scenario he wished to avoid. He weighed the possibility of eliminating the target before dawn, thereby severing the clandestine cooperation between the Land of Fire and the Iron Country. The man tilted his head slightly, squinting at the sky that was beginning to brighten, and in the next moment, he vanished from Songsheng's sight. The black-clad leader had made his choice. In a silent descent, a fire dragon cascaded from the heavens, its brilliant crimson hue slicing through the darkened sky, roaring towards Shuyuli, who was shielded by the trio. Tanaka hastily formed hand seals, placing his fingers before his lips, and conjured a fire dragon of his own. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The 2 fire dragons collided and intertwined, but Tanaka's hurriedly executed technique was evidently inferior. The captain and Kazama exchanged glances, and both swiftly formed seals, exclaiming in unison, "Water release, water bullet." 2 moderately sized water spheres surged forth, extinguishing the lingering might of the black-clad leader's fire technique. Songsheng stood aside, devoid of chakra and unable to engage in such a ninjutsu confrontation, merely observing while unconsciously rubbing the long knife in his hand. Konoha ninjas are hardly impressive. The black-clad leader reappeared from another angle, now closer to the captain and his companions, casually tossing two spherical weapons that had materialized in his hands. Yet the intelligence indicated merely a squad of 1 nin and 3 genin. Now, 3 nin and a child have emerged, he mused, casting a disdainful glance towards Sanshing. Well, it seems Konoha is not entirely foolish, especially for such a crucial task. As he spoke, he suddenly hurled one of the spheres. The small weapon propelled by a chakra line, piercing Kazama's shoulder with alarming speed. Wama, watch out. The belated warning rang out. For Kazama had stepped in front of Tanaka, taking the blow that was aimed at Tanaka's heart. The captain, startled, momentarily disregarded the distant boy. Flinging 3 kunai affixed with explosive tags to shield Shuyuli and the grievously injured Kazama as they took cover behind the wagon. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Tanaka. Take Kazama and Miss Shuyu toward the Iron Country. Once we encounter their wedding party, we will be saved. Tanaka trembled as he cautiously supported the weak Kazama, whose blood loss rendered him feeble. At the captain's command, he looked up, his pupils quivering as he gazed at the captain, opening his mouth to protest. Yet reason dictated that with just the 3 of them, plus Sanshing, a mere child, they were ill-equipped to confront such a formidable foe. The youth, who had aged significantly in just one night, could only silently grit his teeth and nod, carrying the 2 incapacitated individuals with the wagon's cover as they fled into the distance. The black-clad leader leapt back, retracting the weapon he had thrown with the chakra line, casually swatting away the captain's explosive kunai. Sensing the escape of Tanaka and the others, he tossed another sphere in their direction, muttering, "Do you think you can escape?" The sphere flew with a chilling shriek, its speed and momentum astonishing. There was no time to form seals and release ninjutsu. The captain broke into a cold sweat as he glanced back at his teammates and the noblewoman, gripping a short knife in each hand, positioning himself to shield the retreating trio, much like Kazama had done. At that moment, a long knife soared through the air, striking the sphere and embedding itself firmly into the ground. The captain paused, shifting his gaze from the knife to the boy who had thrown it, murmuring, Sanshing. The enemy's strength was undeniably formidable, excluding the 10 or so nin and genin they had dispatched. The leader's prowess was surely at the level of a nin. It was absurd that when he accepted this mission, he never anticipated that a mere C-rank task could entangle him in the machinations of nations. Such a confidential assignment, merely classified as C-rank, raised the question of whether it was a deliberate plot to ensnare or a ruse to obscure the truth. Nothing about the situation seemed reasonable. Faced with such prepared adversaries, they found themselves in disarray. The boy, stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, had every reason to feel fear or even break down in tears. Yet, Sanshing did not falter. Amidst the chaos, he prioritized the protection of his employer, even managing to counterattack against an opponent of nin caliber. Run. You're still so young. There is no need to die here for a C-rank mission. Indeed. The captain, left behind, sought to sacrifice his life to afford his teammates a chance at survival against the black-clad leader, unperturbed by the thoughts of these insignificant foes. The black-clad leader watched the trio retreating further away, his impatience evident as he clicked his tongue. How tiresome. I'm in a hurry and have no time to play with you, child. He raised his hand, palm directed at Sanshing, and coldly declared, Die. As the rocks behind the youth surged upward, they transformed into a colossal hand, fiercely grasping towards him. Yet, Sanshing paid no heed to the impending assault. Instead, he deftly hurled 3 shurikens at the black-clad leader from 3 distinct angles, aimed at his eyes, throat, and wrist. The man in black squinted, observing the youth's seemingly suicidal actions with a cold smirk. He deftly sidestepped the projectiles aimed at his eyes and throat, using his weapon to deflect the shuriken targeting his wrist. However, in that fleeting moment, his previously fluid movements faltered. A thread as fine as a hair connected to the shuriken's handle skillfully wound around his chakra line several times as he swung his weapon. With a sudden tug from the youth's fingers, the wire forcefully seized his arm from such a distance. What? The black-clad leader, astonished, turned to face the youth again, only to find that the once certain assault of the rock giant's hand had completely failed to take effect. It was the same barrier technique previously employed against the gaunt man. The leader had indeed witnessed the formidable defensive capabilities of this barrier, yet he had not anticipated that it could also repel ninjutsu. Taking a step back, the youth raised his arm, using his left hand to maneuver the steel wire that tugged at the man's arm, compelling him to step forward. Simultaneously, his right hand twisted as if pulling something, causing the long blade previously embedded in the ground to gleam with cold light as it gracefully emerged, slicing toward the man's neck with uncanny precision. The captain stood rooted in disbelief, marveling at the youth's seemingly magical manipulation of the wire. In just one exchange, the tide of battle had turned. Gazing at the calm and composed youth, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread and bitter realization upon noticing the molten gold of his eyes, which seemed anything but human. No wonder his friend in the medical department had subtly warned him when learning that this youth was a new subordinate, a being akin to a monster. No wonder the esteemed White Fang of Konoha would personally seek him out, imploring him to take special care of this child on their journey. No wonder this boy maintained such a detached and cold demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of others, as if he existed beyond the realm of human concerns. It became evident that the youth possessed extraordinary abilities and exceptional mental fortitude, allowing him to remain unruffled in the face of peril. Perhaps this is what genius truly is, simultaneously feared and ostracized, yet also cherished and protected. While the captain pondered in a daze, the battle once again shifted. The black-clad leader severed the chakra line with a swift motion, freeing himself from the youth's steel wire grasp. He sidestepped to evade the long blade's assault. Retrieving a scroll that he had been carrying on his back, his face obscured by a mask, his expression remained unreadable. But his eyes radiated a malevolent glint as they fixed upon Sanshing. "You have surprised me. Is that gaze of yours the source of your shell-like barrier abilities? A newly unearthed bloodline limit from Konoha?" he questioned, slicing his palm open. Blood trickled down as he ran his hand along the scroll, which he then cast skyward. Countless spheres, identical to those before, emerged from the scroll, quickly surrounding the black-clad leader. He glanced at the sky, then fixed a malevolent gaze upon the youth. "This ends here. I do not believe your abilities can endure indefinitely." He waved his hand, and a surge of chakra erupted from him, propelling the spheres like bullets towards Sanshing from all directions. Sanshing's pupils dilated as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, attempting to evade the onslaught by shifting his position. However, he soon realized that the spheres seemed to possess a homing instinct, relentlessly pursuing him with an unwavering determination to shatter him. Faced with no other choice, the youth activated the barrier of purity once more, halting several meters away from the black-clad leader. The captain observed keenly as the boy's complexion turned pale. The once seemingly invulnerable, transparent barrier began to reveal traces of turbulent energy under the incessant assault of the spheres. Both the black-clad leader and the captain simultaneously recognized that the youth was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 20, Class C Escort Mission, 5. As Sanshing surveyed the myriad of spheres surrounding him, a heavy gloom settled in his heart. He found himself unable to simultaneously deploy his linguistic abilities to ward off the incessant barrage of these spheres while launching an attack of his own. The shortcomings of the linguistic technique, Sanctuary of Purity, were magnified infinitely in this world. Chakra, an energy intrinsic to every individual and Appos, as flesh and spirit, was inextricably tied to their essence. If he were to ensconce his adversary within his barrier, he would inevitably be compelled to confront them with his own corporeal form in a battle against their chakra. Conversely, if he isolated both the opponent and their chakra outside his barrier, he would be rendered unable to strike at them. The outcome was stark. Either the opponent would exhaust their chakra and retreat, or he would succumb to fatigue, causing his linguistic abilities to shatter and meeting his demise at their hands. The current scenario felt like an inescapable deadlock for Sanshing. The youth wore a grim expression as he rapidly contemplated potential avenues for breaking this stalemate. Given his present condition, should he forcibly activate his draconic blood to enhance his capabilities, he would undoubtedly spiral towards becoming a mere puppet of death. Since that fateful training bout with Kakashi over a year ago, Sanshing had realized that he had already been transformed into a complete monstrosity before his past life met its end. It was only through this unforeseen crossing into another existence that he managed to retain a semblance of his rational self. Yet, the moment he stirred his draconic essence, a surge of inexplicable emotions would flood him, as it did now. How could a mere assembly of contemptible humans ensnare him in such peril? This thought seemed to materialize suddenly in his mind, and despite his efforts to suppress it, it branded itself indelibly. Driven by instinct, he involuntarily distanced himself from those humans, including his concerned employer and teammates. His proud lineage urged him to disdain the company of these insignificant insects, advocating instead for the annihilation of everyone present. However, even amidst his dazed consciousness and waning strength, a fleeting distraction crossed his mind. A glimmer of confusion flickered in his golden eyes, in a world devoid of dragons. Should he truly become a harbinger of death, would he remain a creature devoid of reason, bound solely to the whims of dragons? Perhaps not, for in this realm, no superior lineage could command him any longer. Sanshing's throat tightened as he hesitated on the brink of a decisive move. At that moment, the captain, who had been observing from a distance, sprang into action. Armed with two short blades, he charged towards the man in black, who was entirely focused on controlling the spheres. With years of experience as a ninja, the captain discerned the path to victory. He must interrupt the actions of the man commanding the spheres, liberating Sanshing from his passive defense, allowing them to unite their strength in hopes of holding out until reinforcements arrived. Yet, the captain's aspirations were dashed when, as he approached the black-clad leader, a spinning sphere nearly pierced him through. The black-clad leader cast a sidelong glance at the captain, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "Did you think I would overlook you?" He then glanced at the sky, his fury igniting. "Damn it, you insolent brat. You seem on the brink of collapse, yet you managed to sustain this tortoiseshell for so long." Nevertheless, he thought, the mission was not a failure. As long as he could eliminate them before reinforcements from the Iron Country arrived and depart with the spoils, the outcome would remain unchanged. He gestured, sending several spheres to engage the captain while focusing intently on assaulting Sanshing's barrier. observing the now precarious state of the protective shell. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Almost there. Perish. As the barrier shattered, Sanqing looked up at the swirling spheres of pale, yellow chakra surrounding him. Pressing his lips together, his heart raced, pumping warm blood through his limbs. At the precipice of life and death, he could afford no further hesitation. For he was determined to survive, burdened by the hopes of countless lives from both his past and present, yearning, no, needing to return to the Hataki clan. Struggling to articulate the resolve swelling within him, he fixed a fierce gaze upon the black-clad leader, ready to embrace his final stand. Yet, just as he prepared himself mentally, the image of the captain flickered in his vision, shattering his resolve. The captain, an otherwise resilient middle-aged man, bore a wound inflicted in prior combat. A long gash that had ceased to bleed not from healing, but from the multitude of gaping holes riddling his right side. Blood and fragments of unknown viscera dripping from the openings. The captain emitted no cries of pain but instead locked his determined, frantic gaze upon the black-clad leader, driving a short blade into the man's shoulder with such force that it nearly severed the limb. The black-clad leader let out a pained scream, summoning yet another sphere to strike the captain's shattered body, sending him sprawling across the ground. Sanqing stood in stunned silence as he beheld the captain's form, now resembling a tattered rag, his enhanced vision allowing him to discern each wound with clarity. His prior medical knowledge surged forth, and he quickly assessed the dire situation. There was no hope. The draconic blood coursing through him felt as if it had crystallized into ice, rendering him unable to cease trembling. Why should he mourn? After all, this was merely the demise of an insignificant human. The ethereal whispers of temptation persisted in his ears, yet he seemed deaf to them, raising his hand to clutch the small black stone gifted to him by Hataki Sakomo. This stone, a rare mineral from that realm, was said to possess calming properties, promoting tranquility and soothing the spirit. The voice of Hataki Sakomo echoed in his mind, the youth standing in bewilderment, tightly grasping the inconspicuous stone, as if he could truly feel the warmth emanating from it, calming the tumultuous blood within him. Could it be that this stone, bought at great expense due to its seemingly deceptive properties, truly held some truth? The trembling youth found this notion amusing, a wry smile briefly gracing his lips. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the captain's battered body. The scene of devastation extinguished the flicker of joy he had just kindled, leaving his lips pale and his eyes tinged with crimson. The black-clad leader removed the short blade from his shoulder, glaring furiously at the motionless youth and the captain, whose fate hung in the balance. Damn it, damn it, damn it, you accursed leaf ninjas. His voice roared in a frenzy. Yet the gaping wound on his shoulder continued to bleed profusely, staining half his body with crimson. The spheres he had controlled to attack Sanqing faltered under the captain's desperate strike, and now, wounded and weakened, he could scarcely maintain command over such an array of weapons. He drew explosive tags and shuriken from his attire, hurling them towards the youth and the captain, muttering frantically, die, die, die. Sanqing narrowly evaded the first explosive tag as it detonated before him, rushing to lift the captain and carry him away from the chaotic explosion zone. The captain gasped for breath in his arms, his throat seemingly choked with clotted blood, rendering him speechless. Instead, he gazed at Sanqing with dimming eyes, his lips moving silently as he placed a hand on the youth's arm that held him. He wished to convey that although the youth might possess innate formidable abilities, there was no need to bear the entirety of the burden alone, for he had a dependable captain standing before him. He wished to express that the youth was the most outstanding subordinate he had ever mentored, consistently executing every mission with remarkable precision, and this time was no exception. He wished to assert that the youth was endearing and kind-hearted, and his admiration for the child stemmed from genuine recognition rather than external favoritism or obligation. Yet, despite the multitude of sentiments he wished to articulate, he found himself incapable of uttering even a single coherent sound, only managing to produce a futile gurgling noise reminiscent of blood coursing through his throat. Sanqing held the captain tightly, leaning his head closer to the captain's lips, striving to discern the words being spoken, but all he could perceive were the captain's labored, fragmented breaths. The captain seemed to realize that he could no longer utter any words, desperately forcing the other dagger, which he had been holding loosely, into the youth's hands, his weary fingers gesturing toward the cloaked man. The youth accepted the dagger. Its blade, similarly stained with thick blood, felt ominously heavy in his grip. At that moment, no words were necessary. He comprehended the captain's intent. Do not concern yourself with him. Do not squander this hard-won opportunity. Sanqing gently lowered the man, reaching out to clasp the captain's outstretched index finger. His voice trembled, yet his tone remained calm and resolute. I shall not betray your expectations. Turning away, he refused to look back at the captain, his burning golden eyes filled with loathing as they fixed upon the frenzied, howling figure of the black-clad leader. As he wielded the dagger, it glinted with blinding brilliance in the faint light of dawn. Chapter 21, Class C Escort Mission 6. When Tanaka returned to the camp with the samurai from the Iron Country, the dawn had broken, revealing a splendid day bathed in warm, crystalline sunlight that blanketed the earth. The clearing beneath the boulder had undergone a complete transformation. The once pristine lawn appeared as if it had been plowed, strewn with dislodged earth and charred remnants. Lifeless bodies lay haphazardly amidst the chaos, mingled with the dried bloodstains, contributing to the overwhelming scent of carnage that lingered in the morning breeze, heavy with grass clippings and dust, rendering each breath a laborious endeavor. It was evident that the battle had come to an end. Tanaka's gaze was drawn to the center of the battlefield, where three figures lay intermingled, his pupils dilating in shock. A young boy with raven hair knelt beside the black-clad leader, his half-drenched body in blood, head bowed, tightly gripping the captain's short blade, which was fiercely embedded in the leader's neck, revealing a blurred wound. The black-clad leader lay on the ground, eyes wide open in an eternal expression of despair and madness. Beside him, the captain's ashen face was turned toward the boys, eyes barely closed, a visage of tranquility. Tanaka closed his eyes in anguish, standing still for a few seconds before slowly approaching, gently placing his hand on the boy's arm that clutched the knife. In that instant, the boy looked up, his piercing golden eyes radiating an inhuman ferocity directed at Tanaka. However, upon recognizing him, the boy froze momentarily, the golden hue receding like a tide, returning to a bewildered, black-eyed youth. He released his grip on the knife, staggered to his feet, and instinctively stepped back from Tanaka's fearful gaze. The boy's vision dimmed. He had sustained grave injuries during his initial encounter with the tall, lean man, and his body now bore the marks of severe trauma. Yet, through the Dragon Clan's formidable vitality, he clung to consciousness, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements to personally return his captain to his comrades. Tanaka observed the boy's pallid complexion, resembling that of a corpse, and yearned to assist him. However, the memory of the boy's earlier golden glow halted his advance. With a complex expression, he averted his gaze and softly murmured, "I have come to retrieve you." This was the very phrase the boy had longed to hear. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze drifting toward the distance, where the samurai were gathering the scattered remnants of their mission. Is that so? That's wonderful. Does this mean we succeeded in our task? Without waiting for Tanaka's reply, he crouched down, forcefully extracting the short blade from the black-clad leader's neck, holding it aloft before the captain's still form. "I have fulfilled my duty, Captain." Tanaka watched this scene in silence for a moment, then retrieved a scroll from his pocket. "I will use this specialized scroll to bring the captain back to Konoha. We shall return together." He spoke as if explaining to the boy, while also comforting the departed spirit. After he meticulously sealed the captain's body within the scroll, he noticed the boy, who had been standing moments ago, had collapsed face first onto the ground, his right arm grotesquely contorted, indicating a severe fracture. With no time to waste, Tanaka quickly stowed the scroll and rushed to the boy, carefully lifting him to inspect his injuries, before hastily placing him onto his back and turning to the remaining samurai. "I will take my comrade back now." Without waiting for a response, he dashed away into the distance. In a haze, the boy felt as if he were aboard a train, rumbling forward with a soothing melody echoing from an indiscernible source. He found himself seated on a plush, red leather chair, gazing out at the undulating hills beyond the window. As the train gradually slowed, passing through a mist-covered coniferous forest, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a blurry figure, slightly irritated, as the stranger scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, gesturing animatedly while mouthing words he could not hear. "What game are you playing? Why can't I hear you?" The boy frowned, trying to interrupt the absurd performance before him. Yet, the figure paused, waved a hand in front of him, and continued to silently speak, eventually falling silent under the boy's growing confusion and frustration. The music continued to play at an unhurried pace as the boy stood facing the indistinct figure, whose features remained shrouded in mist, save for a pair of shattered, dulled golden eyes piercing through the haze, staring intently at him. "Tanaka, Tanaka." The overlapping calls erupted in his ears, growing louder until they morphed into a deafening roar. Unable to bear it any longer, he covered his ears and reached out toward the figure, seeking support. "Stop shouting, please. I'm right here." Yet, the owner of the golden eyes wore a gentle smile, one hand on his hip while the other pointed behind Tanaka. Confused, he turned to look behind him, only to feel a sudden shove against his back, sending him tumbling through the train's floor into an abyss that seemed endless. The boy's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Now it was evening, with warm yellow sunlight streaming through an open window, casting variegated patches of color across the white wall. A small vase of daisies swayed gently on the windowsill, dancing in the evening breeze. After a moment of stupor, he attempted to rise, only to realize his right arm was encased in a thick plaster cast, immobilizing it completely. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and a white-haired boy, obscuring half of his face, entered carrying a thermos. Upon seeing Tanaka sitting up in bed, he quickly approached and placed the thermos down. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Tanaka turned to face the familiar visage of Kakashi. Kakashi looked at him quizzically, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Before Tanaka could respond, Kakashi rushed out to summon a doctor. "There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Tanaka may have been unconscious for too long, and it's normal for his reactions to be somewhat sluggish now that he has just awakened," the doctor reassured Kakashi, stepping back with a smile after moving the pinlight away from Tanaka's eyes. As the doctor exited the room, Tanaka finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "How long was I unconscious?" Kakashi shrugged, returning to Tanaka's side to open the thermos. "Less than a week, I think." "You really are a fool. Why didn't you retreat during such a dangerous mission? Honestly, to end up like this on your first task. His gaze fell on Tanaka's injured arm, laden with unspoken implications. The doctor said it will take at least a month for that arm to heal properly. Given the severity of Tanaka's injuries when he was rushed to the hospital, recovery would certainly not be a matter of mere days. Only his unique physique allowed for rapid healing. Nonetheless, the sight of the broken arm and his prolonged state of unconsciousness remained troubling. Tanaka accepted the thermos, intending to eat, but then realized his hands were uncooperative. After hesitating, he returned the thermos. I'm not hungry. What happened after the mission? Kakashi shot Tanaka an exasperated glance. Retrieving the thermos once more, he spooned some porridge and naturally brought it to Tanaka's lips. The funeral for your captain is over, and the mission rank has been elevated to Class A. Beyond that, I'm not sure. He gazed at the defiant eyes of Songqing and glared back, commanding in a gruff voice, I do not wish for someone to awaken only to faint again from hunger. Reluctantly, Songqing leaned forward and swallowed the porridge. With a slight chew, the fragrance of rice filled his mouth, intermingled with finely ground meat and ginger, creating an exquisite taste that tantalized his long-starved stomach. Kakashi's ears swiftly caught the sounds emanating from Songqing's belly, and he could not help but smile, immediately offering a heaping spoonful. Songqing felt his cheeks flush. He blinked, averting Kakashi's teasing gaze, and obediently took another mouthful of porridge. This repeated several times until the thermos was empty, and Songqing's pallid complexion gradually regained a semblance of vitality. Observing the white-haired youth tidying up the utensils, Songqing lowered his gaze and softly spoke, as if both inquiring and conversing with himself. Will they blame me for not protecting the captain? Of course not. You are merely a child. Why do you imagine yourself as an invincible hero? Kakashi turned around and gently tapped the boy's forehead. My father has informed me that this mission was beyond your capabilities. Completing it at all is commendable. You did your best, did you not? So, Shikamaru had already been informed. No, as the leader of the Umbu, it would indeed be strange if he were not aware. An accident. Songqing clenched his left hand into a fist beneath the blanket, forcing a smile as he inquired, if it was an accident, will there be additional compensation for the families of the fallen ninjas? After all, it was a result of collective oversight. Kakashi tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding uncertainly, I am not entirely sure, but the village does provide some support for the families of deceased ninjas. Is it the same as what is already given and what is offered additionally? Observing Songqing's expression, Kakashi felt an inexplicable heaviness in his own heart. He averted his gaze and murmured, my father should know. I will ask him when I return. After a brief silence between them, Kakashi decided to change the subject. Obito and the others visited you this morning. Songqing finally perked up a bit. I was still unconscious then, so I have no recollection. Kakashi nodded, a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. Obito was yelling and crying in your room, holding your hand the entire time, until the nurse eventually kicked him out. Songqing pressed his lips together, wondering if the voice he heard in his dreams belonged to Obito. However, he could not shake the inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. Chapter 21. The heart of a young girl. The following day, upon learning of Songqing's awakening, Chimu Sakumo eagerly brought Kakashi along to pay a visit, bearing a sumptuous breakfast. With great enthusiasm, he presented a meat bun at Songqing's lips, exclaiming, this is a delicacy steamed by Kakashi himself. Songqing found it difficult to accept such an act of feeding, swiftly accepting the bun from Chimu Sakumo's hand. I can eat on my own, he insisted. The man, feeling a pang of disappointment, lowered his gaze. Does little Songqing not enjoy being fed by me? He discreetly raised his head, observing the boy's flushed cheeks, and could not help but chuckle, affectionately ruffling his soft black hair. You will stay in the hospital for observation today, and tomorrow your father will take you home. Home. Songqing's heart was suddenly stirred, and he tightened his grip on the bun. Kakashi stood behind Chimu Sakumo, arms crossed, watching the man's overly affectionate gestures. Clearing his throat, he emitted a pronounced cough. At the sound, Chimu Sakumo instinctively straightened up, exhaling before turning to Kakashi. You may step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Songqing. Kakashi glanced at Songqing, who was focused on his bun, rolled his eyes, and exited the room. Silence enveloped the room until Songqing finished his breakfast. A tissue was offered to him, and as he looked up, he met the gentle gaze of the man before him, accepting the tissue with a hint of shyness. Chimu Sakumo observed the obedient boy on the bed and finally spoke. Captain Kobayashi is buried in the cemetery at training ground number 5. Once you are able to get out of bed, you can visit him. Captain Kobayashi. Oh, the captain's surname. Songqing wiped his fingers and realized, rather belatedly, that he had never known the captain's full name until now, even as the man lay cold in the grave. He responded softly, I understand. Chimu Sakumo sighed. I know you tend to overthink things, but I never anticipated that you would encounter such unfortunate events. The boy remained silent, prompting Chimu Sakumo to continue. You inquired about the compensation yesterday. The village of Konoha has a well-established system in place. Given that this mission was raised from a C rank to an A rank, the corresponding rewards will be given entirely to Captain Kobayashi's family, ensuring they can live safely. Suddenly, Songqing looked up, his gaze sharp as he addressed the man with calm resolve. That is not what he deserves. He needed more than that. Chimu Sakumo met the boy and Appo's intense gaze, his seasoned eyes reflecting understanding. What do you believe he needs? Sachin clenched his fists, anguish and sorrow evident on his face. This kind of mission should never have been ours to undertake. I refuse to believe that the higher-ups in Konoha were unaware of the clandestine dealings between the two nations. He turned sharply, his gaze piercing through the window towards the distant Hokage building. If only they had taken preventive measures or dispatched stronger ninjas for protection. This tragedy could have been avoided. Now, the captain lies dead due to their blunders, and not even an apology was offered? There was an apology. What? Sachin was stunned. Chimu Sakumo observed the bewildered boy and reiterated, the Hokage publicly apologized to Captain Kobayashi during his funeral, in front of his family in Kazama and Tanaka. Sachin stared blankly at Chimu Sakumo, the fury that had once burned fiercely in his chest now doused by a bucket of cold water. He felt an overwhelming sense of futility, as if he had struck a pillow, if it were not for the decisions made by Konoha's higher-ups. This tragedy could indeed have been averted. The questions he had just voiced echoed in his mind, but now, learning that the Hokage had personally offered an apology, what further justification could he muster to continue his accusations against the captain? Yet, why did he feel even angrier? Sachin loosened his clenched fists, gazing up at his adoptive father, murmuring, is a life worth just a mere apology? Chimu Sakumo grasped the boy's cold hand. I understand how deeply you care for your family and friends, but some accidents are simply unavoidable. The Hokage often finds himself powerless in many situations. To him, the villagers are family, and he too suffers from their loss. At the onset of the mission, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had privately requested Konoha not to dispatch renowned jonin to carry it out, fearing that such a conspicuous escort would attract unwanted attention. The daimyo and the Hokage carefully packaged this mission as a low-risk C-rank assignment, sending a team led by a chunin to execute it. However, they were unaware that the details had somehow leaked, leading to this tragic outcome. In hindsight, such a deceptive approach was indeed a foolish decision. If not for Sachin's reliable and formidable Kekkei Genkai, if Kazama and Tanaka had not been chunin-level shinobi, if the captain had not been cowardly and retreated with Tanaka. Sachin's lips turned pale, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Knowing the danger, yet sending inadequately skilled individuals to carry out the mission, this is nothing short of murder. Sachin. Chimu Sakumo interrupted the boy's lament, his expression turning serious for the first time as he looked intently at the youth. I know you harbor much sorrow and indignation, but it must end here. As a ninja, you will face even greater losses in the future. If you continue to blame others as you do now, will it change anything about your current situation? Sachin recognized that he had misspoken. He understood the validity of Chimu Sakumo's words. Yet, he stubbornly averted his gaze. He looked towards the corner of the room, watching a spider busily spinning its web in the confined space. After observing it for a while, his shoulders slumped, and he apologized in a soft, slow voice. I'm sorry. When Chimu Sakumo opened the door, it was not just Kakashi who entered, but also Minako. The girl's amber eyes filled with tears upon seeing Sachin, and she rushed to the bedside, looking at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Can't, Chimu-sensei. Wuwa. I heard from Rinchan yesterday that you were injured on a mission and in a coma at the hospital. I was so worried. Are you feeling better now? Her gaze fell upon his arm, now encased in a cast, and her eyes widened in horror, tears streaming down as she began to sob. Sachin, still reeling from the earlier emotions, faced the weeping girl, feeling a headache as he glanced at Chimu Sakumo and Kakashi, who stood at the door watching the scene unfold. Chimu Sakumo smiled gently, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. I believed Sachin and his classmate have much to discuss. Let's head home for now. Kakashi, catching Sachin's pleading gaze, shifted his attention to Minako, who was still sniffling. Ultimately, he merely cleared his throat and shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. As he watched the two hurriedly depart, Sachin sighed in resignation. I'm fine. Minako, still sobbing, protested. What do you mean fine? Look at your arm. Sachin attempted to lift the arm in the cast, but a faint sting made him stop. He reassured her. The doctor said it will heal with some rest. Really? The intensity of Minako's concern pierced through him, compelling Sachin to avert his gaze, responding softly. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside, which prevented the atmosphere from becoming too tense. Chima-sensei, being a ninja is very dangerous, right? Minako suddenly posed this question, wiping her tears. Sachin was taken aback. What? Minako lowered her head, expressing her insecurities. Unlike you, who are both diligent and talented, I am merely an ordinary person. I am terrified of danger and fighting. Is that somewhat laughable? After a moment of contemplation, Kansei shook his head. No, such feelings are entirely normal. Suddenly, Minako lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Kansei's. Kikwud, why did you choose to become a ninja? There was no particular reason. From the moment he was taken by Hitaki Sakumo, accepting the kindness of the Hitaki family, the path before him had been singular. Minako paused, her gaze unwaveringly bold as it met Kansei's face. Why not consider an alternative path? Must you engage in perilous battles with others? Kansei met her gaze, momentarily lost in thought. If not me, then someone else. Indeed, what was the origin of conflict? Why was fighting deemed necessary? Were ninjas merely tools for the ambitions and interests of feudal lords? This notion circled in his mind, causing the youth to hesitate. Yet he ultimately shook his head. I have someone to protect, so I must proceed this way. Minako unconsciously tore at the tissue she had been holding, her gaze dropping as she could no longer meet the boy's cheek. With a hint of sadness, she murmured, given my abilities, I might not be suited for field missions. Ultimately, I may just end up in a hospital as an ordinary medical ninja. That's perfectly fine. Minako stood and walked to the window, leaning against the frame as she gazed outside. I didn't notice on the way here, but the weather is splendid today. Kickwood, would you care to take a stroll? Kansei looked up, his gaze resting on the girl by the bedside, half of her form shimmering in the sunlight, her blue skirt fluttering in the breeze. All right. The pair descended the stairs together, the hospital's rear adorned with a small garden where numerous rehabilitation patients basked in the morning sun. The boy and girl maintained a safe distance, walking slowly through flower-filled beds. Kansei followed in silence, his right arm immobilized in a cast, prompting Minako to adjust her pace for him. Hey, kid, what happened to your arm? A man in a wheelchair, half of his body bandaged, was pushed over by a nurse, glaring sternly at Kansei with a fierce expression. The nurse, feeling slightly awkward, glanced at Kansei and Minako before bending down to whisper in the man's ear, Mr. Fujimoto, that tone is quite offensive. The man shook his head in confusion, astonished by the nurse's words. What? Offensive? Minako and Kansei halted, the girl glancing at Kansei, noticing his silence, before she waved her hand to clarify. It's all right. This is my classmate. He was injured on his last mission. The man scoffed. A mission? What kind of mission can a kid of this age undertake? Can a D-rank mission really result in injury? Today's youth truly seem to be a declining generation. The nurse, sensing Minako's displeasure, hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. Minako placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the man. Kansei is not the kind of person you describe. He was injured by other ninjas. It was evident that Minako was genuinely furious, her cheeks flushed with color, even forgetting to address him as Kickwood. The man was taken aback and scratched his head. At this age, he is already going on missions outside the village? He scrutinized the boy before suddenly giving him a thumbs up. To bravely fight against hostile ninjas, that's impressive. He laughed heartily, urging the nurse, who was still apologizing, to push him forward. Minako, feeling perplexed and exasperated, huffed in anger, glaring at the man's retreating figure. What a strange and ill-mannered person. Kansei also glanced at the odd man before nonchalantly shifting his gaze to comfort the fuming girl. Don't be upset. He didn't speak ill of you. Minako, even more incensed, turned, her amber eyes fixed intently on the boy, the bashful demeanor she once exhibited entirely absent. She declared emphatically, No, Kansei is the best. As soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to realize what she had just said, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her gaze immediately darting away. Unlike the earlier anger that had colored her face, this new heat was so intense it even made her ears redden. She raised her hand to cover her face, crouching down and softly whimpering. Oh no. Kickwood, what I meant was, you. Kansei observed her flustered state and chuckled softly, extending a hand to help her up. I understand. Thank you, Minako. The girl, momentarily dazed, looked up at the outstretched hand. The boy standing before her wore a gentle, soothing smile, transforming his previously indifferent visage into one of warmth. Sunlight cascaded down upon them, illuminating his dark hair and eyes, which now shone with a nearly transparent golden hue. In those eyes, which had captured her heart at first glance, there was only room for her at that moment. Thump. Thump. Her heart raced rapidly in her chest, the overwhelming sound compelling Minako to glance around, fearful that others might discover her concealed feelings. She quickly grasped the boy's slightly cool hand, standing up while keeping her head bowed, her ears hidden beneath her hair, gripping her skirt. She responded in a barely audible whisper. Chapter 22. A visit once again. It was Kakashi who brought lunch alone at noon. In a thoughtful gesture, he prepared convenient rice balls for Sanshin, delicately filled with fish. Kakashi surveyed the hospital room. Has Minako left? Sanshin nodded. Their morning stroll had come to an abrupt halt due to the girl's shyness. After reluctantly escorting Sanshin back to the room, she had hastily said goodbye, her cheeks flushed. Kakashi chuckled behind his mask. Minako is quite an adorable girl. Sanshin shot a skeptical glance at the silver-haired youth, hastily devouring the rice balls. You idiot. Why are you making jokes like Shikaku? Kakashi lightly flicked Sanshin's forehead. How many times must I remind you? At least call me Dad instead of just his name. Sanshin pressed his lips together. He yearned to utter that title naturally, yet every time it was on the tip of his tongue, it remained unspoken. Likely due to an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. I understand. I'll be more mindful next time. Kakashi snorted, shifting the topic. I have an impromptu mission this afternoon, and I'll be working late. Please ask Obito to bring you dinner. Sanshin nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Thankfully, he did not have to trouble Minako. Kakashi's hastily arranged mission seemed genuinely urgent, as he quickly tidied up the dishes and departed, leaving the already quiet ward with only the youth. Leaning against the bed, Sanshin stared blankly at the white ceiling. When idle, his mind inevitably drifted to past memories. He remembered the final battle against the leader in black. If he could wield chakra alongside his spoken words, Or if he were merely stronger, perhaps the captain would not have perished. Was it truly his weakness that rendered him powerless to protect anything? He took a moment to assess his body, due to his reckless use of spoken power. Controlling the active dragon blood had become significantly more challenging. Not only had the absorption rate of chakra decreased, but the difficulty of control had also escalated. Sighing softly, he lay back on the bed. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, followed shortly by raindrops pattering against the window, transforming the previously bright day into a gloomy one. Sanqing rose to bring the small daisies from the windowsill inside and closed the window just before the rain could intrude. He exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat flustered as he managed these tasks with one hand. How convenient it would be to use ninjutsu. The shadow clone technique would certainly have been handy in such moments. Sanqing glanced down at his immobilized right arm. He raised his functioning left hand, forming a one-handed seal. If that were the case, why not attempt to perform ninjutsu with one hand? He recalled reading that when a technique is mastered, the hand signs can be shortened and sped up, even allowing for one-handed seals. This indicated that it was indeed possible to execute ninjutsu with just one hand. After some contemplation, he remembered how frequently battles and missions occurred in the ninja world. Sustaining injuries to hands and feet was entirely commonplace. Chakra flowed steadily as he began to form the seals. Although the technique was one he had practiced countless times before, his movements suddenly faltered, and the chakra dissipated at a crucial moment. Undeterred, Sanqing restructured his chakra and attempted the seals again. He practiced diligently for a while, but outside, the rain showed no signs of relenting, intensifying instead, accompanied by rolling thunder and sporadic flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed, followed by a knock at the door. After a rhythmic series of knocks, the visitor stood quietly outside, politely awaiting a response. Sanqing halted his actions and approached the door, turning the handle to reveal Kuruma, a subordinate of Orochimaru whom he had met long ago. As the door swung open, Sanqing was surprised to find that Kuruma was accompanied by Tanaka and Kazama. Noticing the puzzled expression on Sanqing's face, Kuruma smiled gently and explained, "I have come at Lord Orochimaru's behest to visit you, bringing along some gifts. These two happened to meet me at your door, so I took the liberty of knocking." Tanaka and Kazama nodded in agreement, their expressions unremarkable. Sanqing stepped aside to allow them entry. Upon entering, Kuruma set down a beautifully wrapped gift box and stepped back, gesturing for Tanaka and Kazama to proceed. It was evident to all that he wished to converse privately with Sanqing. Exchanging glances, Tanaka and Kazama placed their own gifts at the door, sharing a moment of silence before Kazama spoke first. "We are here to express our gratitude. Without you and the captain, we would not have escaped safely to complete our mission. Thank you." Both he and Tanaka bowed to Sanqing. Sanqing took a step back, awkwardly declining. "There is no need for thanks. The success of the mission was due to our collective efforts." Kazama seemed to recall the harrowing battle from a week prior, sighing heavily before offering Sanqing a faint smile. "Previously, during those D-rank missions, we didn't have much interaction. I had hoped to get to know each other better during the escort mission, but I didn't anticipate such an incident occurring. The captain's grave is at training ground number 5. If you have the time, you might want to visit." Sanqing lowered his gaze, responding softly, Additionally, Tanaka and I are preparing to participate in the Chunin exams. Given our ninjutsu levels, we should have no trouble passing. After we become Chunin, we may not be able to be on the same team as you anymore. I apologize." Sanqing's hand, which hung by his side, trembled slightly. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Kazama and Tanaka. When Tanaka met his eyes, he quickly averted his gaze, continuing Kazama's words, "I hope your health improves swiftly, and I wish you pleasant interactions with your new teammates." Kazama nodded in agreement, patting his head before pulling out a small jar of ointment from his pocket, grinning as he handed it to Sanqing. "This is a high-grade ointment I obtained during a mission. It's said to be particularly effective for bone injuries." Sanqing accepted the cold ceramic jar, examining its intricate design before replying, "Thank you." Tanaka nudged Kazama's arm, smiling at Sanqing. "It's getting late. We should take our leave." Kazama glanced at Kuruma, who stood at the door, scratching his head hurriedly. "Oh right, we'll take our leave now. We'll chat again next time." Sanqing silently watched as the door was quietly closed by Kuruma after Tanaka and Kazama departed. Setting the ointment aside, he struggled to suppress his icy voice. "What brings you here?" His mood mirrored the dreary weather, utterly dismal. Kuruma continued to wear a gentle smile, standing 2 steps away from Sanqing. "I've heard of your injury. Lord Orochimaru is quite concerned about your well-being." Sanqing coldly retorted, "I'm already fine." Kuruma's gaze fell on Sanqing's arm before he averted it, maintaining a respectful tone. "In fact, Lord Orochimaru has received the mission report submitted by Tanaka Yujin. He remains very interested in your remarkable golden eyes mentioned in the report and wishes to invite you once more to participate in his research. May I inquire about your thoughts on this?" Sanqing's lips curled downwards in an unmistakable display of impatience. "I believe my father has made his position quite clear. However," Kuruki persisted, "of course, we are all aware that Lord Hakuba is indeed deeply concerned for his son. Yet, the individual we are currently inquiring about is you." He spread his hands, gazing at the young man's expression, his smile broadening slightly. "Do you not wish to delve deeper into your own bloodline limit?" Do you not desire to resolve the pressing troubles that beset you? For instance, the incompatibility between chakra and blood. The glint in Songqing's eyes sharpened, and he furrowed his brow, yet he could not deny that he was beginning to waver. Observing the now silent youth, Karuki revealed a knowing smile. He retrieved a serpent-shaped harmonica from his pocket, stepping forward and presenting it with both hands to Songqing. The esteemed lord respects your wishes. Should you contemplate this matter thoroughly and consent, you may sound this harmonica. Songqing fixed his gaze upon the harmonica, which was crafted from unrefined silver-gray metal, and ultimately extended his hand to accept it. I understand, he replied. Karuki bowed respectfully to Songqing, saying, then I shall take my leave. In the blink of an eye, the ninja clad in a gray-green vest vanished from the infirmary. Songqing caressed the harmonica in his left hand. The cold metal pressed against his skin sent a slight numbness creeping up his forearm. The serpent shape was indeed an unsettling design, conjuring memories of the vicious and deranged assassins from his past life. Oh, but do not be hasty to disdain it. Perhaps in the near future, he too might transform into such a monster. Songqing tightened his grip around the harmonica, his fingers squeezing with such force that the veins protruded ominously, straining to the point where his suspended right arm felt the sharp tug of pain. Just as the metal was on the verge of bending under pressure, he finally released his hold. Chapter 23. Fireworks Festival. Due to the need for a reorganization of the team, despite having been discharged from the hospital, Songqing found himself without any immediate tasks assigned to him. He declined the company of Shikamaru and ventured alone to training ground number 5, where he spent the entire morning. The days that followed became leisurely. Songqing retreated to his study as if returning to a time over a year ago, perusing the collection of books belonging to Shikamaru, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil through the knowledge within those pages. Occasionally, he would practice forming hand seals with one hand, but these attempts invariably ended in failure. Hey, Songqing. A black, furry head popped out from outside, a boy with orange goggles peeking through the branches, grinning as he waved at Songqing. Songqing widened his eyes slightly and moved to the sliding door of the courtyard, pulling it open. Are you on break today? Obito sprang from the bushes and hurried at Songqing's side, helping him close the sliding door. It's a day off. Songqing poured tea for Obito with one hand, remarking, I thought you might have skipped class due to being late. Obito's eyes bulged as he protested loudly. No way. That's not me. There's always a reason for my tardiness. Those old ladies really needed assistance, and Rin can testify to that. Songqing handed Obito the slightly warm cup of tea, chuckling as he noticed the boy's chubby cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Obito paused, his large eyes accusingly darting toward his friend. Why are you making fun of me too? It must be that rascal Kakashi who taught you. The mere thought of Kakashi's reaction to Obito's words made Songqing suppress a smile. Taking a sip of tea to mask his amusement before asking, did you come to see me for a specific reason? His arm had yet to fully recover, preventing him from performing ninjutsu, and Obito was reluctant to engage in physical sparring, insisting on notions of unfairness. Thus, what could have prompted his visit today? Obito puffed out his cheeks slightly. It's about that. You remember, right? On the last day of your hospital stay, when I brought you lunch for Kakashi, you promised to accompany me to the fireworks festival? He cautiously lifted his gaze, his large eyes studying Songqing. Songqing's memory stirred, recalling the numerous visitors that day, which had left him somewhat distracted in the evening. His agreement to Obito's invitation had likely been made in haste. He tilted his head, observing the boy beside him whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and was about to nod in agreement when a loud cough interrupted from the doorway. The conversation between the two boys came to an abrupt halt as Songqing turned to see Kakashi standing at the entrance of the study, hands on his hips, glaring at the pair, specifically at Obito. Kakashi squinted slightly, inquiring softly, what are you two discussing? Obito jumped up, defensively retorting, we weren't talking about anything. Kakashi focused intently on Obito. Oh, I distinctly heard someone mention a fireworks festival. Obito immediately interrupted, panic evident in his voice. How did you eavesdrop on us? Kakashi rolled his eyes and entered the study, plopping down opposite Songqing, casually pouring himself a cup of tea. Idiot, this is my house. Shouldn't I be asking why you're here? Songqing smiled and pulled on Obito's sleeve, playfully yanking him into a seat beside Kakashi. Kakashi would surely want to join us for the fireworks festival. Let us go together. Kakashi slammed his teacup down, turning to Songqing with disbelief. His face flushed even behind his mask. Idiot. Who wants to go? Obito mirrored Kakashi's expression, huffing indignantly. Exactly. If that jerk Kakashi goes, he'll definitely be a killjoy. Songqing took a sip of tea, calmly replying, Kakashi is joining us. You're clearly excited about it. Obito. I'm not. Observing the two boys sulking beside him, Songqing pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, if neither of you wishes to join me. Then I who said that? Who said that? The two boys exclaimed in unison, causing Songqing to obediently halt his unfinished sentence. He then tapped the table lightly, soothingly stating, since everyone wants to go, let us stop the bickering. Obito rolled up his sleeves, standing up to challenge Kakashi. In that case, there is still time. How about a spar, Kakashi? Kakashi smirked. Humph, the loser will be you, as always. Obito, incensed, lunged at him. Damn it, Kakashi. You must fight me today. Sanching declined to accompany them into their antics and watched as the two half-pushed, half-pulled each other out the door. The study fell silent, save for the gentle bubbling of the kettle on the small stove. The books in Sanching's hands yielded no useful information, their convoluted text lulling him into drowsiness. Unable to resist, he succumbed to a light slumber, resting his head on the table. Sanching, wake up. If you sleep any longer, it'll be too late. The voice called out, growing nearer, and Sanching opened his eyes to find Obito's south face looming close. The boy rubbed his eyes, vaguely recalling a strange dream that faded into obscurity upon reflection. After a moment of struggle, Sanching surrendered to forgetfulness and turned to gaze out the window. Dusk had nearly descended, and both Obito and Kakashi stood before him, now clad in their yukatas. Kakashi, still wearing his beloved mask, revealed only his disdainful eyes as he regarded Sanching. I've been calling you for ages. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sanching stood up. Sorry, just give me a moment. He hurried a few steps toward his room to change, but suddenly realized his limited mobility with only one functioning arm, turning back with a hint of distress. I need someone to assist me. Kakashi glanced at the eager Obito, clicking his tongue. You can go away. Sanching is my family, so I will help him. Obito shot a glare at Kakashi, pouting in discontent as he cast a forlorn glance at Sanching before sitting down. It appeared that Obito had lost the earlier sparring match. Sanching smiled and gently patted Obito's shoulder in consolation. Kakashi carefully began to unwrap the bandages on Sanching's arm, and Sanching stiffly moved his limb. Actually, I feel like I'm nearly healed. Kakashi smoothed out the yukata, raising one side to indicate Sanching to extend his arm. No. The doctor insisted on a full month of recovery. Sanching complied, changing out of his casual wear and slipping into the yukata, slightly turning to allow Kakashi to tie the obi around his waist. You are being overly cautious. My body has a robust recovery capacity. Kakashi's mind flashed back to the various scars on Sanching's back, both fresh and old, and he scoffed, his tone stern. I think it's a certain idiot who insists on being reckless for no reason. Sanching fell silent, instinctively sensing that it was best not to pursue the topic further. As the three hurriedly made their way to the fireworks festival, night had fully enveloped the sky, and distant fireworks began to burst into bloom. Oh no, are we going to miss it? Obito gazed at the fireworks sparkling in the night sky, feeling a pang of disappointment. Sanching pointed to the Hokage rock nearby. Let us head there. We'll have a clear view. Hokage Rock stands as the pinnacle of Konohagakure, offering an unparalleled vantage point from which to behold the most exquisite fireworks display. Indeed, this was the case when three children, amidst the cacophony of crackling fireworks, reached the summit of Hokage Rock, just in time for the grandest of spectacles, a magnificent array of gold, red, yellow, blue, and green, bursting forth in a dazzling moment, before cascading down like shooting stars in a resplendent finale. From their elevated position, it felt as though the fireworks erupted right before them, the sparks swirling so closely that they seemed within reach, illuminating the night with a brilliance akin to daylight. Sanching tilted his head slightly, while beside him, Obito stood in awe, his mouth agape and his feet instinctively stepping forward, his eyes transfixed on the sky. Kakashi, standing a little further back, though his expression remained inscrutable, gazed upward with rapt attention, his pupils reflecting the riot of colors. The boy from another world had witnessed even more extravagant firework displays, yet, as the purple and gold cascaded like shimmering tassels, he could not help but notice how his friends were bathed in this radiant glow. This sight was undeniably breathtaking. Sanching felt compelled to acknowledge that this fireworks festival was the most beautiful he had ever experienced. As the last embers of the fireworks faded, leaving behind a haze of grayish-white smoke in the night sky, the three boys sat side by side atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the distant festivities that began to stir. Obito swung his legs, his eyes wistfully fixed on the bustling night market, recalling Rin's words from that morning about attending the festival. The boy's secret yearning lay concealed within the remnants of the fireworks, yet it burst forth with fervor through his eyes. Shall we go now? Sanching inquired, rising to his feet. Under the cover of darkness, Obito's cheeks flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, stammering, Huh? No? Are we really going? Sanching tilted his head in confusion. Didn't you want to find Rin? I did not. Obito retorted, jumping up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Kakashi could not suppress a chuckle at the sight. Huh? Obito exclaimed, both embarrassed and indignant, pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi. Damn it, Kakashi, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Kakashi replied, grinning. You're laughing at me. Obito shot back, flustered. Chapter 24. The festival was bustling with excitement. As the three-colored lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting warm yellow, cherry blossom pink, and moonlight white glimmers upon the cobblestone path, the air was infused with the enticing aroma of grilled squid and the sweet scent of candied apples. The teppanyaki vendor's grill sizzled, with droplets of oil dancing in the charcoal fire, creating little sparks of golden light. Sakura once again grasped the hand of Obito, who was nearly swept away by the crowd. The collar of his brown yukata was askew, and the hem was stained with an unknown sugary residue. Beside him, Kakashi, with his white hair adorned by a newly purchased fox mask, had his dark eyes shimmering above the mask. Obito stood on tiptoe, peering around, his obsidian-like pupils reflecting the fragmented light of the lanterns. He muttered, "Wasn't it said that one could witness the most beautiful night scenery of the village during the festival? Right now, all I can see is the back of someone's head. Ouch." Before he could finish, he was jostled by a passerby carrying a cotton candy stand. Kakashi, who had been resting his hands behind his head, swiftly reached out to steady his stumbling companion, disdainfully gesturing at the dust on Obito's garment, explaining, "After all, it's the annual summer festival." Obito huffed, brushing off his clothes, his gaze scanning left and right as he tried to catch sight of a familiar figure among the throng. However, there were simply too many people. If Rin had truly come with her family, the little girl would be lost in the sea of faces. Like searching for a needle in a haystack. Feeling a bit dejected, he sighed. "Never mind, this is a rare festival. Let us take this opportunity to explore together." He glanced at Kakashi and Sakura, who were looking at him, puffed out his cheeks, and took each of their hands, leading them towards a stall draped with indigo fabric. The stall owner, clad in a crimson yukata, was playfully teasing the koi in a wooden basin with a fan. As the fish swirled, their tails disturbed the water, shattering the lantern's reflection into sparkling amber shards. "Little brother, would you like to catch some goldfish?" she asked. Obito's eyes lit up, his earlier gloom dissipating with the tinkling sound of wind chimes. Sakura fished out her wallet, pouring out some coins and handing them to the woman. "Let us start with 30. The woman graciously accepted the money, counting out a paper net and passing it to Sakura. "You can take home any fish you catch." Obito looked at the net handed to him by Sakura, stammering, "Why, you're not going to play?" Sakura shook her head. "I can't." Upon hearing this, Obito confidently patted his chest, declaring, "All right, leave it to me. Today, I will ensure you return with a bounty." He knelt on the grassy mat, resembling a young cat ready to pounce, his enthusiasm evident as he immersed himself in the task of fishing for goldfish. The moment his first net touched the water, it disintegrated into a soft, fluffy mess. Obito's face fell in shock as he held up the tattered net in protest. "This is cheating." The water reflected his flushed cheeks, and Kakashi turned away, stifling a laugh as his shoulders shook. Sakura glanced at Kakashi, noticing his amusement, and helplessly defended Obito. "It's his first time." Kakashi, squinting at Obito, who was voraciously attempting to catch fish, mercilessly remarked to Sakura, "Your money is definitely going down the drain." Sakura couldn't help but chuckle. "Would you like to give it a try?" Kakashi scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Only someone at the bottom of the class would be interested in such things. Sakura pointed to a nearby stall. "That one seems to be selling illustrated novels. Would you like to take a look?" Kakashi instinctively turned to glance, then quickly turned back, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Sakura. "How did you know?" He stopped mid-sentence, awkwardly tugging at his mask, his ears slightly reddening. Sakura, taken aback by Kakashi's reaction, replied, "We share a room, right? You don't hide the novels you read, do you?" After pondering for a moment, she uncertainly looked at the flustered Kakashi. "Isn't it normal for a young boy to enjoy reading novels and illustrated books?" Kakashi glared at Sakura, indignation evident on his face. "You're not allowed to peek at my novels." "I didn't peek. I just happened to see the covers while tidying up. That is off limits too." "Oh." Just as Sakura and Kakashi were whispering to each other, a youthful voice pierced through the crowd, startling the resting sparrows beneath the eaves. "Yes." The two hurriedly navigated through the gathering crowd, only to find Obito triumphantly cradling a small red and white goldfish, carefully presenting it to them, his bright eyes sparkling with joy. The stall owner, concealing her red lips behind a fan, smiled charmingly. "It seems little brother has had quite the luck. Would you like to continue?" Obito quickly shook his head, handing the goldfish back to the woman as she filled a transparent bag with water and placed the fish inside before returning it to him. With earnestness, he presented the hard-won prize to Sakura. "This is for you." Sakura stared, momentarily stunned, as she accepted it with her left hand. "For me?" Obito, hands on his hips, proudly replied, "Of course. Didn't I say I'd ensure you returned with something?" Kakashi, observing from the side, seemed to smirk, yet surprisingly refrained from mocking. "Well, thank you," Sakura said, lifting the bag containing the fish, her mind already contemplating where to keep it. The trio continued to explore the festival, but at some point, Kakashi had wandered off. When Sakura noticed his absence, she raised an eyebrow but felt no concern that he would get lost in the village, allowing Obito to lead her through the streets. "Wow, Sakura, over there is a shuriken throwing contest." Obito exclaimed with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure, pointing towards a crowded platform in the distance. As they approached, they saw the first prize displayed on a soft red cushion inside a wooden box. It was a limited edition ninja tool set for the summer festival. Sakura scrutinized the ninja tool set, trying to ascertain what made it limited edition, feeling somewhat perplexed. She turned her head only to find Obito had already jumped onto the platform, waving at her. "Come on, Sakura." Somehow, the boy found himself signed up for the contest alongside his friend, brimming with confidence. "That limited edition ninja tool set is definitely mine." Sakura hesitated, watching the children on stage tossing toy shurikens, her thoughts swirling. "What brings you here?" A familiar voice queried, and Kakashi appeared beside Sakura, holding 3 sticks of malt candy and casually offering her one. Sakura pointed toward the lively contest in front, sighing, "I'll be up soon." With the same enthusiasm, Obito accepted a stick of candy from Kakashi, popping it into his mouth as he fixated on the stage, mumbling through the candy, "That's right. We're going for first place." Fortunately, when it was finally Sakura and Obito's turn, the contest was nearing its end, with only a few balloons left to throw at. Yet the grand prize balloon still hung high above. Obito, brimming with determination, motivated himself. "The grand prize will surely be ours." However, after his 10th miss, Sakura had already won 2 free vouchers for 3 colored dango and casually tossed aside her remaining shurikens, focusing intently on Obito's contest. "Go for it, Obito." Obito felt a pang of anxiety, but the more anxious he became, the more inaccurate his throws were. Just as he managed to release a shuriken that seemed destined to hit, it narrowly grazed the grand prize balloon, veering off course. In frustration, the Uchiha boy tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "Darn it. How could it be so challenging?" He stood still, adjusting his stance, and finally grasped the shuriken in his hand once more. At that moment, a shuriken flew diagonally from behind Obito, spinning gracefully as it struck the balloon representing the grand prize. With a pop, the balloon burst, and the host excitedly announced the winner of the grand prize. The ultimate champion of this competition is none other than Kakashi Hatake. Cheers and screams erupted in a cacophony, while Obito stood dazed, momentarily frozen in place, until suddenly a ninja tool pouch was tossed into his arms. Startled, the boy clutched the limited edition pouch, looking somewhat bewildered at Kakashi. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket, slightly lifted his chin in Obito's direction. "Don't just stand there in a daze. I merely practiced my wrist strength casually. I don't need this, so take it." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted elsewhere. Tsukikage smiled briefly, about to say something, when they heard a familiar voice from the crowd. "Kakashi, Obito, Tsukikage." The 3 boys were momentarily taken aback, turning their attention towards the audience, where Rin was eagerly leaning over the edge of the stage, stretching her arm and waving at them. "Rin!" Obito exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards her and flipping off the stage. "Rin, what are you doing here?" He trailed off mid-sentence, chuckling sheepishly as he scratched his head. Rin smiled gently at Obito. "I watched your match just now. You were amazing, Obito." Obito blushed, feeling a bit bashful. It wasn't anything special. If it weren't for Kakashi, the first place would definitely have been mine. Rin smiled subtly, pulling out a gold-foiled amulet from her pocket and placing it into Obito's hand. "This is for you. It's a gift." Obito held it like a treasure, his eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, and he lowered his goggles. "Thank you, Rin-chan." The 4 friends, finally reunited, engaged in lively conversation and decided to head to the shrine to offer prayers, marking the conclusion of the festival. As midnight approached, the twilight deepened, and the crowd thinned. Amidst the twinkling stars and lanterns, Obito stealthily inscribed his wish to become Hokage on a wooden imma, hanging it at the highest point before turning to run off. Unaware that Kakashi had similarly hung a written imma in the adjacent spot, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the imma to spin, and the moonlight illuminated the characters inscribed upon it. "Idiot Underachiever and Idiot Tsukikage, may your wishes come true." Chapter 26. The new team. It had been a month since Sanshing's arm was finally freed from its restraints. During this period, the young boy had gained some new insights into performing hand seals with one hand, yet he still had a distance to traverse before achieving success. On the day he removed the plaster, information about his new teammates was presented to him. This time, the team consisted of 2 CH Nin and 1 J Nin, led by a J Nin named Fujimaki Akira. The surname Fujimaki felt strangely familiar to Sanshing. As he pondered this name in his mind, he suddenly recalled that the peculiar man he had encountered in the hospital garden with Minako also bore the same surname. Could it be? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Sanshing arrived at the meeting place well ahead of time, leaning against a slightly peeling torii post, quietly awaiting his new comrades. A gentle summer breeze caressed the boy's face, tenderly dispelling the heat of the sun, while dappled sunlight danced upon the ground through the leaves. Sanshing's heart stirred. He slightly raised his hand, and formless chakra coalesced at his fingertips, gradually guiding the wind into a flowing motion. It seemed as though he was inherently attuned to the wind in this world. "Impressive, young lad. You're already capable of the basic transformation of chakra at such a young age." A voice suddenly resonated above Sanshing. Instantly, his chakra dissipated, and the wind fled from his fingertips in surprise. Looking up, Sanshing saw the familiar figure of a meticulously dressed man crouching atop the torii, gazing down at him. Indeed, it was the eccentric man from the garden. Standing upright, Sanshing addressed the man. "I am Hatake Sanshing. Pleased to meet you, Captain." The man let out a long exhale, leaping down from the torii to stand before the boy. He scrutinized Sanshing from head to toe, then stroked his chin with a smile. "So it's you, Hatake, is it? Don't think for a moment that I'll treat you any differently because of Lord Kakashi." Sanshing lowered his gaze, speaking solemnly. "There is no need for that. I stand here based on my own abilities." The man scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "Ha, your own abilities? As a mere genin, do you truly believe that mastering a few rudimentary transformations makes you impressive?" His tone was entirely antagonistic, as if seeking a quarrel. Sanshing pressed his lips together in silence, sensing that further conversation would yield unfriendly consequences. Noting Sanshing's silence, the man let out a bored whistle. lazily adopting Sanching's earlier stance against the Torii, staring vacantly at the sky. Then, abruptly, he spoke. You're not bad, kid. I appreciate punctuality. Sanching remained silent, casting his gaze skyward. Although there was still time before the designated meeting, the other two teammates had yet to appear. Clearly, Fujimaki's patience was quite limited. After uttering that remark, his expression visibly soured as he glared menacingly at the forest entrance, as if expecting not his subordinates, but two nefarious criminals to emerge. Fortunately, just as the limit for tardiness was about to be reached, the two teammates arrived at the rendezvous point. One of them, a young man with khaki-colored hair, scratched his head and elongated his voice in apology. Sorry, Captain. Fujimaki Akira scowled, shouting at him. What are you apologizing for? You're late again. Do you even want to be a ninja? I'm sorry. The two immediately bowed deeply in unison, the khaki-haired youth repeatedly uttering apologies. However, Fujimaki Akira seemed wholly unconsoled, launching into a tirade that criticized the duo on everything from past mission experiences to daily habits, leaving Sanching to wonder if they were indeed late at all, or simply being unfairly reprimanded. This new captain was certainly difficult to deal with. Newcomer, come here. You over there. Finally, having relished the moment of reprimanding, Fujimaki Akira cleared his throat and turned to Sanching, pointing to one of the young men. You three introduce yourselves to one another. Hi there, little brother. My name is Yamanaka Kashin, and this taciturn fellow is Hyuga Yuki. We've been partners with Captain Fujimaki for 3 to 4 years. The khaki-haired Yamanaka Kashin eagerly extended a hand toward Sanching. The other, Hyuga Yuki, awkwardly adjusted his forehead protector and murmured, Please take care of me. Sanching grasped Yamanaka Kashin's hand and nodded slightly to the two. Nice to meet you. I am Hitaki Sanching. Initially, Yamanaka Kashin was animatedly shaking Sanching's hand, but after hearing his introduction, he blinked in astonishment, then exclaimed loudly, Huh? Is that it for the introductions? So brief. What do you like to eat? What do you enjoy doing? Are you, like Yuki, a bit of a recluse? Oh dear. How unfortunate. He rambled on, suddenly withdrawing his hand and crouching down, cradling his head, his eyes dimming as he muttered. Am I really going to face the captain alone from now on? That's terrifying, utterly terrifying. Fujimaki Akira, initially amused by Kashin's antics, suddenly raised an eyebrow at the last remark, striding menacingly toward him. What do you mean by that, Yamanaka? Explain yourself. Do you have a problem with me? Yamanaka Kashin immediately shrank back, casting a pitiful glance toward Sanching and Hyuga Yuki for help. Sanching, observing Yuki taking a step back, was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Yamanaka, he. Yuki shook his head decisively, pulling Sanching back a couple of steps. Don't get involved. Meanwhile, Fujimaki Akira, satisfied with the retreating figures of Sanching and Yuki, cracked his knuckles, grinning menacingly at Yamanaka Kashin. Your captain has been recuperating in the hospital for a full 2 months. Let us see how much you've progressed during that time. Yamanaka Kashin was still struggling. I was wrong, Captain. I was wrong. A massive fist descended from above, and thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to roll away just in time to avoid being sent into the ground. Fujimaki Akira dusted off his hands, praising, good reflexes. Kid. He charged after the fleeing Yamanaka Kashin, continuing to throw punches. As Yamanaka Kashin ran, he cried out in a series of panicked exclamations. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Captain, you're the best captain in the world. Please forgive me. At this point, words were futile. The two tumbled from the ground to the trees and back again, the swirling leaves and dust obscuring Sanching's view of the fray. He could only rely on Yamanaka Kashin's cries to gauge their whereabouts. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. A hand rested on the boy's shoulder. Sanching looked up to see Hyuga Yuki, his distinctive white eyes fixed intently on the depths of the forest. Upon hearing the surname Hyuga, Sanching had sensed something. Now, it was evident, this was indeed the renowned Hyuga clan of Konohagakure, known for their unique ocular technique, the Byakugan. Noticing Sanching's gaze, Yuki closed his Byakugan and turned to him, quietly asking, Is something wrong? Sanching shook his head, gesturing toward the forest with a perplexed expression. Is this how they always are? Hinata Yuki fell silent for a moment, slightly turning his head, still attempting to defend his former captain and teammates. The captain is actually quite nice, and Koizumi is very lively. Kanzaki remained quiet, uncertain how to respond to Hinata's words. Yamamoto Koizumi's chatter had already begun to show itself, while Fujiki Akira's good temper, that remained to be seen. Just then, the two who had determined the outcome returned to Kanzaki, with Fujiki Akira cheerfully holding Yamamoto Koizumi by the collar, after lying around for 2 months. It's finally time to loosen those stiff muscles. Yamamoto Koizumi, feeling wronged, reached out to Hinata and Kanzaki. For the past 2 months, Yuki and I have been diligently completing missions without slacking off. Why are you coming back so hard on us? Fujiki Akira casually tossed Yamamoto Koizumi aside. Is that so? Well, you two did quite well. The youth with khaki hair spun gracefully before landing on the ground, despite his bruised appearance. He seemed to have forgotten about the recent beating, grinning foolishly as he ruffled his hair. Hee, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Captain. Fujiki Akira waved his hand dismissively, ending the day's farce. In any case, that's enough for today. Since you are now acquainted, gather here again tomorrow, and I will announce the new mission. Hinata Yuki raised his hand slightly, and when Fujiki Akira squinted his eyes in his direction, he spoke up. Is it really all right to jump straight into a mission now that you've just recovered? Fujiki Akira chuckled, raising his chin. Are you underestimating your captain? He pointed at Hinata. Little Yuki, I know you are a good kid. I don't want you hanging around with Kazumi all day. If you have the time, you can help the new guy. Hinata Yuki lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Yamamoto Kazumi chuckled and bounded over to his teammate, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Yuki is my good friend. He won't leave me. Fujiki Akira scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Koizumi before disappearing from sight. In an instant, Yamamoto Koizumi's proud posture slumped, collapsing like a lump of clay against Hinata Yuki, his voice deflated. Darn it. After finally getting 2 months of rest, I have to follow the captain on a mission again. Hinata Yuki seemed accustomed to this, gently patting Yamamoto Koizumi's shoulder and softly reassuring him. It's all right. Yamamoto Koizumi sighed and glanced at Kanzaki with a melancholic expression. Newcomer, if you think the captain has a bad temper, you are absolutely right. That old fellow is strict with everyone and is consumed with tasks. Sigh, apart from being somewhat decent, I can't think of any other merits. Kanzaki raised an eyebrow, reiterating, somewhat decent? Yamamoto Kazumi nodded vigorously. Exactly. Don't be misled by his age and temper, loud voice, and harsh methods. However, as you spend more time with him, you will realize that Captain Fujiki is quite a good person. You little rascal, I knew you'd speak ill of me. Fujiki Akira's voice thundered from above as the scowling man returned, arms crossed, casting a cold glare at Koizumi before addressing Kanzaki. Kid, prepare yourself well. Do you hear me? I don't want to be cleaning up after you during the mission. With that, he vanished once more from the sight of the three. Kanzaki clenched his fists, remaining rigid in place. Yamamoto Koizumi shrank his shoulders, nervously glancing around, tightly closing his mouth to refrain from further comments. Only managing to awkwardly pat Kanzaki's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Hinata Yuki nodded at Kanzaki. Don't worry, with us around, the mission will be fine. Koizumi and I will head back now. See you tomorrow. The surroundings fell silent once more, a gentle breeze brushing against Kanzaki's cheek, stirring his soft black hair, quietly enveloping him in its embrace, silently accompanying the youth. The boy closed his eyes, relaxing his body, feeling the chilly chakra flow through his veins, slowly dissipating the furious anger ignited by Fujiki Akira's repeated provocations. Chapter 27. C-Class Bandit Extermination Mission 1. Upon returning home, Shikumo Hataki was unusually punctual, engrossed in a book in the living room. I'm back, said Kanzaki softly, placing the keys by the door. Shikumo set aside his novel, resting his chin on his hand as he looked over at her. How do you find the new teammate? Kanzaki pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she poured 2 cups of tea in the kitchen. She emerged, placing 1 cup before the silver-haired man and sitting down with the other. Shikumo glanced at the tea, unable to suppress a chuckle, rhythmically tapping the arm of the sofa with his index finger. Is it that Fujiki's tone was rather harsh? His demeanor unfriendly towards you? After sipping her tea, Kanzaki nodded lightly, her tone surprisingly calm. He treats me like a child, believing I became a ninja solely due to your connections. Shikumo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, that was to be expected. Kanzaki set her cup down, casting a glance at the man. Her adoptive father erupted into hearty laughter, moving closer to her and enveloping her in a warm embrace. Little Kanzaki, your current demeanor is quite rare, simply adorable. Alas, Kakashi is so busy preparing for the CH exams, always out early and returning late. It seems you are the only one who can keep this lonely old man company. Surrounded by his warm aura, Kanzaki felt her cheeks heat up, unable to escape the embarrassment despite the countless times this had happened. She quietly retorted, it's clearly you who has been working overtime. Shikumo ruffled Kanzaki's soft black hair. What can I say? I am the head of the Umbu. I must attend to so many members. Don't be jealous, little Kanzaki. I'm not jealous at all. All right, you're not. However, regarding Fujiki Akira, please do not harbor any undue misunderstandings or biases against him. After all, I approve of him as your captain. Kanzaki looked up at the man, noting the stubble on his jaw, puffing her cheeks. In that case, I will strive to earn his recognition. Shikumo fell into a moment of silence, his gaze drifting off as if lost in thought. His left hand unconsciously brushed against the boy's head, but in the end, Kanzaki only heard a gentle sigh, with no further words following. Her eyes settled on the steam rising from her cup. Contemplating voicing her indifference to the opinions of inconsequential individuals, she wanted to express her understanding of Shikumo's struggles and her desire not to add to his burdens. What she truly wished to prove herself to was none other than Shikumo Hataki himself. Yet, what significance would voicing these feelings hold at this moment? Perhaps they would merely be dismissed as childish defiance. The next day, the well-prepared Fujiki team gathered in front of the familiar Torii Gate. The leading J-Nin unfurled the mission scroll and announced the objective aloud. A band of bandits has appeared near the western border of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Rain, severely disrupting transportation for the local villages. This mission requires us to eliminate those ruffians. Waisher Hige frowned and inquired. Are they bandits who escaped from the Land of Rain? Koyama Keisei scoffed, resting a hand on Waisher's shoulder. Who knows? The Land of Rain is so chaotic. It's entirely plausible for such ruthless bandits to emerge. Fujiki Akira's expression turned stern. Though this is merely a simple C-class bandit extermination mission, you must all remain fully alert. I will not tolerate any mistakes on my watch. Do you understand? Yes. The three responded in unison. At this early hour, as the sky began to lighten, the four had readied themselves for departure. After confirming their belongings, Fujiki Akira commanded them to move out, leading the way. At the village entrance, after greeting the guarding ninjas and presenting their village exit permits, the leader suddenly halted. Fujiki Akira retrieved a white daisy from his pocket, carefully placing it beside a large tree at the entrance. With hands clasped before his forehead, he closed his eyes in silence for several seconds. Kanzaki noticed Koyama and Hige exchanging glances, and then the young man with khaki hair shrugged, both wearing expressions of mild surprise. All right, let us go. Yukiharu will bless our journey, Fujiki Akira returned calmly, tossing out this ambiguous remark as he strode away. Who is Yukiharu? Kanzaki pondered. Yet she was not one to pry into others' personal matters. She tightened her grip on the short blade strapped to her waist and followed closely. Strangely, despite Koyama Keisa's earlier impression of Kanzaki as a lively and energetic individual, the group, including Koyama, adopted an unexpectedly serious demeanor throughout the mission. Even Koyama's usual antics were limited to playful gestures and murmured exchanges with Waishur. The village from which the mission was commissioned was named Shuangha Village, derived from the two rivers that intertwined before and behind it. Fujiki Akira first led the team to visit the village chief, who was a man with a sorrowful demeanor, resembling a troubled farmer. Are you the ninja sent from Konoha? Please, come in, he gestured, opening the door. Inside was a very modest dwelling, with earthen walls that were chipped and peeling. It appeared to consist of merely an outer and inner room, from which the cries of a baby could be heard through a fabric curtain. The village chief scratched his head, sighing, and apologetically explained, the recent harvest has been poor. The child is probably hungry and disturbing you esteemed ninjas. I sincerely apologize. He hurriedly lifted the curtain, calling into the inner room. Hanako, please feed the child some rice soup from the stove. Don't disturb the adults. A muffled sob emerged from within, followed by a woman with a cloth tied around her head, hurrying out of the room, pouring a bowl of pale rice soup from the simmering pot before returning to the inner chamber. The wailing gradually ceased. The village chief invited the four to sit down but was taken aback to find only 4 chairs in his humble abode. Embarrassed, he rubbed his hands together and stood aside. Please, esteemed ones, have a seat. I can stand. Kanzaki stood up. I will step outside for a moment. Fujiki Akira abruptly raised his head, casting a stern gaze at her. You stay here. Koyama, go outside. Waishur nodded obediently and stepped outside. The village chief trembled slightly as he settled into a chair, finally beginning to recount the details of the mission. Our Shuangha village, once renowned for those 2 rivers, was a bountiful place. Not to say we had vast farmlands, but we were self-sufficient and even had some surplus. Those were truly wonderful times. His expression grew distant, filled with bittersweet nostalgia. Fujiki Akira tapped his fingers on the table, pressing for more details. Is this related to the bandits? The village chief quickly glanced at Fujiki Akira before lowering his head, pausing momentarily, then nodding. Indeed, it is all they're doing. They have caused our lands to yield nothing. Please, esteemed ninjas, help us drive them away. Fujiki Akira exchanged looks with Koyama, and the understanding subordinate immediately followed up on the village chief's words, assuring him, rest assured, since you have entrusted this mission to Konoha, we will certainly fulfill our duty. The village chief grew excited, nodding vigorously, his eyes filled with hope. Good, good. Then I will rest easy. We are counting on you. As the 3 exited the village chief's home, Waishur returned just in time. Fujiki Akira glanced back at the closed door, beckoning them to speak elsewhere. They made their way to the banks of the rushing river beside the village, where the torrent of water cascaded down, and the view extended into lush forests and hills. Fujiki Akira halted Waishur, who was about to speak, and turned to Kanzaki, lifting his chin slightly. Kid, why don't you share your thoughts on this matter? In his mind, Sanqing reflected on all the scenes and dialogues that had transpired within the room, meticulously organizing his thoughts before responding. I find certain discrepancies in the village chief's account. He mentioned that the bandits had devastated their lands, leaving them barren. Yet upon our arrival, we observed that the village was still populated, albeit with its inhabitants appearing gaunt and malnourished. This cannot solely be attributed to the indiscriminate slaughter by the bandits leading to a loss of labor. Considering the fertile nature of the land, there may be other underlying issues. Perhaps among the bandits, there are ninjas employing some peculiar jutsu that has sapped the land of its vitality? He articulated numerous points, striving to convey his thoughts comprehensively. However, Fujimoki Akira's brow furrowed increasingly, and only after Sanqing concluded did he wave his hand dismissively. Your points are somewhat valid, yet I am still disappointed in you. I expected your capabilities to be more formidable, given your previous arrogance, but it turns out you are merely mediocre. Sanqing pressed his lips together, a surge of unidentifiable anger bubbling within him. He stifled his emotions and humbly sought guidance. Captain Fujimoki, please advise. Fujimoki Akira cast him a meaningful glance, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoxing, it is your turn to speak. Yamashiro Shaoxing offered Sanqing an apologetic look. Sanqing makes a compelling argument. However, I wish to add some details. I noticed that when the woman named Hanako emerged to serve rice soup, although the bowl was worn, the rim clearly showed signs of having been gilded. Based on my studies of ceramics and similar crafts, that style of bowl was likely once a gilded artifact. Fujimoki Akira shot him a sharp glare. Get to the point. Yamashiro Shaoxing promptly cleared his throat. The village chief's palms bear no calluses indicative of long-term agricultural labor. Therefore, based on my observations, his household must have once been quite affluent, and the current state of destitution cannot solely be ascribed to the bandits' actions leading to lost harvests. Hinata Yashiro interjected. I surveyed the surroundings and found that, although it is the time for labor, the able-bodied men of the village are all resting at home. The nearby fields show normal soil quality, with no signs of jutsu-induced crop failure. Yamashiro Shaoxing could not help but scoff. So, essentially, they are simply lazy and unwilling to work. Hinata Yashiro gently nudged him. We cannot rule out the possibility that the threat of bandits has rendered them too fearful to cultivate their lands, leaving them to idleness at home. Once the two had finished, Fujimoki Akira regarded Sanqing once more. All right, the deductions end here. Remember, our primary mission is to eradicate the bandits. This is a C-rank task, and I do not wish for complications to arise. Sanqing's face flushed slightly as he bowed his head. His fists clenched in quiet frustration. He had hoped to impress Fujimoki Akira with what he believed to be a thoroughly considered hypothesis, only to discover that the latter had already dispatched the perceptive Hinata Yashiro to investigate the surroundings. While listening to the client's account, the other two had not neglected to observe the finer details. Indeed, Yamashiro Shaoxing's vast knowledge enabled him to discern the original style and purpose of a particular type of ceramic with just a glance. It was no wonder Fujimoki Akira had always been so stern with him. He was undeniably outmatched by the other two. With such a blend of outward toughness and inner finesse, it was no surprise that Fujimoki Akira, recognized by the esteemed Hitaki Sakumo, could command the respect of such intelligent and capable individuals. Chapter 28, C-Rank Bandit Elimination Mission 2. Yushu, please outline our forthcoming course of action. Fujiki Akira crossed his arms, his gaze solemnly sweeping over his three subordinates. Hinata Yushu immediately stood at attention and responded, yes. He then turned to his companions, Yamanaka Koyoshi and Kazuki, and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, given our current understanding of this band of thieves is limited to their origins from the Land of Rain, and considering the possibility that ninjas may be among them, I propose that Kazuki initiate a feigned attack. I will observe from the side with my Byakugan, and should I confirm the absence of enemy ninjas, we will proceed as a trio to expel the adversaries. If they refuse to cooperate, we shall eliminate them entirely. This indeed was a prudent approach. The flow of chakra would be entirely discernible through Byakugan scrutiny. A feigned assault by Kazuki would also serve to project an image of weakness to the enemy. Kazuki nodded in agreement. I have no objections. However, Koyoshi appeared somewhat hesitant. Glancing towards Fujiki Akira, who remained silent, is eliminating these bandits sufficient for mission success? Fujiki did not meet his gaze. Fixated instead on the incessantly flowing river beside him. Do you truly seek my counsel on a mere C-rank mission? Koyoshi promptly sealed his lips. Understood. Then, according to plan, let the operation commence. The bandit stronghold lay upon a picturesque hillside straddling the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, adorned with blooming hibiscus flowers. Kazuki gracefully traversed the expansive sea of pink and white blossoms, guided by the Byakugan, and soon beheld the clustered thatched roof huts of the bandit encampment not far away. Who goes there? The youth made no effort to conceal his presence, and his swift movements caught the attention of a patrolling bandit, who called out from a distance. Kazuki had already spotted the bandit charging towards him with a drawn sword, but he regarded the inquiry with disdain, as a mere bandit, seeing his aggressive approach. How could he not prioritize seizing his weapon to attack, and executed a swift strike? Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated among the huts, and Kazuki landed gracefully. His gaze fixated on the bandit whose weapon he had sent flying. He positioned his short sword against the bandit's neck, his expression icy, surrender or perish. The bandit, also a youth, trembled before the ninja, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned helplessly towards the bandit encampment. I don't want to die. Kazuki regarded the sobbing boy with indifference, his dark pupils devoid of emotion. Where is your leader? The blade pressed closer to the boy's neck, drawing a distinct line of blood upon his tender skin. No. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. The boy trembled in fear, weeping profusely. The commotion had already alerted other bandits, many brandishing hoes, sickles, spears, and knives, crowding at the encampment's entrance. Who are you? Let go of Caution. Caution. Are you the reinforcements sent by Nagata? How far must we be pushed before you relent? You despicable lackeys of Nagata. We fled from the Land of Rain only to find no refuge here in the Land of Fire. Despicable Land of Fire. Detestable, great nation. The cacophony of voices caused Kazuki to furrow his brow, casting a subtle glance to either side. Yamanaka and Hinata had not revealed themselves. Could it be that this bandit encampment concealed more ninjas? While the objective was to eliminate the bandits, some questions still required clarification. Kazuki sees the weeping boy named Kashin, the blade resting against his neck, and called out to the throng of onlookers, "Silence. I will ask questions, and you shall answer. I will return him to you afterward." After a moment, the clamor subsided, and a woman stepped forth from the crowd. A scar traversed her left cheek, and her expression bore deep sorrow as she addressed Kazuki, bowing awkwardly. "If that is the case, allow me to clarify matters for this esteemed ninja. I implore you to uphold your promise and release Kashin afterward." Kazuki nodded. "That is only natural." He paused, mentally cataloging all known information, and chose to begin with the most fundamental inquiry. "Why have you come from the land of rain to this place?" The woman hesitated, slightly tilting her head, her gaze scanning the crowd behind her, before responding, "Because we wish to survive. The unfortunate land of rain has become a battleground amidst the chaos of war. Following its conclusion, many residents, including ninjas, teeter on the brink of starvation. We were compelled to band together, leaving our homeland to seek refuge here. Why target the farmlands of Shuanghe village, rendering them unable to provide for its villagers?" The woman's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling slightly, her chest heaving. "It is the despicable Nagata. It is he." She gasped for breath, visibly agitated by Kazuki's question. Kazuki's cold gaze remained fixed upon her, emphasizing, "Answer my question, refrain from unnecessary chatter." The woman quickly pressed her hand to her chest, taking several deep breaths to compose herself. Furrowing her brow, she lowered her voice, offering a strained smile. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed ninja. The truth is, years prior, the people of the land of rain had migrated here in desperation, and on the brink of starvation, they encountered the bountiful Shuanghe village. The then leader, with humility, approached the village, pleading with Nagata for aid in the form of food. Nagata and the villagers generously provided life-saving provisions and invited them to stay outside the village." The woman's eyes glistened with sorrow. At that time, everyone was so kind and benevolent. To repay the villagers' kindness, the people from the land of rain voluntarily aided in their farming, entering a sweet period of mutual assistance. Yet, as time passed, the villagers began to revel in the comfort provided by the labor of the Rainland residents, enjoying the fruits of labor without toil. They only needed to part with a fraction of their harvest to receive the unwavering dedication of these workers. They exported the grains cultivated by the Rainland folk, amassing great wealth, and as a result, Shuanghe village grew increasingly prosperous, with each household adorned in gold and silver, even their dining utensils transformed into exquisite art. However, the rations provided to the Rainland residents dwindled. The woman's gaze darkened with hatred, her fists clenched, trembling with emotion as she wept. "We saved you, and it is only right that you labor for us. We are merely refugees from the land of rain. Do they not feel ashamed to utter such words? Without our devoted farming, how could they live in such ease? Yet in the end, they no longer provide even the basic sustenance. What a tale of ingratitude and betrayal." Kazuki's expression remained impassive as he pressed further. "Even so, you could have left to seek other means. Why obstruct the villagers' farming?" The woman laughed, caressing the scar on her face, her smile cold and mocking. "Since we have taken refuge in this mountain, we have not troubled Shuanghe village. Instead, they have grown accustomed to reaping benefits without effort. Now, bereft of our labor, they cannot endure the toil of work. It is they who repeatedly venture to this mountain, seizing the food we have painstakingly cultivated." She parted the crowd, and those behind her created a path through which one could witness the remnants of battle scattered across the thatched roofs of the bandit lair. Sangxing pursed her lips. Lost in contemplation, the tragic plight of these homeless souls was indeed lamentable. However, she was currently engaged in a mission, and how could personal emotions impede the progress of her task? The words of Fujimoki Akira echoed in her ears. "You are no different." The youth's thoughts whirled, and without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand. It seemed rather superfluous to contemplate a so-called win-win solution, for in the end, they were merely strangers. As long as the mission could be accomplished, the means were inconsequential. Under the woman's hopeful gaze, he thrust the small letter into the throng before him, slightly raising his weapon, the glinting blade aimed at them, and spoke. "You have 10 minutes. You may choose to gather your belongings and return to the land of rain, never to return. In 5 minutes, I shall slay all who remain here." The woman, who had just moments ago rejoiced in Sangxing's promise, suddenly stiffened. Clutching the trembling child, she and the others fell into a profound silence. "Why?" After a prolonged silence, the woman, in despair, gazed at the youth. Biting her lip, she almost screamed in a frenzy, questioning, "You know full well that returning means certain death. Only by staying here, in the land of fire, do we have any hope of survival. You know this." Sangxing merely regarded them with indifference, the blade in her hand unwavering. 7.5 minutes remain. All eyes turned to the woman. Lowering her head, her shoulders trembled as she leaned on the child for support. When she raised her gaze once more, her eyes were filled with determination. "We will not leave. This mountain is our home. You stand alone. We may not be defeated." No one fled. Looking around, Sangxing saw that those facing her were predominantly the elderly, the weak, and children, with only a few robust men among them. Had this very group, in gratitude for a meal from Shuanghe village, toiled tirelessly for them for years without complaint? Sanxing patiently awaited the countdown in her heart until it reached its conclusion. Finally, she lowered her arm slightly, adopting a poised stance for attack, and calmly reminded them, "Please do not hold it against me." As her words fell, the people of the Land of Rain raised their weapons, rallying themselves with a cacophony of shouts as they charged toward the slender, fragile figure of the young ninja. Chapter 29, C-Class Elimination Mission 3. Sanxing no longer hesitated. She raised her blade to parry the incoming hoe and swiftly kicked the man lunging at her away. A woman with a scar on her left cheek charged forward, embracing Sanxing's waist while weeping uncontrollably. Why won't you let us live?" With a cold expression, Sanxing withdrew her short knife, poised to strike. "Stop, Sanxing!" The urgent voice of Hinata Yuki rang out. Simultaneously, Sanxing felt an unexpected heaviness throughout her body. A peculiar sensation of consciousness detaching from her being. When she regained her senses, she found herself 5 meters away from her previous position. As Hinata Yuki carried Yamamoto Kashin on his back and approached her, rubbing her head after dismounting from Hinata's back, Yamamoto looked at Sanxing with reproach. "Why did you resort to violence? I thought you were merely trying to intimidate them." Sanxing blinked, and once her slightly blurred vision cleared, she replied earnestly, "I was executing the previously established operational protocol. If they refuse to cooperate and leave, then they must be eradicated." Yamamoto shot her an exasperated glance before hastening over to pacify the agitated refugees from the Land of Rain. Standing beside Sanxing, Hinata Yuki regarded the silent young girl with a complex expression and sighed softly. "The situation was urgent. Kashin utilized a technique to control you. Do you feel any discomfort?" Recalling the nauseating sensation of disconnection, Sanxing instinctively grasped the necklace around her neck and gently shook her head. "I'm fine." Hinata Yuki produced a mint candy from his pocket and offered it to her. "This will help." Sanxing stared at the colorful candy for a moment before accepting it with a murmured, "Thank you. We initially refrained from intervening to observe your battle against those ruthless bandits alone. After all, we will need to cooperate in future endeavors. And understanding one another would facilitate that." Hinata Yuki's gaze shifted toward Yamamoto, who was animatedly gesturing and speaking to the crowd. "However, we did not anticipate that the group would consist of the elderly, women, and children, and the truths emerging from their words are quite shocking. In light of this, the peculiar behavior exhibited by the village chief of Shuanghe can now be understood. Indeed, given the current state of affairs, their stubborn refusal to depart, coupled with underlying circumstances, renders a violent resolution impractical. The captain has already gone to seek the village chief, Nagata. Once he arrives, we can confront each other and clarify the situation." Sanxing lowered her gaze to the vibrant purple hibiscus flowers blooming nearby, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yamamoto returned after calming the crowd, standing before Sanxing with an imposing demeanor as he pointed a finger at her forehead. "Are you an idiot? How can you focus solely on the mission when confronted with these clearly victimized individuals?" Sanxing remained silent, bowing her head submissively as she endured the scolding, the mint sharpness lingering in her mouth as she nudged the candy with her tongue. Yamamoto sighed in resignation at Sanxing's demeanor, exchanging a knowing glance with Hinata Yuki. Together, they each took one of Sanxing's hands and guided her to a nearby grassy area, gently urging her to sit down. Yamamoto, seated at Sanxing's right, looked at her seriously. "Listen, as ninjas, while it is true that our principle is to prioritize missions, we must also adapt flexibly to various situations when circumstances allow. Not every issue can be resolved solely with a blade. Furthermore, we must never harm innocent civilians. That is the rule, understood?" Finally raising her head, Sanxing gazed into the eyes of the young man beside her. "Rules?" Yamamoto nodded vigorously, tilting his head toward the clear blue sky, a blissful smile spreading across his face. "Because our mission as Konoha ninjas is to protect the peace of the Land of Fire." Sanxing, observing his smile, found herself reminiscing about her time at the Ninja Academy, where instructors passionately preached the spirit known as the Will of Fire, which her classmates revered. At that time, Sanxing scoffed, believing it to be a crude form of brainwashing. Yet now, it seemed that this very notion, continually mentioned and exalted, was what allowed the ninjas of Konoha to maintain such a sense of conviction, upholding a fundamental goodness that prevented them from becoming the cruel and callous figures often seen throughout the annals of ninja history. In a society far less commendable than the world of her past life, it was indeed remarkable for Konoha to persist in its beliefs and pass them down through generations. Fujimaki Akira soon returned with Nagata, and by then, the people of the Land of Rain had calmed. It was the scarred woman who stepped forward, her face weary as she invited them into her home for a detailed discussion. Sanxing noticed the fleeting glance she cast in her direction, one filled with fear that vanished almost instantly. The three parties convened within the house, with Nagata sitting across from the woman, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. Facing the gathering, his expression was somewhat unnatural as he stated, "Ninja, I believe my task commission was quite clear. Please expel these individuals who do not belong to the Land of Fire. If they refuse to cooperate, killing them is acceptable." The woman slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Nagata with indignation. "How can you say such a thing?" Nagata quickly glanced at Fujimaki Akira, avoiding eye contact with the woman. "I am not mistaken. This mountain, this land, belongs to our Shuanghe village. You have no right to remain here. The food grown here is ours. How dare you steal it?" Fujimaki Akira let out a soft breath, tapping the table with his knuckles to interrupt their quarrel. His expression serious, he addressed them regarding the land. What Nagata said is not incorrect. Madam, you must return the hillside you occupy to Nagata. The woman bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she hung her head stubbornly without responding. Nagata's lips curled into a satisfied smile, but as he began to speak, Fujimaki Akira interrupted him. However, you may take the food currently on this land, as it was cultivated by your efforts. With that, Nagata's smile vanished. He stared in disbelief at Fujimaki Akira, the previously submissive demeanor evaporating as he glared at the hired ninja with frustration. Ninja, that's not right. The products of our land should not belong to outsiders. Fujimaki Akira nodded and refocused on the woman. You will also need to provide compensation for renting this barren mountain and restore it to its original state without charge. Nagata abruptly stood, pointing angrily at Fujimaki Akira. You are the ninja I hired. Do you understand what you are saying? Fujimaki Akira, maintaining his composure, also rose to his feet, towering over Nagata. Lowering his gaze upon him, his piercing eyes instilled an immediate sense of intimidation, causing the blustering man to shrink back. I am here to assist you in resolving the issue, Nagata. Do you truly believe that the reason for the villagers of Shuangha being left with nothing lies with these so-called bandits before you? Nagata faltered, retreating a step as he opened his mouth to respond. However, as his gaze swept over the woman and the people standing behind her, his previously trembling actions suddenly halted. He straightened his posture, bravely meeting Fujimaki's gaze. Ninja, I am your employer. I respect you as a ninja sent from Konoha and hope you will adhere to the commission I have proposed. My demand is to expel all of them. As he spoke, his confidence grew, and finally, he tilted his head, surveying all those present before declaring, I give you 3 days. Either they leave of their own accord, or I shall leave no one alive. I hope you do not tarnish the reputation of a hidden leaf village. Fujimaki-ko furrowed his brow. Regarding the man who was revealing his true nature, your mission demands the eradication of bandits disrupting transportation, yet all I see before me are the old, the weak, and women. This is deceit. I can refuse this assignment. Nagata smirked maliciously. Who says the old, the weak, and women cannot be bandits? These individuals before you are heinous criminals who have fled from the land of rain. Moreover, they obstruct the grain transportation of our dual river village. Does that not constitute a disruption of transport? Fujimaki-ko fell silent, and the woman, sensing the dire situation, quickly raised her voice in defense. Due to your laziness, Dual River Village is currently in dire straits, unable to harvest anything. How can there be grain to transport? Nagata scoffed derisively. Unable to harvest? Yet I see this mountain filled with rice ready for harvest. It is you outsiders who have encroached upon our lands and seized our bountiful crops. Nagata's brazen audacity shocked everyone present. Kansei distinctly heard the cracking sound of Hinata Yuki's knuckles as he clenched his fists. The woman stared at Nagata in disbelief, pointing a finger at him, her lips trembling, yet unable to utter a word. Nagata, pleased, held his head high and arrogantly commanded Fujimaki-ko, please escort me back. Fujimaki-ko maintained a stern expression, observing him for a moment, ultimately saying nothing and merely gesturing for Hinata Yuki to come over. Hinata Yuki approached, lowering his gaze to Nagata and uttering, I apologize. He then reached out, grasping Nagata's arm, nodding toward Fujimaki-ko, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The woman finally slumped despondently onto the table. Is it true that we have no means of survival? Fujimaki-ko, Yamashiro Kosuka, and Kansei silently observed as others gathered around the woman, assisting her into the courtyard, their murmurs blending into a soft, indistinct chorus, like the persistent cicadas of late summer, only serving to heighten their distress. Fujimaki-ko scrutinized the room's arrangement, seemingly noticing for the first time that his subordinates awaited his decision. He turned to them. Since the mission must continue, let us all contemplate our next course of action. Yamashiro Kosuka glared furiously at the chair Nagata had occupied, as if the man still lingered there. I never imagined he could be so shameless. Was his earlier sympathy merely a facade? Kansei remained silent, head bowed. Fujimaki-ko crossed his arms, fixing his gaze on Kansei, and instructed, you and Kosuka stay here while I return to discuss our next steps with Yuki. He sighed, revealing a tinge of suppressed impatience. For a mere C-rank mission, to encounter such complications. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the room, and the remaining two fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if this task could be resolved solely through force, it would not incite such anxiety. Yamashiro Kosuka approached and placed a reassuring hand on Kansei's shoulder. Such situations are indeed rare. Our land of fire generally possesses a straightforward, honest populace. His voice dwindled, and he inhaled deeply, almost overwhelmed with frustration. Ugh, I truly despise tasks that involve navigating complex human relationships. Kansei glanced out the window. Why not just eliminate them all? What? Yamashiro Kosuka lifted his head, his dark eyes blank and cold. Since we cannot reconcile the conflict, why not treat the mission's targets like ordinary bandits and eliminate them? Yamashiro Kosuka stared in shock at the boy, unable to believe such words came from a mere 7-year-old. Have you lost your mind? These people are innocent. Kansei stared vacantly at the furious Yamashiro Kosuka, then raised his hand, pressing his fingers against his temples. Indeed, how could he have uttered such a blunt statement? Yamashiro had repeatedly emphasized that the ninjas of the leaf would never harm the innocent. How could he so easily forget? Perhaps it was the faint sounds of weeping outside mingling with the stagnant air within that stirred his inexplicable irritation. He felt utterly detached from the joys and sorrows, the triumphs and tragedies of these people. Chapter 30. C-Class Purge Mission 4. Songqing suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling within. Apologizing to the young star in the mountains, I am sorry. The young star hesitated for a moment before responding. Is it possible that the captain is putting too much pressure on you? Songqing looked up in astonishment, confused by the remark. The young man ruffled his tousled, khaki-colored hair and chuckled awkwardly. It is a tradition for the captain to challenge newcomers during their first mission. But I never expected it to lead to such a mess. Do not overthink it. Songqing did not comprehend the origins of the young star's comfort, but chose not to press further, nodding in agreement. Seeing Songqing acquiesce, the young star heaved a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. I told you, at only 7 years old, your mind should not be consumed with thoughts of killing. It is also partly my and Yushue's fault for not taking this seriously at first, assuming it was just a typical bandit extermination mission. We spoke of annihilation and led you astray. Songqing pointed outside and asked, what shall we do now? The young star plopped down onto a chair, exasperatedly crossing his legs. I have no idea what we should do in this situation either. However, the captain has instructed us to remain here, which likely means he does not expect us to come up with a solution. For now, let us calm these people. We have 3 days, and surely a solution will present itself. After they expressed their intent to stay temporarily, the people of the Rain Country, filled with a mix of fear and gratitude, cleared a makeshift straw hut for them to rest in. This humble abode was situated on the outskirts of the village, yet it remained relatively clean and tranquil, not disturbing their usual training. The young star expressed his desire to stay inside the hut, while Songqing opted to wander outside. He realized that his current state of mind was indeed askew. Not only was he overly eager for success, but for some time now, he had begun to disregard the lives of those around him. Beyond a select few whom he cared for deeply, the lives and deaths of others seemed to evoke no emotion within him. There were at least 20 or 30 refugees from the Rain Country, and he found himself thinking about killing them without hesitation. Perhaps the young star's speculation was not unfounded, due to the incessant ridicule from Fujimaki Akira. His pent-up anger had nowhere to be released. It appeared he had successfully managed to adjust himself, but the suppressed emotions continued to influence him covertly. The young boy let out a barely audible sigh and absent-mindedly brushed the leaves of a nearby plant. Turning a corner, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an unnamed grave, adorned with several bunches of hibiscus flowers woven from vines, placed reverently before the stone marker. The grave appeared to have been meticulously cared for. With not a weed in sight, fresh flowers and offerings were laid out in tribute. Songqing gazed at the unmarked stone for a moment before suddenly turning around, sensing someone approaching from behind. A woman, bearing a wound on her face, emerged from the woods with Xiao Xian and several others, each clutching a bouquet of flowers, seemingly intent on paying their respects. Upon seeing Songqing standing there, the woman trembled, instinctively tightening her grip on the bouquet. As the memory of her near-death experience lingered in her mind, Songqing stepped aside, slightly bowing his head to indicate he meant no harm. However, the group maintained their distance, hurriedly performing their silent tribute before preparing to leave. Songqing took the initiative to inquire, "Pardon my intrusion. May I ask if this individual is one of your companions?" Xiao Xian peered out from the crowd, shooting Songqing a glare. The woman raised her hand to shield Xiao Xian, lowering her head to avoid eye contact with Songqing, and softly replied, "Yes, this is my father." Songqing's gaze swept once more over the unmarked stone. "Why is there no inscription?" The woman paused, emitting a nearly inaudible sigh. "Perhaps it is because I wish for him to rest undisturbed in this beautiful place, forever at peace." Noticing the look of confusion in Songqing's eyes, the woman gently nudged her companions, whispering, "You all may return. There is no need to worry about me." She then took a few quick steps to Songqing's side, bowing respectfully. "I will explain everything to the honorable ninja. Please follow me." Leading the boy, they traversed through the lush woods until they unwittingly arrived at the highest point of the hills. The expansive mountaintop offered a panoramic view, and as the boundary between the Fire Country and the Rain Country, a remarkable scene unfolded before the boy's eyes. From the Fire Country side of the slope, the sky was clear, bathed in the evening glow that cast a radiant golden hue over the flourishing hibiscus flowers, creating a stunning and harmonious display. In contrast, the Rain Country side was shrouded in heavy, rolling clouds, with damp, misty air accumulating beneath them, poised to unleash rain at any moment. The stark, bare fir trees stood densely beneath the oppressive sky, their sharp branches casting fearsome shadows resembling a spider's web. Songqing stood beside the woman, glancing at her as he observed the sorrow and nostalgia dancing in her eyes. "Is that the Rain Country?" The woman stared at the indistinct horizon beneath the dark clouds for a moment before responding. "Yes, that is my homeland, the homeland of us all." She raised her hand to gently wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye and continued, "My fiancé perished in a previous war. My father led us, a group of homeless souls, along the border until we encountered the bountiful and kind Shuangha village. At that time, Nagata generously provided us with food, and we repaid their kindness through our labor. Even when life settled into a brief semblance of stability, my father continued to cherish the rain country. Always hoping to return to our homeland one day, even after our falling out with Nagata, we could have ventured deeper into the fire country. A vast land that surely contained a place that would accept us. Yet he relinquished that chance, choosing instead to dwell on this mountain. He said that no matter where we went, we would carry the mark of the rain country within us for a lifetime. Eventually, he succumbed to a cold. And on his deathbed, he lamented his uselessness, feeling that bringing us here was a mistake caused by his deep attachment to his homeland, which trapped us all here. He expressed his shame in facing us and requested that no name be inscribed on the stone after his death, fearing reproach. In truth, we all chose to remain here voluntarily. Since our parting with Shuanghe village, no, even before that, the insults regarding our origins had long echoed in our ears. We had grown weary of them. Perhaps this place is not truly our refuge, yet we cling to it out of a sense of responsibility for my companions behind me. I refused to lead them into further wandering. Sanxing patiently listened to the woman's lengthy account, contemplating before slowly responding. If Nagata insists that you leave, the laws of the fire country will not protect you, and you will be left with no choice but to continue wandering. The woman was taken aback. She squatted down, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms, her voice muffled and choked with emotion. What should I do then? I am powerless. She began to cry again. Sanxing watched the woman beside him with a sense of helplessness, finally realizing that her scarred visage made her appear far older than her actual age, leading him to mistakenly perceive her as a woman in her 30s. However, upon closer examination, he noted her frail physique and youthful, melodious voice. Perhaps she was not as old as he had assumed. You. The boy opened his mouth, intending to say something, when suddenly his expression shifted, and he drew a short blade, positioning himself protectively before the woman. The woman, bewildered, lifted her gaze to observe the vigilant demeanor of Sanxing, shivering slightly as she whispered, What's wrong, Lord Ninja? Sanxing's eyes fell upon the dense, dark cedar forest, his brow furrowing in silence. It was peculiar, just moments ago. There had been a fleeting fluctuation of chakra, yet upon looking again, there was no one to be seen. The young man remained silent, and the woman seemed to sense the oddity of the situation. Hastily, she wiped her face, standing to retreat a few steps and conceal most of her form behind a large rock. The atmosphere grew still as the sun sank beneath the layers of clouds in the land of rain, extinguishing the last warm hues of twilight. The evening breeze danced gently around Sanxing, carrying the scent of the stranger to the boy's nostrils. In an instant, a young man clad in a black cloak appeared before Sanxing, tousling his short orange hair and grinning awkwardly. I didn't expect to hide so well and still be discovered by you. For someone so young, your perception is remarkably keen, impressive. Sanxing regarded the young man coldly, dismissing his praise. Are you from the land of rain? The young man paused, glancing at his own attire, before sheepishly shrugging. Ah, yes. But I mean no harm. Look, I'm unarmed. Sanxing maintained his wary gaze, lifting his short blade slightly, his unwelcoming demeanor unmistakable. The young man, distressed, ruffled his hair again and muttered, It's not wartime. Why is this kid so hostile? It's so difficult to communicate. What bad luck to encounter a ninja from the land of fire right away. How will I find the group mentioned in the information? He quickly glanced at Sanxing, seemingly realizing his mutterings went unheard. Clearing his throat, he took a step back and spoke. I'm truly just passing through and will be on my way shortly. However, since we've met, might I ask if you know of any civilians from the land of rain nearby? Sanxing replied flatly, I do not. The young man's gaze drifted towards the woman peeking from behind the rock, then returned to Sanxing, offering an apologetic nod. Very well, I shall take my leave. Excuse my intrusion. He turned away, disappearing into the shadows of the cedar forest before Sanxing. As night enveloped the land, the boy stood still for a moment, gazing up at the myriad of stars. Let us go back, he finally said. The woman, feeling reassured, emerged from behind the rock, nervously looking at Sanxing. At this moment, she seemed to forget the fear of nearly being killed by him earlier, reaching out to grasp the hem of his garment as she whispered, Who was that person? I saw he bore the headband of the hidden rain village. Is he here to capture us? Sanxing shook his head. Do you possess any wealth that he might covet? The woman faltered, her spirits dampened as she lowered her gaze. True, we are merely a group of refugees. If it weren't for provoking someone as shameless as Nagata, there would be no reason for a Lord Ninja to take action. Personally, Sanxing observed the woman's despondent figure, instinctively glancing back at the gloomy cedar forest before retracting his gaze and departing alongside her. Chapter 31, C-Class Cleansing Mission 5. The following morning, when Hinata Yuki sought out the duo of Kansei and Yamashiro, his first words were, I have made a new discovery with the captain. This mission indeed has a glimmer of hope. Yamashiro, with a composed demeanor, regarded him and replied, By coincidence, Kansei and I also have matters to discuss with you. Let us proceed to the captain and converse together. The three of them promptly set off back to Shuanghe village, where Fujiki Akira was seated beneath a tree. Gazing intently towards the village, his eyes narrowed as if in contemplation. Hinata Yuki called out to him, Captain, Yamashiro and Kansei have something to report. Yamashiro glanced at Kansei before addressing their captain with a serious expression. Last night, Kansei observed a ninja from the land of rain moving behind that mountain, like a statue. Fujiki Akira finally stirred, slightly turning his head towards them. Oh, what was the number and purpose? Kansei, wishing to avoid further affecting his own mindset due to the captain's unpredictable demeanor, lowered his gaze to evade the piercing look. I only saw one person. He wore a Rain Village forehead protector and indicated that he was searching for a group of civilians from the land of rain. Hinata Yuki suddenly turned his head. Civilians? Could it be those people on the mountain? Sensing Kansei's actions, Fujiki Akira fixated his gaze even more intently on Kansei and pressed for further information. Kansei reluctantly met his gaze and shook his head. No, it was quite late, and with that girl beside me, I did not follow her. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence as Yamashiro and Hinata Yuki nervously observed Fujiki Akira, fearing he might utter some reproachful words towards the young boy. Kansei and Fujiki Akira exchanged glances for several seconds, both sighing inwardly. Just as Kansei was about to offer an apology, the man averted his gaze and resumed looking towards the village. It is wise for a lower-ranked ninja to prioritize self-preservation when encountering foreign ninjas. After reviewing your records, I initially thought you might become arrogant after your first A-class mission. Humph. Considering you did not recklessly charge in, you performed reasonably well this time. Kansei was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for potential ridicule, yet Fujiki Akira unexpectedly offered what could be deemed praise. Truly, he was an enigmatic man of fluctuating moods. The unexpected compliment rendered everyone silent, and noticing the quiet behind him, Fujiki Akira smirked and explained with unusual patience. It is not wartime, and the ninja this boy encountered is likely no more than a nin. There is no need for excessive concern. If the Rain Village truly had any significant movements, they would likely have attacked by now. He seemed to recall something and let out a cold laugh. Now, your discovery is of little importance. Come, let us take a look over there. He gestured towards the direction he had been observing. Yamashiro craned his neck to see. Squinting uncertainly, is that a shrine? Hinata Yuki, having already confirmed with his Byakugan, nodded. It is a shrine dedicated to the river god, but it has been abandoned for quite some time, at least several years. This timeline coincided with the arrival of the people from the land of rain. Typically, villages that venerate deities pray for favorable weather and bountiful harvests, and it is likely that Shuangha village was once similar. However, with the emergence of those who toiled for themselves, the need to beseech the gods had become redundant. The days of abundance without effort had rendered them increasingly greedy, leading them to forget their identities as farmers, abandon their ancestral beliefs, and forsake their inherent kindness. Yamashiro appeared perplexed. What relevance does an abandoned shrine have for our mission? Fujiki Akira let out a heavy grunt, startling Yamashiro. The man rose, stretched lightly to loosen his muscles, and smirked coldly. An abandoned shrine is one matter, but Shuangha village has long ceased agricultural activities. Laziness and poverty have compelled the villagers to once again revere the gods, imploring the river god for fertile land and inexhaustible wealth. How ludicrous. Yamashiro's eyes lit up as he gazed at Fujiki Akira with newfound excitement. Captain, do you mean to use that? Just that. Hinata Yuki smiled softly, continuing, driving those people away is not particularly difficult, but even if we do, the villagers of Shuangha will continue their idle ways. No matter how fertile the land, it will be futile. They must reflect on themselves to regain their capacity for labor. Yamashiro eagerly raised his hand. Let me do it. I was already displeased with Nagata's behavior yesterday. Fujiki Akira turned to the silent Kansei. Kid, how proficient are you with Jinjutsu? Kansei honestly shook his head. I am not very skilled. Yamashiro playfully wrapped an arm around the boy's neck, excitedly saying, no worries. Dealing with ordinary people is simple. Basic Jinjutsu will suffice. We can invoke the river goddess name to admonish them for their laziness, right, Captain? Fujiki Akira nodded. You three will handle this matter. By tonight, ensure that every villager experiences the river god's retribution. Hinata Yuki inquired, and what about you? The middle-aged man, with a fierce expression, bared his teeth in a sinister smile. While concealing the fact that they shelter foreign refugees, they enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Shouldn't this be reported to the local agricultural authorities? Just imagine the reaction when those officials send someone to inspect the situation and discover the majority of the farmland has fallen into disrepair. Yamashiro was shocked. Must we escalate it to that extent? Fujiki Akira coldly regarded the direction of Shuangha village. If we are to compel them to reflect on their actions, then to ensure the mission's success without leaving future troubles, we must address the issue at its root, mustn't we? Nightfall soon arrived, and the trio patiently waited until the later hours, ensuring that the villagers were deep in slumber before initiating their Jinjutsu. To accommodate everyone in the village, Yamashiro taught Kansei and Hinata Yuki a very simple Jinjutsu formation, positioning themselves in 3 locations, simultaneously forming hand seals and channeling chakra along a fixed trajectory. They could create a large-scale Jinjutsu enveloping a defined area. However, this rudimentary method would only suffice against ordinary people and would be ineffective against ninjas. The auburn-haired youth observed their successful Jinjutsu with satisfaction, casting a triumphant glance at Kansei and Hinata Yuki, grinning broadly. Hinata Yuki, activating his Byakugan, Noticed the face of Nagata sleeping within the house begin to contort with fear, prompting a moment of reflection. In the past, they would have offered assistance to the homeless. Now they have become this way. Yamashiro gradually retracted his smile, his expression darkening. It is all the fault of war. If it were not for the conflict, the people of the Land of Rain would not have fled here, nor would they have desperately sought to appease Shuanghe village. None of this would have transpired, including teacher Yukihane. Yamashiro? Hinata Yuki perceptibly sensed his friend's despondency and looked at him with concern. Yamashiro snapped back to reality, rubbing his face. Apologies. I digressed too far. Kansei silently absorbed the conversation between his teammates. Yukihane, he noted, recognizing it as the second time he had heard that name mentioned. It seemed to hold significant influence over this small team. A hand landed on Kansei's head as Yamashiro affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, reverting to his usual exuberant demeanor. Little Kansei, why do you always appear so troubled? Smile more. If you have any issues, feel free to share. Your older brother can help you with them. Songxing took a step back to evade the large hand that was ravaging his hair in the mountains. He pursed his lips. And since the other party had inquired so directly, he decided to voice his confusion. Who is the snow crane you mentioned? The two exchanged glances. And Hinata Yuki stepped back, merging into the shadows, leaving behind a remark. I will keep watch over the villagers of Shuanghe. With that, he vanished from sight. Xiaoxing shrugged in response, his expression one of nonchalance. I knew you would ask that. Since we will all be teammates from now on, there's no need to keep this a secret. There is still time. Let us find a place to rest, and I will explain everything to you. They settled on a high ground by the riverside, with soft grass beneath them and the rushing river flowing at their feet. The moonlight illuminated the vast plain, slicing through the abandoned fields into many dark squares. Teacher Snow Crane is Captain Fujiki's wife. She was originally a teacher at the Ninja Academy, kind and gentle, beloved by everyone, including Yuki and me as her students, he continued. Later, during the Second Ninja World War, due to a shortage of personnel, she joined our team temporarily, providing logistical support for various missions. Ultimately, during one of those missions, she sacrificed herself for the success of the operation. The narrative abruptly ceased as the youth lifted his gaze to meet the young man's equally focused eyes. Songxing pondered silently before speaking in a calm, declarative tone. That is why Captain Fujiki is so eager to undertake missions. That is why you were able to empathize with the displaced people of the Land of Rain due to the war. That is why you chose not to kill those individuals, but rather sought to find a perfect solution to the dilemma within this mission. He lowered his gaze, involuntarily reminded of Hataki Tsukumo, and added softly, I can understand. As soon as his words fell, Xiaoxing suddenly exhaled a heavy sigh, leaning in closer. To Songxing's astonishment, he pinched the soft flesh at the corners of his mouth, half massaging, half tugging upwards. Haven't I told you? Stop looking so troubled. You're still so young. What could possibly weigh on your mind? This is the age to be lively and cheerful, to smile more. Look how adorable you are. Songxing furrowed his brow and leaned back, raising his hand to push away the young man, his voice rising in pitch, somewhat distorted. Stop it. Instead of releasing him, Xiaoxing, taking advantage of his longer arms and greater strength, continued to gently pinch his cheeks. See, this makes you look much more lively and charming. Songxing gaped incredulously at the adult before him, whose antics were becoming more brazen, his golden eyes nearly bursting from frustration. Stop it. Finally, he chose to roll awkwardly on the grass to escape Xiaoxing's grasp, panting as he stood to the side, his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. Whether from anger or urgency, unclear. Xiaoxing raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. I was wrong. It was just a bit of playful banter. Why are you crying? Songxing bit down on his back teeth, gripping the necklace around his neck tightly to force himself to calm down. He shot Xiaoxing a cold glance before turning away in silence. In both past and present, Songxing had never encountered such an exuberantly lively and overly familiar type of person. He truly found himself at a loss in dealing with it. Chapter 32, C-Class Purge Mission 6, as Hinomaki Akira returned at sunrise. His gaze lingered for a moment on the clear red marks on the boy's cheeks before he inquired, how did it go? Hinata Yuki, who had spent the night investigating the village's circumstances, nodded seriously at the captain. The villagers have gathered at Nagata's house to discuss last night's dream. They all seem quite frightened. Fear is beneficial. It grants us a semblance of tranquility, Matsumoto Kashin remarked with a slight scoff, stretching his limbs lazily, unable to restrain his complaints. Captain, you have no idea. After you went to the town yesterday afternoon, Nagata came by several times, urging us to complete the mission swiftly. I managed to delay him under the pretext of needing to investigate the situation further. Hinomaki Akira let out a cold chuckle. The agricultural officials over there have already dispatched personnel following an anonymous report. They should arrive by afternoon. Next, we simply need to devise a strategy to drive away those from the Land of Rain. He grimaced slightly, glancing at Matsumoto Kashin. Regarding the suggestion I made earlier about having them surrender a portion of their provisions before leaving, do you think they would be amenable? Matsumoto Kashin shrugged. From what I observed, they don't seem particularly inclined to agree. Hinomaki Akira clicked his tongue in irritation. If they truly wish to remain here, so be it. In any case, when the investigator arrives, we can inquire about the local town's policies regarding the reception of foreign civilians. Once both parties are considered citizens of the Land of Fire, let them grapple with their own conflicts. This mission has already lingered far too long. Even in peacetime, many are forced to leave their homes for survival. The Land of Fire, being a robust and stable nation, often finds itself the preferred refuge for those wanderers, leading to the establishment of various policies aimed at accommodating them. Both Matsumoto and Hinata nodded in agreement. With time still on their side, Hinomaki Akira decided to keep Kashin by his side on standby, while instructing the two Nin partners to continue persuading the villagers on the mountain. They agreed that any developments could be communicated via Hinomaki's Ninja Hawk. Watching his subordinates depart, the tall captain approached the boy, sunlight streaming from behind him, obscuring his expression. Do you understand why I've kept you here? Kashin shook his head honestly, thinking it was merely a standard internal arrangement. Was there perhaps a deeper reason? Hinomaki Akira twisted his arm, a cold smile creeping onto his face. I am aware that you are the son of White Fang. I also know that your previous mission was an A-class, exceeding your own capabilities and received commendable ratings. Yet, was that evaluation achieved through the legacy of your forebears or at the cost of your comrades' lives? Under my command, I will not endorse anyone lacking genuine skill. Do you comprehend? His words grew softer, yet pierced the boy's heart like a poisoned dagger. Kashin lifted his head, fiery indignation in his gaze as he met Hinomaki's stare. What constitutes genuine skill, then? Let us begin now. Use your utmost strength to attack me, and let me see if you, lacking the analytical acumen of Kashin and Yuki, can surprise me in other aspects. Before Kashin could respond, he saw Hinomaki Akira flicker and vanish from his position, reappearing several meters away. The man spread his arms wide and bellowed, "Come forth. Those without abilities do not deserve the trust of their comrades." Kashin placed a hand on the hilt of his short knife, crouching low and adopting an attacking stance. His dark eyes fixed intently on Hinomaki Akira. He spoke deliberately. Your assertion is indeed intriguing, but, in an instant, the blade was drawn, and the boy, now imbued with a fierce determination, lunged forward, melding into the flowing wind. Almost instantaneously, he closed the gap between them, his face set in cold resolve as he declared, I will not allow you to insult my father or Captain Kobayashi. The blade, gleaming with chakra, descended with unmatched speed toward its target, and Hinomaki Akira appeared momentarily taken aback by the boy's swiftness, his eyes widening in surprise. With a sharp crack, the wooden post split in two and fell to the ground. Kashin, unfazed, shook his wrist to adjust his grip on the knife. Turning to face Hinomaki Akira. Before the man could utter a word, Kashin swiftly held the short knife in his mouth, formed hand seals with his hands at his chest, and intoned, Shadow Clone Technique. This was an advanced version of the clone technique taught to him by Akaina during their training. Though this jutsu required significantly more chakra control than the basic clone technique, Kashin had managed to grasp it through persistent effort. Beside him, another figure identical to Kashin materialized, and they exchanged glances, communicating without words. One of them stood still, swiftly forming seals while chanting, Wind Release, Gale Dance. The once gentle breeze began to coalesce into a ferocious wind under the boy's chakra control, violently whipping up sand, soil, and debris toward Hinomaki Akira. The captain squinted as the yellow-gray dust cloud enveloped his vision, rendering it impossible to discern his surroundings or locate the other Kashin. Yet, amidst the chaos, he chuckled heartily, his face radiating approval for the boy, even as he generously praised impressive speed, commendable jutsu, and fine combat instincts. As he spoke, he raised his hands before his chest, his fingers moving rapidly through hand seals. Before the turbulent wind could reach him, he exhaled a straight line of flame, slicing through the air with the precision of a hot knife through butter. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Kashin, maintaining his hand seals from a distance, was momentarily stunned as he beheld the fiery onslaught racing toward him. Before he could react, the flames closed in, and he vanished in a puff of white smoke. At the same time, Hinomaki Akira swiftly dispelled his jutsu, deftly leaping back to evade 3 shuriken that had come flying from an unknown origin. He immediately raised his left hand, the metallic armor strapped to his arm clashing against the back of Kashin's descending knife with a sharp, resonant sound. Kashin materialized before him, silent yet resolute, his dark eyes fixed on Hinomaki's arm. With the other hand concealed behind his back, he thrust the kunai he had long held, aiming ruthlessly at the unguarded area beneath the man's ribs. A flicker of surprise crossed Hinomaki Akira's face. He had not anticipated that a mere 7-year-old boy could devise such intricate tactical maneuvers within just a few exchanges, strategies of feints and lures, even planning for the next course of action should the initial attack fail. His right hand bore no weapon nor protection, and it was too late to evade the kunai now. Was he truly out of options? Not quite. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Identical flames erupted from Hinomaki Akira's mouth, forcing Kashin to retract his blade and retreat, narrowly avoiding the inferno. Yet, Hinomaki Akira refrained from pursuing, standing with folded arms, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the boy, whose clothing bore singed edges. After the youth steadied himself, he raised his head in astonishment. gazing at the man before him. The speed at which the man formed hand seals with a single hand was astonishing. The youth barely had time to comprehend that he was unleashing a ninjutsu. It seemed as though, in the span of a mere breath, the fire release technique was executed, compelling the youth to retreat from the onslaught. The man regarded the fierce expression in the boy's eyes with an air of leisure, twisting his wrist as he spoke. Kid, you strike with such ferocity. If it weren't for my extensive experience in battle, I might have truly fallen to your hands. Unmoved, the youth wiped the blade of his short knife and sheathed it, retorting, you didn't hold back when attacking my shadow clone. The flaw of the shadow clone technique lies in the fact that once the clone disappears, the user experiences all the sensations endured by the clone. Thus, the youth understood that the dragon fire technique aimed at the shadow clone was executed without mercy at its maximum power. Suddenly, the man's smile vanished, and he regarded the youth with a cool demeanor. Oh, I intentionally slowed the speed of my 2 waves of fire release. If you cannot evade even that, I must conclude that you are not the subordinate I require. The youth scoffed, mocking, your expectations are quite high. No wonder you have only 2 subordinates in your team. The man's expression darkened, and he shot a cold glance at the youth. You would do well not to provoke my limits. Seldom had the youth witnessed such a countenance from the man, prompting him to form a slightly provocative smile. Then you should also be aware of my boundaries and refrain from insulting my family and friends. The 2 locked eyes in a tense standoff for a considerable time. The youth, disinterested in continuing this futile exchange born of mere irritation, averted his gaze and turned away in silence. The man approached the youth, hesitating momentarily before extending his hand, speaking earnestly. I apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hold great respect for Lord White Fang and all comrades who sacrifice for their missions. I acknowledge your strength and attitude. Out of the corner of his eye, the youth noticed the man's outstretched hand, calloused with age and adorned with numerous small scars of indeterminate origin. Nearby, 2 intertwining rivers composed a dual symphony of water. Their thunderous sounds overlapping in the air, the grass at his feet swayed gently, brushing softly against the youth's shoes. The wind rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won apology and recognition. Ultimately, the youth extended his hand and gently grasped the man's broad palm. A soft exhale escaped the man, his deep chuckle seeming to resonate from his chest. I wasn't mistaken about you in the hospital. At your age, daring to battle ninjas from other villages and challenging your captain, young man, your courage and audacity are commendable. Chapter 33, C-Class Extermination Mission 7, as midday approached. No word had yet arrived from Yamashita and Hinata, but the personnel dispatched to investigate the situation in Shuangha village had already arrived ahead of schedule. Despite the village's decline following its previous prosperity, it had managed to scrape by, relying on the remnants of its former wealth to meet the agricultural taxes imposed on its vast lands. However, 2 years prior, their resources had been completely exhausted due to their failure to produce anything, forcing them to resort to pillaging the fruits of others' labor in the mountains. Yet, this proved to be a mere drop in the bucket, leading them to ultimately lease or even sell off their nearby fields to others. Standing at the treetops, Fujimaki Akira observed the chaos in the village below. He gestured towards the desolate fields, explaining to Kansei, this area is perilously close to the border between the 2 nations. While things were relatively peaceful, recent tensions have arisen. Even if we find a buyer, they would be unwilling to purchase all of Shuangha village's farmland, leaving vast tracts of land unattended and abandoned. After a moment of contemplation, the young boy beside him inquired, does that mean there's going to be war again? He recalled from his lessons at the Ninja Academy that a great ninja war had just concluded a few years prior. Fujimaki chuckled nonchalantly, perhaps, or perhaps not. The friction among the major hidden villages has never truly ceased, has it? But, he suddenly turned serious, fixing his gaze on the boy. While I grudgingly acknowledge your combat prowess, do not let it inflate your ego. You are merely slightly more skilled than your peers. And there remains much for you to learn, especially compared to Kozai and Yuki. Do not mistake war for a game. The path of self-improvement is the only correct course. Understand? Understood, Kansei replied. Fujimaki clenched his fist and waved it threateningly in front of Kansei. Do not be deceived by the seeming ease of this task. It is a special circumstance. Typically, we would not be tasked with such trivial matters, and next time, luck may not be on your side. Kansei contemplated, wishing to express that he found this mission more troublesome than mere combat, as it required adhering to the moral imperative of not harming innocent civilians while fulfilling the duties of a ninja. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Shuangha village was grim, and before Kansei and his companion could delve deeper into the situation, a ninja hawk swooped down from above, delivering a message from Hinata Yuki. The situation has changed. Come quickly. The 3 exclamation marks underscored the urgency of the message. Fujimaki exchanged a glance with Kansei, quickly forming a shadow clone to remain in place while he and the boy dashed towards the border hill, inside a humble hut on the hillside. A young man with orange hair, wearing a Rain Village forehead protector, sat at a table, explaining for the 4th time, I truly mean no harm. Please believe me. Opposite him sat Yamashita Kozai, while Hinata Yuki stood nearby, the latter scoffing coldly. Would a ninja with no ill intentions infiltrate our country silently? The Rain Village youth sighed. Well, it wasn't exactly silent, was it? You discovered me, after all. He coughed softly, protesting. Who knew a wielder of the Byakugan would suddenly appear in such a place? Yamashita Kozii tapped the table. Enough with the nonsense. How long have you been hiding here, and what is your purpose? With a resigned sigh, the Rain Village youth replied. I arrived last night to verify if the people here are who I'm looking for, but I was discovered before I could confirm. Yamashita Kozii pressed further. Who are you searching for? The young man responded, my compatriots from the land of rain. I wish to bring them back. Yamashita Kozii raised an eyebrow. How do you know there are people from the land of rain here? The youth answered, I saved an almost starving man by the roadside beforehand. He told me there were others like him who were homeless here, so I came. Yamashita Kozii narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the seemingly sincere youth. Why have you chosen to seek them out and bring them back? What are your intentions? The orange-haired youth's eyes sparkled with determination as he leaned forward slightly, as if making a solemn declaration, because the land of rain will surely become a happy and peaceful nation in the future. I hope those who wish to return can join me in building this dream. Yamashita Kozii smirked slightly, as if wanting to respond, but Hinata Yuki tugged at him, prompting him to swallow his words and instead asked, all right, but how can you be certain they will want to come with you? The youth hesitated, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated. I just want to speak with them face to face to confirm. Yamashita Kozii sighed, truthfully. Your taking them away would be beneficial for us. However, I cannot ascertain whether your intentions are as pure as you claim. We shall wait for our captain to arrive to make that decision. The three of them sat in silence, exchanging glances until, at last, the orange-haired youth suddenly looked out the window. Simultaneously, Hinata Yuki tilted his head slightly, and the voice of a tall man resonated within the hut before his figure appeared at the window. What's the urgent matter? The window swung open, and the imposing figure stepped inside, immediately fixing his gaze on the Rain Village youth, demanding, who are you? The young man rose politely, bowing slightly. Hello. My name is Yahiko, a ninja from the land of rain. At that moment, Kansei entered, glancing briefly at the precarious window before quietly standing beside Yamashita Kozii and Hinata Yuki. Yamashita had already vacated his seat for Fujimaki Akira, who plopped down, crossed his legs, and casually began to fiddle with a shuriken that had appeared in his hand. What brings you here? He inquired. Yahiko shot a nervous glance at Yamashita Kozii, who stepped forward to relay the youth's earlier statements to Captain Fujimaki. The captain flicked his fingers, causing the shuriken to spin in the air before catching it between his fingers. Oh? Yahiko cleared his throat, speaking earnestly. Please believe me. My solitary arrival signifies that I harbor no ill intentions. My actions are driven solely by my personal ideals, unrelated to the Rain Village. Fujimaki chuckled softly. Huh? No ill intentions? Yet you deceived my child 2 nights ago only to return last night. Yahiko fell silent for a moment before turning to Kansei, bowing deeply. I apologize for deceiving you that night. Please forgive me. The boy was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at Fujimaki. The captain continued without turning. This Rain Village lad seems sincere enough. Kansei, do you think we should allow him to meet with those people? Kansei considered for a moment before softly replying. He can be given a chance. After all, their mission was to drive this group away. If he could accomplish that, it might benefit their team. However, if they truly stayed, the conflict between them and Shuanghe Village would not simply vanish overnight, potentially affecting their mission's evaluation. If Yahiko could indeed take them away, it would be advantageous for their squad. Yahiko beamed with gratitude. Thank you, young man. Fujimaki's team led Yahiko to find the woman, where he explained his intentions and sincerely invited her to return to the land of rain. The woman, visibly shocked, gazed at Yahiko with a mix of pain and hope. Will the land of rain also find peace? Yahiko nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I believe. He paused, glancing at Fujimaki's team beside him, as if contemplating how to proceed. The woman stepped forward before the 4 members of the team Mickey, her voice gentle yet resolute. Though they are ninjas from the land of fire, they are all good people. Yahiko, exasperated, ran a hand through his hair, gazing at the woman's weary yet determined expression, and smiled warmly. I have founded an organization called Akatsuki, with the purpose of leading everyone to protect one another until we can bring true peace to the land of rain. His face radiated with hope and confidence. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes gradually sparkled with newfound light, as if she too were inspired by him. The flame of hope ignited within her pupils, and glancing at the people from the land of rain beside her, she turned back without hesitation. If it truly leads to peace for the land of rain, then please allow us to lend you our strength. The crowd around her echoed in agreement, their voices rising in a jubilant chorus that startled several butterflies resting on the hibiscus flowers outside. Hinata and Team Mickey returned to the Twin Rivers village ahead to report the completion of their mission, while Sanzai and Yamashiro remained behind to assist and supervise the group from the land of rain, especially Yahiko. After negotiating the relocation matters, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sanzai observed the previously listless group from the land of rain suddenly brimming with vitality, each face reflecting aspirations for the future, almost as if they were racing against time to pack their belongings and return home. The only words repeated among them were 2 simple ones: go home. Home. Sansai sat beneath a tree, cradling a teacup while watching the bustling crowd. He savored the phrase on his tongue. His first thoughts drifted to the Hitaki family, to Tsukumo and Kakashi, and only then to his past life and all that it entailed. Longing surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the emptiness of his youthful heart. It had been less than a week since their departure on this mission. Sansai, what are you daydreaming about? Once they finish packing, we must prepare to leave. Yamashiro Koyuki leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully before the boy, her tone exuberant. Nothing. Are they really leaving today? The boy replied. Yamashiro stroked her chin thoughtfully. Yes, they seem truly happy now. The fields they once clung to no longer matter. They say they only need to bring some essentials and travel light. Sansai nodded in agreement. Indeed, that sounds quite good. Yamashiro crossed her arms, pouting slightly. That fellow named Yahiko talks a good game. Who knows if it's genuine? Of course it's genuine. Yahiko's voice chimed in from behind the tree. The orange-haired youth emerging with a beaming smile, his upward curved lips betraying his joyful spirit. The Akatsuki base is not far from Amigakure. If the opportunity arises, you should come visit. Yamashiro scoffed, turning her head. You are quite the orator. I hope you truly desire peace, not just empty words. Yahiko opened his arms wide, as if embracing something, and closed his eyes. Yes, my dream is peace, and I have many like-minded companions walking this path with me. We will surely succeed. Yamashiro quietly turned her head, observing his hopeful expression, biting her lip before softly saying, All right, you seem like a fool lost in ideals. She cleared her throat and extended a fist toward Yahiko. Ahem, if I have a mission in the land of rain later, I will make a point to visit the place where your dream begins. I wish you success. Yahiko, his spirit soaring, lightly bumped fists with her. Thank you for your blessing. As Sansai watched Yahiko's departing figure, he suddenly smiled. You know, you are quite similar to him. Yamashiro was taken aback, pointing to herself. Me? Sansai nodded. Perhaps this resemblance stemmed from the shared disdain for war and a mutual love for peace that these two young men from different nations possessed. Under the descending sun, the dark, crimson remnants of the sunset illuminated the suddenly quiet, thatched hut. Two ninjas from the land of fire sat together atop the roof, and Yamashiro pointed toward the faint silhouettes in the distance. Is that the monument for that woman's father? Sansai squinted in the dim light to discern it, then nodded. Yes. This would likely be her final tribute to her father. After which she would carry forth his wishes and lead the people back to their homeland to build the beautiful home they had longed for. This was perhaps the most fitting conclusion. Chapter 34. Barbecue. What happened next? Well, the village chief of Schwanga, Negation, was taken away for investigation. His commission fees were covered by the town, and the city sent samurai to reclaim the illegally sold land, supervising the remaining villagers until all debts were settled. Obito slammed his thigh in excitement, nearly leaping from the bench. Excellent. They truly got what they deserved. Rin, sitting beside Obito, squinted her eyes and smiled. It's wonderful that everyone can have the best outcome. Sanching softly hummed in agreement, her gaze brushing past the serene faces of the youths beside her, finally pulling her thoughts away from the mission that had concluded 2 days prior, and gradually revealing a smile. Hey, Sanching, what a coincidence. A pair of young people, casually draped over each other, strolled past the three boys. One of them, with strikingly colored hair, halted, tugging the black-haired youth back a couple of steps. He suddenly leaned forward, grinning widely at Sanching. Sanching responded normally, while Obito jumped back in surprise, exclaiming, Wow, who are you? Why are you suddenly coming over to scare us? Ha ha ha, did I frighten you? My apologies. I am Yamashiro Kozii, Sanching's teammate. You can also call me Yamashiro-senpai. Yamashiro winked playfully at the trio, his gaze catching the clan emblem on Obito's attire. Momentarily taken aback, is that a child from the Uchiha clan? Obito's displeasure faded upon discovering the other's identity. Just as he was about to reply, he noticed the quiet Hinata Yuki standing beside Yamashiro, particularly aware of Yuki's eyes. Byakugan. The young Uchiha instantly forgot what he was about to say, instinctively crossing his arms defensively and raising an eyebrow. You are from the Hyuga clan. Yamashiro was startled by his reaction, but quickly burst into laughter. Kid, you haven't even activated your Sharingan and you want to compare it to Yuki's Byakugan? Yuki exchanged a calm glance with Obito, lowering his gaze to adjust his forehead protector. Obito, undeterred, puffed out his chest, glaring at Yamashiro, declaring loudly, I'm not comparing. Our Uchiha Sharingan is the strongest. After this bold proclamation, his tone softened, and he hastily explained, I just haven't activated it yet. Once I do, I'll surely be incredibly formidable. All right, incredibly formidable. Yamashiro chuckled at Obito's sulky demeanor. Unable to suppress his amusement, he casually draped an arm over Yuki's shoulder and winked at his confused friend, gesturing towards the three children. Since you are all Sanching's friends, how about joining us for some barbecue? It's a rare opportunity. Hinata Yuki nodded in agreement. Sanching's friends are also our friends. Let us go together. Sanching, glancing between Yuki and Obito, hesitated. Maybe not today. Her words were abruptly cut off as Obito tugged at her arm, nearly causing her to stumble from her seat, his sparkling eyes wide with excitement, looking at her eagerly. Sanqing exchanged a glance with Rin, who covered her mouth and giggled. Tilting her head, what should we do? I'm also a bit tempted by the barbecue. With a resigned glance at Rin, Sanqing reluctantly tugged on Obito's sleeve, anxiously reminding him, no arguing with him. Obito pouted, protesting. I'm not. Yamashiro walked over with a broad smile, extending his long arms to gather the three children in a friendly embrace. All right. Let us not fuss over trivial matters. Come on. Yuki and I are treating you. They arrived at the barbecue restaurant while it was still early. No one was in line, and only a few tables were occupied. Yamashiro skillfully led them to an excellent spot, and when the waiter approached to take their order, he waved his hand flamboyantly, requesting all the signature meats. Obito, feeling a bit embarrassed, attempted to intervene. That's quite a lot of food. Yamashiro laughed heartily. You're all still growing. This is nothing. Hinata Yuki, resting his chin on his hand, suddenly interjected as the waiter noted their order. 2 glasses of beer, please. Yamashiro turned in shock. Wait, aren't the kids here? Yuki frowned, insisting, what is the point of barbecue without beer? Sanqing was surprised to see Yuki in this light, but it was clear Yamashiro was accustomed to it. He scratched his head and conceded. Fine. I was planning not to drink since the kids are here. The golden beer arrived at the table before the barbecue, and Yamashiro, who had been mumbling moments earlier, eagerly took a big gulp. Ah, refreshing. He squinted with satisfaction, meeting the gaze of the 3 children across from him, quickly waving his hands. You all can't drink. I ordered juice for you. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol. Sanqing shook her head. We want to drink. Thank you for this meal. As plate after plate of meat arrived, the charcoal grill was set up, and Yuki diligently took on the responsibility of grilling the meat. Yamashiro took another sip of beer, wiping his mouth before replying, Don't mention it. I actually should have treated you 2 days ago, haha. He smiled at Sanqing's puzzled expression, adding, to celebrate your official joining of our team. Rin, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, asked, Sanqing joined the team over a week ago. Why specify official? Yamashiro dramatically shook his finger. Young lady. Joining a ninja team isn't as simple as forming a group at school. Yuki evenly distributed the sizzling beef from the grill among the 3 children, placing the last piece into Yamashiro's bowl. Thanks, Yuki. Yamashiro said without hesitation as he devoured the meat. Wow, this is delicious. Your grilling skills have really improved. Obito devoured his meat, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Yuki, exclaiming in a similar exaggerated tone. Wow, I never expected your barbecue would taste this good. This naive boy seemed to have forgotten his earlier wariness towards Yuki. Rin, having taken a few bites of the grilled meat, couldn't he help but ask, so, what is a real ninja team like? Obito, equally intrigued, turned to listen. Yeah, we'll be forming a ninja team too. Tell us, what is a real ninja team like? Yamashiro waved his chopsticks. Well, to put it simply, it involves passing certain tests. Both Yamashiro and Yuki turned their eyes toward the silent Sanqing, with Yamashiro giving a thumbs up. A bit amazed, I can't believe you earned the recognition of Captain Fujimaki, who was notoriously difficult and temperamental, in less than a week. Truly impressive. Sanqing nodded in agreement, reveling in the rare opportunity to critique her leader. He indeed has a bad temper. Ha, right? And I don't know why he is especially strict with you. It surprised both Yuki and me. Yamashiro laughed heartily. Yuki also sipped his beer, his brows relaxing, adding, the previous few ninjas hoping to join were all eliminated by the captain, including several chunin. The atmosphere was charged with surprise as Obito exclaimed, What? Your captain eliminated all the chunin? The high expectations were astonishing. Both Yamashiro and Hinata nodded solemnly, with Yamashiro lamenting, it just goes to show how formidable Kanzaki truly is. Kanzaki, sensing the fervent admiration radiating from Obito, quickly placed several pieces of meat into Obito's bowl to capture his attention, explaining, Kakashi is already a chunin. I cannot afford to lag behind. Hinata Yuki recalled the name. You're referring to Kakashi, right? I've heard of him. He's reputed to be a prodigious ninja, remarkably talented. Obito felt a mix of envy and disappointment. Kakashi has secretly become this formidable. I must not fall too far behind. As the evening wore on, the establishment gradually filled with patrons, their myriad conversations intertwining amidst the warm yellow glow and the enticing aroma of grilled meat, creating a delightful ambience. The 5 engaged in spirited conversation over the barbecue, during which Yamashiro Kozai consumed 2 more glasses of beer, his face flushed and his voice growing increasingly boisterous. Moderate your drinking. We have children present, Hinata said leisurely, raising the initial glass of beer and taking a slow sip, attempting to advise his friend. Suddenly, the youth with khaki-colored hair slammed his cup down on the table, the resounding noise capturing the attention of the entire establishment. Hinata Yuki, feeling a mix of embarrassment and expertise, shook his head at the approaching waiter, signaling that everything was fine before turning back to gently nudge Yamashiro Kozai, reiterating, You've had enough. Please stop drinking. Yamashiro Kozai pushed him away, frowning and retorting, It's infuriating. If it weren't for the old man pressuring me to become a ninja, insisting on family legacy, I would undoubtedly be a supremely skilled craftsman by now. Just look at the treasures collected in Shuanghe village. Can they compare to my work? Can they? His face was a mask of pride and disdain, his unfocused gaze directed at Hinata Yuki. Hinata nodded dismissively. Yes, yes, your work is the finest. Yamashiro Kozai burped and chuckled, patting Hinata Yuki on the shoulder. You truly understand me. It's no wonder you are my best friend. Haha. Oh. By the way, later I plan to make something for the new Kanzaki little brother as a welcome gift. He then slumped onto the table with a thud. Kanzaki set down his chopsticks, having just picked up a piece of meat, and straightened up to scrutinize Yamashiro Kozai's profile, confirming he had merely dozed off. Feeling somewhat speechless. Had he really consumed only 3 glasses of beer to reach this state? Obito was taken aback. Hinata Yuki, witnessing the 3 children's curious expressions, could only manage a wry smile, his face reddening as he weakly explained, Kozai doesn't handle alcohol very well. Lin, understanding the situation, gently pulled Obito and Kanzaki aside. It's all right. We've had our fill as well. Let us have Hinata-senpai take Yamashiro-senpai home. Hinata Yuki glanced at the darkening sky outside. Are you sure you can manage? Obito puffed out his chest, declaring, we are no longer children. Lin added, yes. We can manage. Please don't worry, Hinata-senpai. Kanzaki sipped some water and nodded. It's fine. Hinata Yuki looked at Kanzaki, seemingly relieved, and hoisted Yamashiro Kozai onto his shoulder. All right then, with you here, and being in the village, I have little to worry about. They settled the bill and departed. Kanzaki stood up. If you've finished, I'll escort you home. Obito urgently grasped Kanzaki's arm, pleading, tomorrow, after Lin and I finish our classes. May we join you for training? Faced with those beautiful, pleading eyes, Kanzaki found it difficult to refuse. He thoughtfully considered his training schedule for the following day and readily nodded. All right, I'll wait for you at the school entrance. Chapter 35, a sparring session again. Since his promotion to CH Nin, Kakashi found that although the number of tasks he was assigned had diminished, the duration of each task had notably increased, often requiring a week or even several weeks before he could return. However, shortly after the return of the Bright Star from his mission, Kakashi also arrived back home. As the silver-haired youth pushed open the door, he unexpectedly collided with the Bright Star, who was preparing to leave with a bundle in hand. Kakashi paused momentarily. Where are you headed? The Bright Star, equally taken aback, replied, you're back. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the training tool pouch in the Bright Star's hand, and he pursed his lips, stepping aside to allow him to exit. The Bright Star looked into Kakashi's eyes, and suddenly he broke into a smile, pulling Kakashi back inside. Since you're back, I suppose I can delay my outing. Kakashi allowed himself to be drawn in, casually tossing the scrolls and other items he had brought home onto the doorstep before settling onto the sofa, searching for conversation. You finished your last mission quite quickly. The Bright Star busied himself in the kitchen, preparing tea, and brought out a cup to place before Kakashi. Did you? It seems your mission took much longer. Kakashi lifted the teacup, his gaze drifting as he unconsciously recalled the recently concluded mission, murmuring, because the ninjas from the Mist Village are rather troublesome, you must be cautious of their mist techniques. The Bright Star perked up with interest. Mist techniques? Kakashi snapped back to reality, his expression becoming complex as he regarded the Bright Star. He nearly forgot that the Bright Star hailed from the Mist Village. He was undoubtedly familiar with their techniques. The only reason for his inquiry was likely to engage him. It's nothing. In any case, aside from that, their combat methods are quite brutal. If you encounter them, prioritize your own safety, understood? The Bright Star could not help but chuckle, his gaze softening as he looked at Kakashi, sensing that Kakashi viewed him as a defenseless fool lacking any means of self-protection. Nevertheless, he responded, all right, I understand. Kakashi ceased his disparagement of the Mist Ninjas and met the Bright Star's gaze, unable to suppress a shiver. Why are you looking at me like that? It's so strange. The Bright Star quickly averted his eyes, feeling a bit flustered as he touched his own cheeks and eyes. What is so strange about it? Kakashi lowered his mask to sip the tea, grimacing slightly as he muttered, it's so bitter. He then turned his head back to the Bright Star. It feels quite off. You weren't like this before. The Bright Star lowered his head, his face slightly flushed. Was I? He looked up, focusing intently on Kakashi, hesitating as he said, perhaps. I just missed you all. With the journey to the village of rivers finally concluded, the Bright Star felt a surge of nostalgia for the Hitaki family, spurred by the joy of the people from the land of rain returning home. However, upon pushing open the door to his own home in Konoha, he was greeted only by an empty house and a note affixed to the door. The note, left by Tsukumo Hitaki, explained that he had to leave the village for an extended mission and would not be returning soon, urging the Bright Star and Kakashi not to worry if they could not find him upon their return. After reading the note, Kakashi clicked his tongue. Who would worry about him? That old man. The Bright Star shot him a disapproving glance. Long-term missions can be quite dangerous. Kakashi hesitated. All right. But Dad is strong too. The Bright Star stood up. I'm heading out. Huh? The dark-haired youth's expression remained calm, his eyes filled with determination. I need to become stronger quickly and join the Umbu. That way, I can help Tsukumo. Upon hearing this, Kakashi stood as well. I'll join you. We haven't sparred since I became a CH Nin. He still could not accept that his initial victory in their first spar had been akin to a joke, and he had longed for a chance to face the Bright Star once more. The Bright Star readily agreed, eager to discover the extent of his own abilities against Kakashi. who had now become a nin, without relying on his dragon blood. The two made their way to the training grounds, stretching their limbs in preparation. Just as they were about to begin, Kakashi suddenly paused, pointing behind the Bright Star. Aren't those two figures Minako and Rin? The Bright Star. His heart set on sparring with Kakashi, urged, they should be training too. Let us not worry about anyone else. Kakashi acknowledged with a slight hum, but continued to indicate behind the Bright Star. But it seems they're coming this way. Minako had come to learn medical ninjutsu from Rin, and the two had found a secluded corner to discuss fervently. Suddenly, they spotted two familiar figures walking side by side. Rin squinted and nudged Minako. Look. It's the Bright Star and Kakashi. Hearing the Bright Star's name, Minako recalled her almost confessional behavior in the hospital garden, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily as she glanced around, finally stammering, should we go say hello? Rin, noticing Minako's rosy cheeks, chuckled, if Minako wants to go. She intentionally elongated her words, watching as Minako's face grew even redder, before she could not help but lean against Minako's shoulder, laughing heartily. All right. Let us go over and greet them. Minako puffed her cheeks slightly, murmuring, thank you, Rin-chan. The two girls linked arms and navigated through a small thicket, arriving at the clearing where the Bright Star and Kakashi stood facing each other. Rin raised her hand in greeting. Hi, Kakashi. Bright Star. The Bright Star furrowed his brow but patiently replied, good morning. Aren't you attending class today? Rin seemed to recall her training appointment with Obito the previous night and waved her hand dismissively. The teacher took the boys to clean up Hokage Rock, so the girls have the morning off. The Bright Star pressed his lips together, recalling that such occurrences had happened during his school days as well. Was it to foster a sense of unity with the will of fire? Minako instinctively tightened her grip on Rin's sleeve, her gaze darting away from the Bright Star's face as she followed suit. Good morning. Kakashi-kun, Bright Star. Kakashi approached, tossing a kunai in the air. Morning. Bright Star and I are about to spar. You too. His gaze swept over the two girls, uncertain of how to dismiss them. Rin, ever considerate, took a step back with Minako, her smile bright. Can we watch for a while you spar? Perfectly. You two can be our judges. Kakashi nodded nonchalantly, his eyes then ablaze with excitement as he turned to the Bright Star, slightly lifting his chin. Then let us begin. With Rin standing in the middle, raising one hand. The Bright Star and Kakashi each leapt to opposite sides, forming hand seals and gazing at each other. The duel commenced. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The Bright Star began forming seals the moment Rin's words left her lips, expertly executing the technique through muscle memory. A pale, nearly transparent blade of wind glimmered coldly as it shot towards Kakashi's position. Kakashi raised his hand. Earth release, earth wall. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, intercepting the wind blade just as it was about to slice through, producing a grating sound as the top of the wall was cut, debris falling at Kakashi's feet. By this time, the Bright Star had already crossed the distance between them, brandishing a kunai as he emerged from the other side of the earth wall, ruthlessly plunging it towards Kakashi. Kakashi, standing still, appeared entirely unfazed by Sanshing's movements. Anticipating the action, he raised his hand and deftly struck Sanshing's wrist, sending the shuriken flying from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, grasping Sanshing's arm and aiming to encircle his neck. However, Sanshing was not to be easily captured. In the instant his arm was seized, he crouched and sidestepped, landing an elbow strike to Kakashi's side as he passed by. With a resounding thud, Kakashi transformed into a puff of white smoke, merely a shadow clone. The ground reverberated with distinct chakra fluctuations, and despite Sanshing's attempts to retreat, he suddenly stumbled backward, seemingly losing his balance due to his hasty movements. Minako, observing closely from the sidelines, felt a pang of concern and could not help but whisper, Sanshing, be careful. At that moment, a hand burst forth from the earth, grasping at Sanshing's ankle. Kakashi emerged from the ground, shuriken in hand, his gaze fixed intently on Sanshing, whose eyes widened in surprise as he swung his weapon towards Kakashi's neck. Yet, a smirk appeared on Sanshing's lips as he formed a peculiar hand seal. And in an instant, he shattered into the air, vanishing without a trace. Now it was Kakashi's turn to widen his eyes, suddenly bereft of a target. He swiftly rolled away, dissipating his forward momentum, and raised his shuriken defensively while scanning for Sanshing's elusive form. Chakra vibrations emanated from the trees to his right, prompting Kakashi to react swiftly, hurling several shuriken toward that direction, only to find them embedded uselessly in the trunk. Wind release. The air whirled chaotically. Sanshing's voice finally echoed, as the violent gusts swept through the small clearing, forcing Kakashi to leap onto a nearby tree, still unable to discern Sanshing's whereabouts. What was that jutsu from earlier? It was as enigmatic as the mist concealment technique he encountered days prior. The white-haired youth tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes scanning every inch, unwilling to overlook a single fluctuation of chakra. An all-too-familiar pressure surged within him as he recalled his first encounter with Sanshing, facing those golden eyes that rendered him powerless. Was it possible that he could not even provoke Sanshing's bloodline limit this time? How could a seasoned nin find himself so helpless against a mere genin? Chapter 36. Technique of the Wind's instant movement. As Kakashi gripped the kunai, his hand began to perspire slightly, yet his mind found tranquility. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to strike at his left rear. Here. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the air. Kanshur raised an eyebrow in surprise. But there was no time for questions as Kakashi launched his next attack. Kanshur clearly saw Kakashi approaching with the kunai raised. Yet just as he lifted his arm to block, Kakashi's motion unexpectedly shifted. He executed an aerial flip, delivering a swift kick to Kanshi's jaw. Taken completely off guard, Kanshur was slammed back against a tree trunk, letting out a suppressed groan of pain. Having expended much of his chakra on previous jutsu, he was running low. But he refused to concede so easily. Leaning against the trunk, he stood once more. Kakashi landed a few meters in front of Kanshur, observing him rise as if ready to continue the fight. His pupils constricted with excitement. Is it not over yet? He inquired deliberately. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Kanshur met Kakashi's gaze defiantly. Of course. An undeniable heat and throbbing pain radiated from his left cheek. Kakashi's kick had been delivered without holding back. The young man felt his blood boiling, every cell urging him to charge into battle once more. So let us fight. As if in sync, the two youths, one with black hair and the other with white, moved simultaneously. Swift as two beams of light colliding. Various projectiles soared and fell around them, the sound of metal clanging incessantly. Lin and Minako watched in astonishment as the two boys battled. Minako anxiously clutched her skirt and asked, "Are they going to be all right?" Lin observed one of the combatants being sent flying, only to return to the fray without pause, battling with a fervor akin to sworn enemies, and fell into an unusual silence. As a medical ninja, she did not comprehend the thrill of combat that these boys experienced. Minako, her heart racing as she witnessed Kanshur, battered and bruised, charge at Kakashi once more, shook Lin's shoulder. If they keep fighting like this, something bad will happen. Lin, uncertain, replied, "They are brothers. It should be fine. But who fights like this?" The two anxious girls stood by, like ants on a hot pan, deliberating. Just as Minako could no longer contain herself and was about to rush in to halt the sparring, the outcome abruptly revealed itself. Kanshi's chakra was no match for Kakashi's. His recovery was sluggish, and after using a few jutsu, he had been conserving his energy. However, even with careful management, it would ultimately be depleted. Although the depletion of chakra did not severely affect Kanshi's body, the sudden emptiness rendered him sluggish for a moment. In that fleeting opportunity, Kakashi seized the moment. Delivering a punch to Kanshi's chest, then forming his fingers into a sword, he thrust forward, targeting the side of Kanshi's neck. Kanshur was compelled to tilt his head back slightly, exposing the soft skin of his neck to Kakashi. Kakashi's fingers brushed against Kanshi's warm skin, feeling the pulse of his carotid artery beneath his touch, and he instinctively curled his fingers slightly. Kanshur gazed directly at Kakashi, a hint of dejection in his eyes. "I have lost." Lin and Minako rushed over, and facing the two battered boys. Lin assumed her role as the referee and solemnly declared, "The match is over, Kakashi wins." Kakashi took several heavy breaths to regain his composure. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied that he had not forced Kanshur to reveal his bloodline limit, he could not bring himself to continue the fight upon seeing Kanshur equally out of breath and covered in bruises. Lin firmly pressed Kakashi down, seating the still-dazed white-haired boy on the ground beside Kanshur. The two girls, one on each side, summoned a soft golden-green light that gently enveloped the wounds on the boys' bodies. Kanshur felt the warm chakra flowing through him, a heat entirely different from his dragon blood. It was as soothing as a gentle spring rain, easing the tension in his muscles that had tightened during the battle and calming the slightly restless dragon blood within him. After feeling a bit of recovery, Kanshur halted Minako's actions, her face somewhat pale. "That's enough. I feel much better." "Thank you, Minako." Minako noticed some of the bruises on Kanshi's face had faded and lowered her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ataki-kun. I'm still too weak and couldn't help you much." Kanshur stood, pulling the girl up gently. "You've done wonderfully. I owe you." The girl gaped in surprise, her eyes wide as they settled on the spot where Kanshur held her hand. Her face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, attempting to mask her embarrassment by adjusting her hair. It's fine. I'm just happy to help you, Kanshi-kun." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. At that moment, Lin had also finished treating Kakashi, evidently having exerted considerable effort. With her hands on her hips, she addressed the Hataki brothers. "You must not engage in any vigorous activity today, understood? Honestly, fighting so fiercely has strained your muscles. You need to rest properly at home." She fixed a piercing gaze on Kanshur, narrowing her eyes, her naturally upturned gaze now carrying an air of authority. "Kanshur, I will explain things to Obito. You should forget about training for now." Kanshur wisely chose to remain silent, standing alongside Kakashi as they watched the two girls depart. Kakashi moved his arms, then frowned and sighed. "It seems we may have gone a bit overboard today." Kanshur nodded silently, glancing at his palm, where a wound from a projectile had been carefully bandaged by the attentive girl, adorned with a playful bow. "Oh, I have something I wish to ask you." As they walked home side by side, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Kanshur tilted his head, offering a questioning look. Kakashi glanced around, hastily pulling Kanshur a few steps closer to the door, entering and closing it in one fluid motion before saying, "Worried it might involve your secrets. I thought it best to ask at home." Meeting Kanshi's increasingly puzzled gaze, Kakashi hesitated, Your technique of disappearing in place does not resemble ordinary instant movement. The erratic nature of your movement seems more akin to the mist technique. Did you possess this ability previously? Kanshur, taken aback, chuckled and waved his hand in explanation. This is a technique I developed with my master, integrating wind nature chakra. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, unsure why he felt such concern over whether Kanshur could utilize the mist technique. Perhaps it stemmed from his desire to understand Kanshi's sentiments towards the hidden mist village and the land of rain. Although he had never believed the slander suggesting Kanshur harbored ill intentions towards Konoha. Now that Kanshur had completely relinquished his past and embraced being a part of the Hitaki family, Kakashi wished for him to belong wholly to them and to Konoha. Ultimately, the mist technique was not exclusive to those from the hidden mist village. However, Kakashi's possessiveness regarding Kanshur was unreasonable. He simply did not want Kanshur to have any association with anyone or anything related to the mist. Kanshur tilted his head, observing Kakashi's contemplative expression, uncertain of his worries. He then offered, "Are you curious about this instant movement technique? I can teach you." Kakashi shook his head. "This technique was developed by you and Senior Nakamura. I shall refrain from learning it. However, if you do not mind, could you tell me more about this ninjutsu?" "Absolutely." Upon this topic, Sanshing's interest was piqued. And one could even say he enthusiastically urged Kakashi to take a seat as he meticulously elaborated on the method and effects of the body flicker technique. "The results I have currently discovered allow me not only to swiftly change positions by blending into the wind, but also to transmit chakra through the airflow, creating the illusion of my presence at a specific location. However, this application is exceedingly chakra-intensive, so I utilize it sparingly." Kakashi nodded in understanding. Having trained alongside Sanshing in the past, he was naturally aware of Sanshing's physical condition. Thus, he inquired, "Does your bloodline limit still affect your chakra?" Sanshing hesitated momentarily while reaching for a pastry, then continued his action nonchalantly, replying, "Yes, it does have an impact, but it's not a significant issue." Kakashi, oblivious to his actions, clenched his fists in mild frustration, stating, "You didn't employ your bloodline limit today. It seems I have the upper hand." "That is not the case. You are indeed formidable." This statement held truth, for Sanshing possessed years of systematic combat experience from his previous life. Yet today, he found himself barely matching Kakashi in close-quarters combat. The latter's remarkable progress was indeed worthy of the title genius. The two young men conversed for a while on the sofa before each retired to freshen up and rest, but their sparring session had not been lengthy. The injuries and expended energy were palpably real. Being still quite young, sleep served as the best remedy for the two boys. That slumber, however, was not particularly comfortable, as even the slightest movement would lead to painful contact with the bruises adorning their bodies. Yet, the rare experience of sharing a bed with Kakashi prompted Sanshing to reminisce about his early days at the Hitaki residence, and unexpectedly, his mind found tranquility. He curled up on the edge of the bed, gripping the necklace around his neck with one hand, his brow furrowed as he drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed against the window, causing the two boys lying side by side in the bed to startle awake simultaneously. Chapter 37. Dreams. Kakashi was relatively unperturbed, merely turning over to sit up, casting a scrutinizing glance towards the window. In contrast, Sanshing instinctively reached for the dagger beside him and, with a swift motion, hurled a shuriken out the window. A familiar scream pierced the air, followed by a dull thud from the courtyard. Sanshing's groggy mind began to clear, and he blinked in realization of his actions. Wide-eyed and bewildered as he exchanged glances with Kakashi, Kakashi shrugged and yawned, remarking that it seemed to be that foolish laggard. Without further thought, Sanshing leaped from his bed and gracefully vaulted through the window, landing in the courtyard. The afternoon sun bathed the lawn in a gentle glow, illuminating the sunflowers that danced like gilded figures in the light. There, in their midst, sat Obito, sulking with a pained expression as he cradled his rear end. Sanshing quickly approached the young boy, crouching down to assist him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scanned for any injuries. "I'm sorry." Obito pouted as Sanshing helped him up, casting a reproachful glare at his friend. "What the heck? I came to check on you too because Rin told me you and Kakashi were hurt." Sanshing felt a surge of guilt for his earlier bewilderment that had led him to strike Obito, realizing he had unwittingly squandered the boy's goodwill, and perhaps even caused him harm. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Are you all right?" Seeing Sanshing's rare display of disarray, Obito's wide eyes, initially filled with ire, suddenly squinted playfully, and a laugh erupted from him. The Uchiha youth playfully hooked an arm around Sanshing's neck, grinning like a mischievous cat whose scheme had succeeded. "Haha, are you a fool? How could I possibly dodge such an obvious move? Look." Sanshing watched as Obito produced the shuriken from behind him, presenting it like a trophy. His carefully crafted words of explanation froze on his lips, and he blinked in confusion. "Letting out a vague, huh?" Obito chuckled, scratching his head as he noticed the bruise still lingering on Sanshing's cheek. "Oh, that looks pretty bad. Did you get into a fight with Kakashi?" Sanshing could no longer contain himself and flicked a finger sharply against Obito's forehead, his dark eyes boring into the other boy. Obito yelped, clutching his forehead, finally noticing Sanshing's intense gaze, and fell silent, glancing down at the shuriken in his hand, sheepishly retracting it. "Oh, I was just joking." Upon returning indoors, Kakashi served tea that had already been brewed, setting the cup down with a loud thud in front of Obito, who jumped at the sudden noise. Kakashi smirked at the dejected Obito, scoffing lightly. Obito immediately glared back, showing his teeth, but quickly composed himself, cautiously lifting his gaze at Sonshin. An eerie silence enveloped the room as Sonshin cleared his throat, his guilt outweighing his earlier annoyance at Obito's playful jest. He spoke again. Are you really unhurt? Obito shook his head vigorously, but then hesitated, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Well, I did land on my backside when I fell. And it kind of stings. Kakashi turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of the foolish laggard. Sonshin took a sip of tea, diverting the conversation. It's still early. Did you come to train with me? Although Obito had just claimed he was merely visiting, Sonshin wished to fulfill his promise from the previous day to train together. The minor injuries he had sustained would heal quickly, being a hybrid, and were not a cause for concern. Kakashi interjected, shaking his head in disagreement. No. Before he could finish, Obito interjected eagerly. No. Rin told me you and Kakashi are resting today and can't engage in strenuous activity. Training can wait until tomorrow. After a flurry of animated gestures, he noticed Sonshin's slight disappointment, and his words faltered. But we could practice ninjutsu at Hokage Rock. That wouldn't be too strenuous, right? He seemed uncertain, then tentatively added, you could watch me practice and give me some pointers? Sonshin nodded enthusiastically. All right. Kakashi opened his mouth to refuse, but the words lingered in his throat and he ultimately swallowed them, considering they might be out late and would miss dinner. Sonshin held a tall bento box filled with dinner for all three of them as they departed. Hokage Rock was truly a wondrous place from its summit. One could behold the entirety of Konoha, its houses arranged like blocks in a predetermined order, with passers-by resembling tiny black dots in motion. Obito gazed down at the three Hokage faces carved into the rock, suddenly exclaiming, one day, I will have my face carved into this Hokage Rock. Sonshin and Kakashi turned to him, and Obito stood with his chest puffed out and hands on his hips, his eyes ablaze with ambition. Kakashi could no longer restrain himself and chided, foolish laggard, perhaps you should first consider how to graduate. As soon as he spoke, Kakashi froze, realizing he did not harbor disdain for Obito. In fact, he found his optimism somewhat admirable. Yet, for reasons unknown, he often found himself laughing at Obito's lofty aspirations, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could someone so precariously perched on the brink of failing ninja school dare to dream of becoming Hokage? Obito had long since grown accustomed to Kakashi's jibes and pouted defiantly, you jerk, Kakashi. Don't underestimate me. I'll show you the fruits of my training. He dashed away several steps, earnestly demonstrating his ninjutsu and throwing techniques. Sonshin, slightly delayed, tapped Kakashi on the shoulder and remarked quietly, why are you always so harsh with Obito? You clearly wish to be friends. Kakashi shot him a glare, shaking off Sonshin's hand from his shoulder, muttering disdainfully, who would want to be friends with a laggard? Meanwhile, Obito, having successfully hit the target with 3 shuriken, rushed over with an expectant expression. Sonshin. Kakashi. Did you see that? Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Sonshin cleared his throat. The white-haired boy fell silent, averting his gaze from Obito's questioning eyes, and sluggishly replied, it was all right, I suppose. Just average. Obito skidded to a halt, wide-eyed as if he had discovered a new world. What did you just say, Kakashi? Kakashi let out a soft click of his tongue and gruffly stated, I said you still have a long way to go. However, Obito, undeterred, folded his arms and laughed foolishly. I heard that. It's a miracle. Kakashi actually complimented me. Sonshin, did you hear that? Sonshin nodded affirmatively. Kakashi shot Sonshin a glare before rolling up his sleeves, grumpily addressing Obito. When I say you have a long way to go, I mean you still have a long way to go. Watch me. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and approached Obito, whose face bore an expression of defiance. The two stood opposite each other, whispering conspiratorially before embarking on a contest. Sonshin sighed helplessly, choosing not to join them, but instead settled on a flat stone, gazing vacantly at the village of Konoha below. What a tranquil and blissful village it was. Yet, beneath this serene facade, the world of ninjas was harsh and merciless, rife with deceit and covert strife, a reality that the words and books could scarcely encapsulate. Ironically, even children as young as Kakashi and Obito were compelled to wield weapons, gradually transforming into genuine ninjas, bravely stepping into this daunting world. Unlike them, Sonshin had made a choice. Having accepted the helping hand extended by Tsukumo Hatake years ago, it was only natural to strive with all his might to repay that debt. But what of the others, the other children? Did they truly have no alternative paths to tread? Sonshin pressed his fingers to his temples in frustration, shaking his head to dispel thoughts of this intractable dilemma. He wondered how Tsukumo was faring. The tasks assigned to one of his stature must surely be fraught with peril and difficulty. If only he had arrived in this world as his complete and peak self, rather than as a frail child, a near monster on the brink of transformation, perhaps he could have stood by Tsukumo's side, alleviating some of the burdens he faced. No, that was misguided. Without the catastrophic battle that had marked his previous life, Sonshin would not have found himself here, nor encountered Tsukumo and the others. Moreover, The complete version of himself could not possibly exist rationally in this realm, because that self had irrevocably descended into monstrosity. Sighing in resignation, Sanqing felt an overwhelming urge to grow stronger, a compulsion gnawing at him to take action, to refrain from wasting time in idleness. Yet his reason reminded him that steady, deliberate progress was the most prudent path to mastery. Suddenly, he was jostled on either side, and upon raising his gaze, he found Kakashi and Obito standing beside him. The silver-haired youth with his hands in his pockets, casting a sidelong glance his way, while the dark-haired boy leaned in with his tousled hair. Orange goggles pushed up onto his forehead, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. Sanqing, what are you daydreaming about? Kakashi and I have been calling you for ages. What's the matter? Sanqing inquired. Obito immediately broke into a grin, pointing into the distance. Come on. Kakashi and I discovered a small opening hidden by a pile of stones over there. Sanqing was puzzled about what was so fascinating about a small hole. Yet he complied as Obito tugged him along. The location of the small opening was indeed quite ingenious, nestled in the shade of a massive stone. The roots of a nearby tree curling up to lift one corner of the boulder, creating a fist-sized aperture. Obito exclaimed, Wow. If I hadn't team thrown my kunai just now, I would never have found this place. He raised his eyebrows, eagerly awaiting praise. It was indeed well concealed. What was there to be proud of about a Mizrone kunai? Sanqing and Kakashi's voices chimed simultaneously, exchanging glances, prompting Kakashi to close his mouth awkwardly. Obito huffed, still wearing a proud expression, but this is a place even Kakashi couldn't find. He crouched by the small opening, glancing around before suddenly clapping his fists together. His face alight with excitement. How about we play that game? The Hatake brothers regarded him with puzzled expressions. Obito gestured animatedly. You know? The one where we write down our dreams on paper, hide them away, and then dig them up together when we grow up. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Sanqing and Kakashi. Kakashi turned away, somewhat reluctant. Isn't that a silly game? Upon hearing this, Obito's face fell, and he leaned closer to Sanqing, practically hanging on him, pleading, Please play with me. Sanqing, shaken by Obito's enthusiasm, felt the bruises on his body throb and quickly interjected, All right, you can get down now. Really? Yes. Obito promptly produced a blank scroll. Glancing at the two with a hint of hesitation, it's too troublesome to find paper and ink now. Why not just use chakra to write on the scroll? It'll be easier to keep, right? Both Sanqing and Kakashi agreed, and so the three boys spread out the scroll beside the massive stone. With great enthusiasm, Obito was the first to inscribe his aspiration, becoming Hokage. Kakashi reluctantly stepped forward, muttering under his breath, Why should I play such a childish game with the slowpoke? Sanqing encouraged him. Isn't it fun? Kakashi snorted heavily but complied, writing down his dream, becoming a ninja as exceptional as his father. Finally, it was Sanqing's turn. He approached the scroll, observing the inscriptions left by the other two, a slight smile gracing his lips. Hurry up, Obito urged. Thus, Sanqing focused his chakra at the tip of his index finger and, with a delicate motion, inscribed his dream at the bottom, to live well together. Obito's head was the first to lean in, followed closely by Kakashi, their expressions varying as they beheld the glowing letters inscribed with Sanqing's chakra. What? Sanqing, your dream is too simple. That's not really a dream, is it? Why not choose another? Sanqing gazed affectionately at the scroll for a moment, shaking his head to decline Obito's suggestion. Let it be. After all, it was merely a game. Obito did not press further, tying up the scroll and carefully inserting it into the small opening. Coincidentally, the aperture was just the right size for the scroll. Covered in dirt, Obito stood up, brushing off the surrounding weeds to make the opening even more concealed. Satisfied, he turned back, a pure, joyful smile illuminating his face beneath the rising moon. Then it settled. When we grow up, we'll come back to retrieve it together. Chapter 38. Undercurrents. According to the description provided by the small star in the mountains, Fujimoki Akira should be a person deeply passionate about undertaking missions. However, a full week has elapsed since the last task, and Tsukikage has yet to receive any notification from the team. Nevertheless, this has afforded him ample time to devote to his training. Regrettably, Akane has accompanied Hatake Kakashi on a mission, leaving Tsukikage without the opportunity to seek guidance on certain challenges he encountered. He can only temporarily record his queries, awaiting Akane's return for consultation. Fortunately, Kakashi also seems to have some free time. The two youths often rise early and train diligently, occasionally inviting Obito, Rin, or Minako to join them. They gather together, sometimes engaging in individual practice, and at other times, sparring with one another. Over time, they have made considerable progress. Kakashi has discerned that Tsukikage often finds himself at a disadvantage during combat due to the limitations of his chakra. However, he cannot propose any effective solutions regarding Tsukikage's physical condition. Instead, he endeavors to impart to him some small techniques he has summarized from his own experiences with ninjutsu, such as how to manipulate chakra to maximize the effectiveness of a technique while minimizing consumption. As they transition from theoretical discussions to practical application and back to theory, their engrossed study is suddenly interrupted by a loud knock at the door. The youths exchange glances. Tsukikage hastily tidies the scattered papers on the table. while Kakashi rises to answer the door. Standing there is a tall young man with black hair and white eyes. He cautiously tilts his head to check the nameplate before nodding amicably at Kakashi and inquiring, "Are you Hitaki Kakashi? I am here to find you in Tsukikage." The visitor is Hyuga Yuki, who brings news of a new mission. Team leader Fujimuki and team leader Rokuchuin have been assigned a sudden task and departed the village early yesterday morning. Tsukikage has also been temporarily reassigned to another team, and the three of them are to undertake this mission together. Hyuga Yuki succinctly conveys this information and quietly awaits the two youths' response. Kakashi appears accustomed to such matters. After a moment of contemplation, he lifts his gaze and naturally asks, "What is our mission this time?" Hyuga Yuki nods and places the mission scroll on the table. This is a B-rank mission. The objective is to investigate a sudden appearance of a group of mist ninjas near the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. If possible, we are to eliminate them all. He speaks the word eliminate, laced with a sense of bloodshed, with remarkable ease. Tsukikage glances quickly at Kakashi, observing his composed demeanor as he studies the detailed mission information on the scroll, prompting Tsukikage to emit a soft sigh. Noticing Tsukikage's reaction, Hyuga Yuki mistakenly interprets it as nervousness and reassures him. The mist ninjas are not particularly strong. They are merely small fry. There's no need to worry too much. At this moment, Kakashi finishes reviewing the mission details and turns to Tsukikage. It's all right. The details indicate that there is a J-Nin team in the vicinity conducting their own mission. If we encounter Miss J-Nin and find ourselves in a difficult situation, we can seek their assistance. Hyuga Yuki nods in agreement. However, for a mission of this level, the likelihood of encountering J-Nin is quite low. Against CH-Nin and lower-level ninjas, as long as they do not employ a swarm tactic, the three of us will be sufficient. Tsukikage is taken aback by the concern reflected in their gazes. He purses his lips in frustration, intending to explain himself, but finds it unnecessary and can only emit a light sound of acknowledgement. The three of them continue to discuss the mission for a while longer, agreeing to set off early the next morning before Hyuga Yuki takes his leave. Kakashi sits on the sofa, his previously relaxed expression suddenly becoming heavy. His gaze drifts vacantly, and he suddenly states, "Have you noticed?" Tsukikage, preparing to ascend the stairs to gather his belongings for the journey, responds with a note of curiosity. Recently, it seems that tensions between the various nations have escalated slightly, Kakashi remarks. Tsukikage reflects on this. In truth, he has only embarked on 2 missions outside the village, both coincidentally involving ninjas from other nations, making it difficult to judge whether this situation is commonplace. Is that so? Kakashi shoots him an exasperated glance and falls silent. The two quickly finish packing their things. With the evening still young, they return to the training grounds for a bit longer, concluding their practice only when the moon is high in the sky. As Tsukikage lies in bed, he finds himself surprisingly restless. He glances at Kakashi, who is sleeping soundly and breathing evenly, then quietly slips out of bed and makes his way to the roof. The night is deep and still. The surrounding houses have extinguished their lights, and the moon hangs high above, partially obscured by dark clouds, its brilliance somewhat dimmed. In the distance, the Hokage Tower flickers with scattered lights, with occasional figures entering and exiting, while the Umbu building shines brightly, seemingly indifferent to the passage of day or night. The spot where Tsukikage sits is not elevated enough, and the imposing Hokage rock obscures his view of the surrounding scenery. The 3 solemn faces carved into the rock gaze down upon the frail boy with an air of indifference. A sudden gust of night wind sweeps by, tousling Tsukikage's slightly long bangs and rustling the nearby trees along the street. Meow. A somewhat hoarse cat's meow emanates from the low wall of a nearby residence. Just as Tsukikage turns to investigate, a shadow leaps onto the roof beside him. It is a black cat, its fur not particularly glossy but appearing very clean. It walks gracefully and silently to Tsukikage's side, pressing its soft, warm body against his thigh. Tilting its head, its glimmering golden-green eyes lock onto Tsukikage's gaze, and it lets out a softer meow. Meow, startled by the unexpected affection, Tsukikage tentatively extends his hand to gently stroke the cat's chin. The black cat squints in pleasure, its warm eyes radiating joy in the darkness. It even tilts its head back slightly, allowing the human it has serendipitously encountered to better indulge it. Tsukikage obliges, scratching the cat's chin and listening to the rhythmic purring that ensues. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he quickly stifles it, fearing it might wake Kakashi. Seemingly content with the attention, the black cat stretches lazily before nimbly leaping into Tsukikage and Appo's embrace, revealing its soft, pure-colored back. Its supple tail brushes lightly against Tsukikage and Appo's arm. Though this is their first encounter, the little creature exhibits remarkable familiarity, as if it is a mischievous rascal. Tsukikage gently caresses the cat, listening to its soothing purring, and releases a deep sigh, calming the previously tumultuous emotions that had stirred within him. Thus, drowsiness washes over him. He cradles the cat back into the house, careful not to disturb Kakashi upstairs, and instead finds a blanket to spread on the sofa. He curls up, enveloping the seemingly unmovable black cat in warmth, and drifts into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 39. B-Class Investigation Mission 1. The Land of Waves is situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and characterized by a remarkably humid climate. Hyuga Yuki, with his Byakugan activated, scanned the coastline, and shook his head at Kansei and Kakashi. There were no chakra signatures of the mist ninjas nearby. They must have ventured elsewhere. After a brief rest, they planned to investigate the ruins of the village of Yuzushiogakure later that night. Despite its modest size, the Land of Waves is captivating, particularly for the extensive remnants of crumbling walls along the coast, which mark the location of the once thriving Yuzushiogakure, destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. Now, it is merely a collection of stones overgrown with damp moss and rusted iron pillars. The trio found themselves perilously close to the shoreline, the salty sea breeze enveloping them, saturating their senses with moisture that clung to their skin like a heavy shroud. Prolonged exposure left their joints feeling as though they were slowly rusting. Nonetheless, apart from these discomforts, the environment of the Land of Waves felt entirely distinct from that of the Land of Fire. The proximity to the ocean was an experience Kansei had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. As twilight descended, only a hint of rose remained at the distant horizon, merging with the deep blue-black of the sea, casting fleeting brilliance upon the water's surface. The dark waters were devoid of any light on that tranquil evening, save for the rhythmic sound of the waves breaking the stillness of the night. After receiving confirmation, Hyuga retrieved a handful of military rations from his pocket, distributing them to the two youths while consuming a few himself, expressionless as he chewed and swallowed. These specially crafted morsels prioritized sustenance and convenience over flavor and texture. The trio utilized the limited time to rest until the night fully enveloped the land, at which point they set out for the remnants of Yuzushiogakure. Though only a few years had passed since its destruction, the site was steeped in decay and neglect. The once bustling streets were strewn with various debris, mold, moss, and weeds overtaking every visible structure, while puddles of varying depths remained, remnants of the dampness and tides. In such desolation, one might wonder what the mist ninjas could possibly covet. Kakashi, ever vigilant, inquired quietly while scanning their surroundings. Hyuga gestured for the group to sidestep a tree trunk that had grown at an angle through a wall, responding in a hushed tone that the ninja clan that once inhabited Yuzushiogakure was renowned for their sealing techniques, among the finest in the shinobi world. Perhaps the mist sought remnants of their sealing scrolls. As they conversed, a chilling scream echoed from a distance, abruptly halting their dialogue. The three swiftly made their way toward the source of the sound. Hyuga's Byakugan glimmered in the darkness as he signaled for them to halt. Not far ahead, behind a crumbled wall, three mist ninjas surrounded a kneeling comrade, the moonlight illuminating their forehead protectors, which bore insignia distinct from that of Konohagakure, as well as the bloody trail on the ground. Through the gaps in the debris, Kansei glimpsed the fallen mist ninja, surrounded by scrolls etched with strange symbols that emanated a faint glow, seemingly drawing the blood into a twisting pattern that formed a complex design, a spiral resembling a vortex. That was the insignia of their clan. Hyuga's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief. According to his intel, that clan had perished with the fall of Yuzushiogakure, and any remaining survivors had scattered, unlikely to rise again. Not bad, little ones from Konoha. Came a sudden raspy voice from beside them. Kansei felt a chill run down his spine. The voice was alarmingly close, as if the speaker were breathing upon his neck. Instinctively, he swung his blade, leaping back with grace to a safer distance. In the spot where he had stood, a woman clad in a mist umbu mask remained unscathed, utterly unfazed by Kansei's attack or the hostility emanating from Kakashi and Hyuga. She stood there, one hand propping her chin, regarding Kansei thoughtfully. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Hyuga hurled a shuriken wrapped in explosive tags, while Kakashi swiftly performed hand seals, invoking Earth Release, Earth Wave. The ground trembled as the shuriken approached, but the woman dissipated into a puddle of water, only to reconstitute herself in a nearby pool. A raspy laughter emanating from beneath her mask. Quite the teamwork, young ones, she remarked. Amid the explosive commotion, Hyuga's voice cut through with clarity. What are you doing here? Despite the evident threat of their presence, the woman replied with a smile. Just taking a casual stroll. Was there a more absurd response? The nearby mist ninjas halted their actions upon hearing her words, hastily gathering the scattered scrolls, while one aided the injured comrade in retreat as the others advanced towards the trio. In terms of numbers, they were evenly matched. However, the dangerous aura exuding from the umbu woman was palpable. Hyuga tightened his grip on his weapon, a sense of dread settling within him. In that case, we were merely conducting a routine inspection of the abandoned Yuzushiogakure, and shall take our leave. The woman nonchalantly flicked her fingers, halting her subordinates with a glance. After a moment of silence, she replied, I fear that won't be possible. The atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable hostility crackling between them like an electric current. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as Kansei's pupils constricted. He raised his blade with all his might to deflect a kunai hurtling towards him with alarming force. The mist umbu, unfazed, retracted her hand. Well, I've reconsidered. After all, you from Konoha and we from the mist have always coexisted so peacefully. It would be rather unbecoming to resort to extermination. How about this? You give me something, and I'll let you go. A rather advantageous deal, wouldn't you say? Hyuga's hand, gripping his weapon, began to sweat. The woman's swift throw had caught him off guard. Even with his Byakugan activated, he barely managed to perceive its trajectory in time to react, and he sensed that she would not let them off so easily. He cautiously inquired, "What do you want?" The woman's voice was laced with amusement as she extended her hand, a finger encased in a black glove, pointing at the dark-haired boy standing beside Kakashi. That little one's life. Kansei's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the woman, not in shock at her intent to kill him, but in confusion at her familiarity with him. How could she appear to know him so well? Was he not a being that should not exist in this world? Chapter 40. B-Class Investigation Mission 2. Absolutely not. Kakashi vehemently rejected, his gaze icy as he stared at the three Mist Village ninjas before him. He could never stand idly by while his comrades perished before his eyes, and even more so when that comrade was a family member. Kenshin tightened his grip on the short blade, exhaling slowly as he glanced at the silent Hinata Yuki. He understood that the woman from the Mist Umbu before them was the focal point of this tense standoff. The fact that Hinata Yuki, with his Byakugan, had chosen to retreat spoke volumes about the opponent's overwhelming strength, which seemed to dictate the fate of the three of them. The longer Hinata Yuki remained silent, the more guilt welled up within Kenshin. Although he could not comprehend the enemy's inexplicable interest in him, he rationalized that if his life could be exchanged for Kakashi and Hinata Yuki's safety, it would not be an unfavorable bargain for his side. He believed the silence stemmed from Hinata's concern for their meager bond as teammates, causing him to hesitate in voicing a response. As time stretched on unfavorably for them, Kenshin resolved not to burden his allies further. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi seized his arm with a firm grip. The boy's cold fingers clutched his arm tightly, the visible tension in his wrist betraying the restrained strength behind his hold, a subtle, yet resolute expression of his unwavering will. Meanwhile, Hinata Yuki broke the silence with his characteristic gentle tone. Yet his words cut like a blade. Do you truly believe that the actions of the Mist Village are shrouded in secrecy? Our investigation into the disturbances you caused is merely a prelude to potential conflict. If you have the authority to represent the Mist and are unafraid to eliminate us here before directly engaging Konoha, then let the battle commence without further probing into our camaraderie. The woman let out a scoff, as if she had heard a jest. You think you can? Hinata Yuki stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Kenshin and Kakashi. Yes, we can. The woman exchanged glances with the suddenly assertive Byakugan youth for a few seconds, then lowered her head, muttering something inaudibly before raising her gaze, her raspy voice dripping with an unsettling sweetness. All right then, I was merely jesting. The peace between Konoha and the Mist has been maintained through our generation's relentless efforts. Wouldn't you agree, young Hinata? With her words, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. She waved her hand, signaling her two subordinates to step back, then spread her hands in a gesture of openness. Since you've discovered us, I shall speak plainly. We have found that the underground here is sealed by the Uzumaki clan's techniques, potentially harboring their treasured secret arts, which is why we are here to investigate. The Uzumaki clan, the very one that Hinata Yuki had previously mentioned as skilled in sealing techniques. Kenshin's gaze fell upon the woman's mask, which obscured her expressions. Yet his instincts screamed that she was lying. Perhaps Hinata Yuki sensed it too, but in the current situation, the truth or falsehood held little significance. The young man bowed politely, suggesting they take their leave. We shall not intrude any further. Just as they prepared to depart, the woman swiftly positioned herself before them, leaning slightly forward with an inviting demeanor. Since Konoha's allies are here, why not join us in exploring this relic? It could be seen as a collaboration between the Mist and Konoha, yes? Kenshin stared intently at the mask on the woman's face. Was it merely his imagination? Or did he feel the pair of dark eye holes lurking beneath the mask, akin to a cold serpent, fixating on him? No, thank you. Hinata Yuki began to decline when suddenly a chilling aura enveloped him, only to dissipate in an instant. The tone of the Mist Umbu remained deceptively gentle, as if she had not heard his refusal, and she pressed on. Is that acceptable? Kakashi stepped forward to stand beside Hinata Yuki, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly sweating youth. Hinata Yuki closed his eyes for a moment, silence stretching uncomfortably before he stiffly replied. It would be an honor to accept your invitation. The three followed the woman into the Mist's temporary stronghold, a secluded cave by the seaside. A warm fire burned at the entrance, where an injured Mist ninja sat stirring a pot suspended over the flames. Upon seeing the leading woman, he set down his spoon to rise. You've returned, Bo. However, upon noticing the three from Konoha behind her, his words faltered, leaving him awkwardly standing there. The woman gestured for him to sit, her tone amiable. Please, rest. Where is Anryu? The ninja glanced at the silent Konoha trio, seemingly relieved. And with a hint of admiration in his gaze towards the woman, he replied loudly. Anri-sama took the others to check on the restrictions near the mission site. The woman let out a seemingly amused hum, murmuring, he is quite proactive. She led Kenshin and the others deeper into the cave. Producing a scroll and placing it before them, she performed several peculiar hand seals on the scroll, which unfurled magically, its ink flowing and rising to form a three-dimensional map of the terrain. The woman introduced herself. You may call me Bonagi. She pointed at a specific location on the map. The relic is located here. The surrounding sealing barriers have been mostly dismantled, and after numerous attempts, we have discovered a confirmed safe route of entry. She subtly tilted her head towards the cave's entrance. Hinata Yuki followed the movement of the map, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "You haven't entered the relic yet?" Bonagi shrugged. "How dangerous can it be? The Uzumaki clan is renowned for their sealing techniques and their resilience, but beyond that, they have little else to boast about." Seeing that Kanshin and the others remained silent, she did not feel awkward. She circled the scroll and suddenly stood beside Kakashi, leaning closer to the white-haired boy. The half of her mask adorned with clownfish-like stripes faced Kakashi directly, and her low, gravelly voice reached his ear. "Little brother, your style is so cool. May I know your name?" Kenshin turned to look at Kakashi, who, despite the mask covering the lower half of his face, exuded an unmistakable aura of displeasure and irritation. "No." The crisp projection startled Kanshin and Hinata Yuki, who quickly turned away, stifling their laughter. Hinata Yuki lowered his head to adjust his expression and stepped sideways to shield Kakashi, sighing to Bonagi. "I apologize. He can be rather difficult." Bonagi appeared unfazed by Hinata Yuki's comment, tilting her head, her gaze piercing through the mask as she focused on Kakashi. "Oh, I mean no offense. I'm just a bit curious. What is your relationship with that young man over there?" She gestured toward Kanshin. Kakashi's icy glare fixed on the woman, yet he stubbornly remained silent. Hinata Yuki cleared his throat, helplessly reiterating, "They are brothers. Please refrain from prying into the personal matters of our Konoha comrades." Lady Bonagi. A sudden hush fell over the cave, followed by Bonagi's delighted laughter, as she clutched her chest. "Ah, I apologize. I just recalled something particularly amusing. Allow me one more question. When you speak of brothers, do you mean by blood?" Hinata Yuki felt somewhat perplexed, yet he provided a definitive response. "Yes." "What do you wish to do?" Kakashi finally spoke, fixing his piercing gaze upon Bonagi, each word articulated with a cold, unwavering tone. "What exactly is your intention towards Sansai?" The silver-haired youth had long discerned the peculiar treatment bestowed upon him from their initial encounter, followed by deliberate antagonism, culminating in the current cryptic yet ostentatious demeanor that was unsettling. All these indications pointed to the fact that this woman harbored an extraordinary interest in Sansai. However, it appeared that this fascination predominantly stemmed from sheer malice. Kakashi covertly cast a fleeting glance at Sansai, and upon observing the bewilderment and unfamiliarity etched on his face, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Bonagi, unabashed, launched into another round of nonsensical chatter. "Oh, I merely find that perpetually stoic little brother quite endearing," which piqued my curiosity. I felt too shy to inquire directly, so I had to approach the subject through you all. Sansai stood quietly to one side, refraining from uttering a single word. Ever since encountering Bonagi, an incessant stream of questions had flooded his mind. Yet, at this moment, he, along with Kakashi and Hinata Yuki, faced a life-threatening predicament and was unwittingly compelled to partake in this ambiguous mission orchestrated by the Mist Village. Therefore, under the current circumstances, regardless of the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, it would be prudent to suppress them for now and focus his thoughts on devising a solution to their present dilemma. Observing the three of them, who remained silent, the woman finally grew disinterested and ceased her nonsensical behavior. "Once the undercurrents return to refine our path forward, we can set off immediately. The sooner we conclude this, the sooner we can be at ease. Wouldn't you agree, young Hinata?" Chapter 41, B-Class Investigation Mission 3, The Mist Ninja, known as Dark Current, returned to the cave before dawn. Ignoring the trio from Konohagakure seated in the corner, he approached Bonami and, with a humble bow, reported, "The restrictions near the ruins have been thoroughly investigated. My subordinates remain stationed nearby for vigilance. The path to enter is currently secure." He produced a piece of parchment, cradling it in both hands. "The specific route has been documented by my subordinates. Please review it, Lord Bonami." Bonami took the parchment, casually flipped through it, and tossed it to Hinata Yuki. "Hold on to this. Make sure you all take note." Observing Bonami's actions, Dark Current's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his hesitation to speak. "Is there an issue with my actions?" Immediately, Dark Current knelt, earnestly wishing to explain himself. "No, it's just that I am uncertain about these individuals." Unable to discern Bonami's attitude towards the Konohagakure ninja, he fell silent in frustration. Bonami chuckled softly. "These three are significant figures from Konohagakure. We must treat them with due respect. Do you understand?" "Understood." The trio, puzzled by the cryptic conversation, huddled together to examine the parchment. Kakashi deftly made a copy of its contents with a scroll before returning the original to Bonami. Unfazed by their actions, she rolled the parchment back to Dark Current and, standing up, stretched languidly. "What a perplexing night of busy work. Dawn is almost upon us, and we can finally commence." According to Bonami's arrangement, the injured Mist Ninja would remain outside on guard, while the others would accompany her. At this moment, the horizon began to lighten, the orange glow of dawn slowly emerging, cleaving the sky and sea into two distinct realms. Above, the sky was a clear, vibrant blue. Below, the sea remained shrouded in darkness. They returned to the low wall from the previous night, where the three Mist Ninjas unfurled numerous scrolls, forming a triangle as they began to weave hand signs simultaneously. A low hum resonated in the air, as if the scrolls were attuned to something, causing a section of the ground to sink, revealing a spiral staircase that appeared to accommodate only one person at a time. "All right, let's proceed down to the ruins." Following the previously confirmed path and avoiding any restrictions resonating with the scrolls, Bonami declared, her tone filled with delight. Yes. The three mist ninjas responded in unison. Having evidently practiced multiple times the night before, they navigated the complex restrictions with ease, quickly positioning themselves at the spiral staircase. Standing beside Hinata Yuki, Bonami tilted her head and extended a hand in a gentlemanly manner. After you. Yuki, lips pressed tight, whispered to the two boys beside him, I'll lead the way. You follow me. Although they had memorized the entry route, he deemed it safer to take the lead, wary of any potential tricks from the cunning mist ninjas. In truth, the Byakugan did not possess the absurd copying ability of the Sharingan. However, it allowed him to perceive the flow of chakra, enabling him to circumvent the restrictions. They proceeded cautiously, Bonami following behind with a seemingly nonchalant tone. There's no need for concern. We have no intention of deceiving you here. Reaching the base of the stairs, Yuki deactivated his Byakugan, weary as he pressed a finger to his forehead. Apologies, we were overly cautious. Bonami waved her hand dismissively. No matter, these are mere trifles. Now please descend. The three mist ninjas, alongside Bonami, fixed their gaze upon them. The implication of her words clear. They were to lead the way as scouts, testing for potential dangers below. No. This time, Tsukahoshi spoke before Hinata Yuki. Disregarding the pale-faced youth's tug, he fixed his gaze on the malevolent Mist Umbu, coldly stating, You desire my life, do you not? I will go down if you release the other two. Bonami regarded him for a moment, her voice as low and husky as their first encounter. I've changed my mind. You all must descend together. At some point, a serrated kunai slipped into her hand, her finger idly tracing the ring at its end. In a swift motion, she pointed the sharp tip at his throat. We have reached this juncture. You no longer possess the luxury of choice. Comply with my instructions, will you? The opponent's strength was at least of the Jonin rank, and even with their combined efforts, the three might struggle. However, three vigilant mist ninjas loomed nearby. And that dark current fellow was not to be underestimated, likely of Chunin caliber. If he relinquished control of his dragon blood and fully unleashed its power, could he contend with Bonami? Perhaps, after all, during the mission that claimed Captain Kobayashi's life, he managed to restrain a Jonin. With Hinata and Kakashi's strength, they should be able to handle the other three without issue. Should he take the risk? Still contemplating, Tsukahoshi was interrupted as Yuki chose to acquiesce once more. Very well, we will lead the way. He understood that at this moisture-laden coastline, it was unwise to provoke the mist ninjas skilled in water techniques. If conflict was inevitable, it should occur in a location that could negate their advantages, such as the ruins below, an unfamiliar and almost enclosed space. Under the watchful silence of the four behind him, Yuki stepped forward, Tsukahoshi in the middle, and Kakashi bringing up the rear as they cautiously descended the winding, narrow stone steps. As they moved deeper, the once constant sound of waves gradually faded, replaced by the occasional echo of dripping water. Without any illumination devices, they advanced further into the encroaching darkness. Before long, Tsukahoshi's footsteps faltered, and Yuki's voice broke the silence. We've arrived. With his words, a familiar humming reverberated around them. Soon, soft golden light emanated from the walls, illuminating the imposing door that stood before them. Bonami quickened her pace to stand beside Yuki, resting her chin on her hand as she examined the ornate door. Subtle golden patterns adorned the door's frame, intricate ceiling formations entwined across the stone panels, forming a clearly defined spiral structure, the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed. We have arrived here. Tsukahoshi heard Bonami murmur absent-mindedly. Yuki furrowed his brow, fingers pointed at his chest. Byakugan, activate. Veins throbbed around his eyes as he scrutinized the great door for an extended period. Bonami, arms crossed, patiently awaited Yuki's deactivation of the Byakugan before inquiring. Did you discover anything? Having exerted himself with the Byakugan, Yuki staggered slightly, only to be steadied by Tsukahoshi behind him. The youth offered a faint smile, reassuringly whispering, It's all right. After a moment of respite, he replied to Bonami, the patterns on the door are all sealing techniques, based on the chakra flow. It seems we need to input chakra in a specific manner and place a designated object at the center of the clan emblem to unlock this door. Bona turned her head, first casting a swift glance at Sanshing, before nonchalantly shifting her gaze away and commanding the figure behind her. Anliu, bring them over for an examination. Anliu responded loudly, hastily stepping forward to stand before the grand door. He retrieved a tattered tome from his pocket, lifting it slightly, gesturing at the door for a considerable time. Subsequently, he extracted a circular disc from the book and cautiously placed it into an inconspicuous recess at the center of the door. He summoned the remaining two mist ninjas, whispering to them for a moment, before the trio combined their efforts to unleash a barrage of chakra-infused waves against the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open abruptly, unleashing a cloud of dust that had accumulated over the years, akin to a small sandstorm, catching the individuals at the threshold off guard and causing them to cough uncontrollably. Bona let out a derisive chuckle, swiftly forming seals with her hands before exhaling a stream of moist mist. The mist swiftly enveloped the area, clearing away the swirling dust. allowing everyone to discern the scene beyond the door. Before them lay a modest chamber, its 3 walls lined with towering cabinets. Yet the focal point remained the square stone pedestal at the center of the room. Suspended above it was a palm-sized, deep blue orb, adorned with white runes that pulsated rhythmically, contracting like a heartbeat every few seconds, filling the room with a damp aroma. "What is this?" Kakashi inquired, stepping closer to Tsunching and Hinata Yuki, a frown etched on his brow. The response did not come from Hinata or Tsunching, but rather from Bona, the seemingly deranged woman who faced the orb with outstretched arms, her raspy voice resonating with exultation. "This is nothing short of a miracle. What exactly is this thing?" The trio had yet to ponder the question when they suddenly found themselves encircled by several mist ninjas. Bona, stationed at the doorway, turned her head, her mask obscuring her expression as she directed her cold gaze towards Tsunching and the others. "Go inside and retrieve that orb for me." Tsunching stared at her, incredulous. "Did you not say there would be no danger inside?" Bona let out an exaggerated laugh. "I never claimed there was no danger within. Did I not warn you that the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their sealing techniques?" Haraha. She chuckled a few times before reverting to her aloof demeanor, her tone laced with an almost innocent confusion. "Otherwise, why do you think I was so quick to let you go yesterday?" Tsunching's eyes trembled, a profound anger surging within him and outrage at her condescending attitude, as if toying with mere insects. Bona observed him with keen interest, her expression feigning surprise as she noted the emotions swelling in the young man's gaze. "Oh my, are you getting angry?" A sudden commotion behind them caught Tsunching's attention. He slightly turned his head to see a mist ninja held at knife point by Kakashi, the silver-haired youth's eyes filled with murderous intent as he barked, "Don't move." "Lady Bona." The captive ninja's eyes widened in terror, the cold blade against his throat instilling fear as he looked pleadingly towards the unmoving Bona by the door. She coldly regarded her subordinate, scolding him. "Useless fool, you fell so quickly without even a round. How utterly incompetent." She paused, playfully twirling the uniquely shaped kunai in her hand. "Did you truly believe that the life of a subordinate, inconsequential to me, would alter my resolve?" The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Bona's kunai spun faster in her grasp, and at last, her impatience surfaced as she warned them. "My patience is limited. If you refuse to enter, I shall simply toss you in, understood?" Her blatant malice and unwavering determination made it abundantly clear to Tsunching and his companions that they were left with but one choice. Perhaps from the very moment they encountered Bona, they had only ever possessed a singular path to tread. Where, then, lay the turning point? Chapter 42, B-Class Investigation Task 4. In a situation where retreat was not an option, with Hinata Yuki's Byakugan activated, it seemed the most prudent course of action was to advance. Tsunching glanced back at the pale-faced Hinata Yuki and exchanged a look with Kakashi, attempting to negotiate with Bonami. "My captain's chakra cannot sustain the Byakugan for long. He requires some time to recuperate. If we delay a little longer, perhaps Konoha will notice our absence and send a nearby Jonin team to assist us." Although they had only been here for less than 2 days due to travel, the likelihood of receiving support was extremely slim, but stalling time was undoubtedly beneficial for Tsunching's side. Whether Bonami saw through their little ruse or simply grew impatient waiting for Hinata Yuki to recover, he beckoned to Anliu. Anliu retrieved a cloth bag from his scroll and tossed it at Hinata Yuki's feet, his deep blue eyes briefly glancing at the already captured mist ninja before addressing the Konoha group. "Inside this bag are our specially made soldier pills from the hidden mist. Consuming them will rapidly restore your chakra. Eat quickly. Do not waste Lord Bonami's time." Hinata Yuki silently crouched down to pick up the bag, extracting a brown pill and bringing it to his nose for a tentative sniff. There was nothing particularly odd about the scent, and he could not discern the ingredients contained within, so he steeled himself and swallowed it. Tsunching and Kakashi observed as Hinata Yuki suddenly bent over, his face flushing and veins bulging in his hands. Concerned, both tightened their expressions, and Kakashi's blade shivered against the throat of the enemy. "Hey, are you all right?" Anliu seemed quite aware of Hinata Yuki's plight. He first glanced at Bonami before explaining nonchalantly. "This soldier pill is designed for rapid chakra recovery during battle. Its effects can be quite intense. It is normal for Konoha ninjas to react strongly the first time they consume it." Hinata Yuki gasped, cold sweat trickling down, sticking his bangs to his forehead. He sat cross-legged on the ground, struggling to channel the chakra that had been violently awakened within him, gradually merging it with his original chakra. Bonami scrutinized Hinata Yuki's condition and spoke slowly. "Hinata's boy, I suggest you do not attempt any tricks. Restore yourself within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will kill one of your teammates every minute until you are left alone." Whether it was the efficacy of the soldier pill or Bonami and Appo's threatening presence, it seemed that in no time, Hinata Yuki stood up, wiped the sweat from his face, and stated in a low voice, "I am ready." Kakashi had long since abandoned the subdued mist ninja and now approached the young man, quietly confirming, "Are you truly ready?" Tsunching also stepped closer, concern etched on his face as he looked at Hinata Yuki. The young man reassuringly patted the heads of the two boys. "Do not worry, I am fine." He paused before continuing, "I will lead the way. You two follow closely behind, and do not wander off, understood?" After receiving affirmative responses, he stepped towards the door, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, the world transformed into shades of gray before his eyes, with the room before him suddenly illuminated. Countless intertwining strands of chakra illuminated the space, and the ceiling formations scattered throughout resembled flowers blooming in a field, each exhibiting their resplendent beauty in a chaotic yet orderly manner. However, this was a field rife with man-eating flowers. One misstep into this dreamlike state would lead to dire consequences that required no further contemplation. Stay close to me. Hinata Yuki once again cautioned the boys behind him, then stepped into the room. The resonating sounds of numerous sealing techniques echoed like war drums, and the ground beneath the young man's feet revealed a circle of golden patterns. As the noise finally subsided, Hinata Yuki took a safe first step, gradually relaxing, then moved in an unusual manner, circling around the central platform before halting at a peculiar spot. He looked around, seemingly deep in thought, before suddenly extending his arm forward in an inviting gesture, though his weight shifted backward, adopting a stance ready to strike. The young man lowered his gaze, his Byakugan fixated on some point in the formless void before him. After a brief pause, he abruptly swung his palm forward, 8 trigrams air palm. Sensitive to the fluctuations in air, Sangxing noted that the young man's attack was essentially compressing air within his palm, using the angle and direction of the strike to achieve precise penetration of his target. Following a muffled explosion, a slender, deep mark was left at the site of Hinata Yuki's impact, the shattered chakra patterns emerging from concealment, flickering slightly before dissipating into nothingness. While the other connected ceiling formations dimmed in response, the young man finally stepped forward decisively, standing before the platform and discovering a stone tablet inscribed with countless tiny characters. Sangxing and Kakashi had closely followed him, thus they too beheld the tablet. Upon the platform, a deep blue orb pulsated steadily. Its primary composition revealed to be a multitude of intricate overlapping ceiling formations. The tablet recorded that this orb was called the Pearl of Tides, capable of controlling the ebb and flow of tides within a specific area. No wonder these mist ninjas were so intent on acquiring it. For those skilled in water techniques, obtaining such an artifact would undoubtedly enhance their capabilities. Ironically, the original purpose of creating this artifact was to address the unpredictable weather near the coast of Whirlpool Village, where typhoons and tsunamis often disrupted the harvest of surrounding farmlands. The Uzumaki clan had dedicated significant effort to develop this item to ensure the smooth growth of their crops. In the wake of the near annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, which nearly led to the loss of sealing techniques, the various wondrous sealing arts contained within the Pearl of Tides could indeed be deemed a treasure. With diligent study, the pinnacle of sealing arts could be revived. It was a precious masterpiece encompassing the essence of sealing techniques. However, it was evident that the group from the hidden mist held a different perspective. Bonami stood at the entrance, her voice barely concealing her excitement. Yes, that is the pearl. Bring it to me. Hinata Yuki did not move, nor did Sangxing and Kakashi. The Pearl of Tides pulsed rhythmically, the humid atmosphere permeated the room, and with the sudden drop in air pressure between the two parties, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped them. In the silence, Bonami suddenly sighed. What disobedient children you are. As her words fell, the surrounding moisture thickened abruptly, and a dense mist gradually filled the entire room, obscuring their vision as if shrouded in a veil. Kakashi, familiar with such scenarios, immediately warned, "This is the mist technique. Be careful." Hinata Yuki acted decisively, reaching for the Pearl of Tides on the platform, but a gloved hand seized his wrist. Bonami's voice echoed from the mist, indistinct yet omnipresent. "Do not think that merely entering this room grants you the privilege to negotiate with me. You are still too inexperienced." Hinata Yuki quickly realized that their movements had been noted, and the enemy had traversed the ceiling formations using the same method. Behind him, Sangxing and Kakashi also sensed something amiss. One extended a hand towards the orb, while the other swung a blade to sever the arm of the figure grasping Hinata. It was evident that their opponent dismissed the trio entirely, showing no concern for the strike aimed at her, as she melded once more into the shadows of the mist, reappearing as a dark silhouette beside the tidal pearl. The coveted treasure lay tantalizingly close, and even with Bone Nye's composure, she could not suppress the surge of ambition bubbling within her, her whispered words betraying her fervent desires. With this, we of the mist will surely soar to new heights. While she envisioned a glorious future, a flash of lightning sliced through the air, as Kakashi and Hinata Yushu attacked from either side. The concealment of the mist technique was merely a trifling skill in the eyes of Hinata's Byakugan, which could perceive the flow of chakra. How vexing and repulsive. The known safe zones were limited. Despite Bone Nye's formidable strength, she could not afford to act recklessly, mindful of the lurking dangers in the unknown outer regions. Though her heart seethed with anger, she refrained from charging forward, her form dissolving into the mist before re-emerging with the orb in hand. Suddenly, a barely perceptible breeze swept through the tranquil room, and the orb grasped by Bone Nye transformed into a mere puddle of bubbles. It turned out she had clutched nothing but a poorly crafted illusion. Sangxing dispelled his body flicker technique and stood beside Kakashi, revealing a resplendent deep blue orb in his palm. We've got it. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle, although they all understood that the ensuing circumstances would likely be perilous. The thought of the woman's expression upon discovering her deception was irresistibly amusing. Hinata Yushu assumed a defensive stance, his Byakugan keenly surveying the thick mist around them. Warning in a hushed tone, the ceiling array around us has changed. Follow my lead. In the next instant, the surrounding mist coalesced into countless fine needles, viciously shooting towards the trio. With no time to spare, Hinata Yushu swiftly lifted the two boys, retreating several steps while his Byakugan scanned for threats. Narrowly evading the majority of the water needles, the few that remained grazed his right arm and shoulder. Sanshing's pupils widened in shock as he grasped Hinata's sleeve, urgently imploring, "No, don't do this. He doesn't need anyone protecting him." Hinata Yushu remained silent, stubbornly carrying the two boys through the hazy mist, dodging the seemingly omnipresent attacks and the sealing techniques beneath their feet. Behind them, a relentless buzzing filled the air, followed by the muffled groan of a woman. Fortunately, the escape route chosen by Hinata Yushu was not the same as their entry path. Moreover, after they illicitly seized the tidal pearl, it seemed as though all the sealing techniques within the room had been activated, their overlapping forms shifting unpredictably. Even if they had followed the original path, they could not have avoided triggering the myriad of lurking traps. Thank heavens for the Byakugan. Never before had Hinata Yushu felt such profound gratitude for his eyes. Chapter 43, B-Class Investigation Mission 5. With a surge of chakra, Bonami shattered the chains that had suddenly emerged to bind her thigh. Her mask unable to conceal the fury etched upon her face. Before her loomed a thick shadow, the result of Sanshing unleashing wind release to stir the dust around her, obscuring her line of pursuit. Sensing the peril, the dark currents warned the others, who hesitated at the entrance, calling out, "Lady Bonami, are you all right?" The mist posed no challenge to these adept water release ninjas, allowing them to discern the chaotic situation unfolding within. Bonami's anger intensified. She turned and rebuked, "Incompetence. How dare you question me? Do you look down on me?" With a fierce gesture, she hurled dozens of shuriken, each triggering distinct formations upon impact, creating a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Blue and gold circles erupted from the ground, unleashing a myriad of bizarre attacks. Bonami's gaze swiftly tracked the locations of these formations, her movements so rapid that they left afterimages in her wake as she deftly leaped across the area, testing the path ahead once more. Having previously suffered from sealing jutsu, she was wary. Although the seals inscribed in this room differed vastly from those executed by the Uzumaki clan, she had no desire to experience them firsthand. This clumsy method could indeed facilitate a steady passage, provided no one interfered. Suddenly, a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag soared from the dust, detonating just before reaching Bonami. The ensuing smoke concealing the 3 shuriken that followed. Foolish tricks. Bonami's ears twitched, detecting an unusual sound, and with her extraordinary battlefield instinct, she evaded the second wave of projectiles. Yet, it didn't end there. The 3 shuriken embedded themselves in the ground behind her, triggering a sealing formation that summoned golden chains. As the manipulator moved, steel wires sliced towards her from both sides, threatening to ensnare her like a blade. With a swift pivot, Bonami launched herself into the air, narrowly escaping the deadly steel wires. She countered with a jutsu, shattering the chains, landing gracefully on the slender wires and sneering, "Mediocre performance." Sanshing, straining against the wires, his muscles taut, felt Kakashi's furrowed brow. The individuals outside posed little threat. The real trouble lies with Bonami. Hinata Yuki slightly tilted his head, his gaze suddenly fixating on a corner of the room. He spoke in a low voice, "I have a plan." The 2 boys turned to him. Yet the young man extended a hand toward Sanshing. "Show me the orb." Confused, Sanshing complied, handing over the deep blue sphere he had clutched tightly. The young man examined the orb with scrutiny, sighing slightly, "Though I hesitate, there's no alternative." Before the boys could comprehend his meaning, he abruptly hurled the orb towards an unoccupied corner. The tide pearl traced a stunning deep blue arc through the mist and dust, colliding with the edge of a bookshelf, producing a sharp sound. But the event was far from over. Hinata Yuki swiftly followed suit, unleashing several kunai aimed directly at the exquisite orb. Bonami screamed in rage, her eyes widening as she watched the flying kunai. Almost simultaneously, she cast her own projectiles to intercept, twisting her body toward the tide pearl. She dared not gamble on whether this work of art would shatter upon impact. In a stroke of fortune, she grasped the orb just before it hit the ground, anchoring herself to the edge of the bookshelf, chakra coursing through her feet as she crouched against the wall. The mist within the room gradually dissipated, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Sanshing, regaining his senses, turned to the focused Hinata Yuki, unable to restrain his curiosity. Why? Hinata Yuki's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he swiftly turned to the exit. "Now, follow me." At that moment, 2 black sealing formations emerged on the wall beneath Bonami's feet. Spiraling golden chains shot forth with such speed that even Bonami could not evade them, binding her legs tightly. Hinata Yuki and Sanshing swiftly navigated through the formations, finally reaching the entrance where the dark currents awaited. The blood-red mist ninjas stood guard, their leader's fierce blue gaze fixated on them. "Cunning Konoha ninjas. You dare to ambush Lady Bonami." I will capture you all, and once she emerges, you shall face her wrath. Kakashi scoffed, try if you can. With hand seals, a second Kakashi appeared beside him, both wielding short blades and charging fearlessly into the fray. As Sanshin prepared to join the fight, he noticed Hinata Yuki standing still, turning to see the resolute glimmer in the young man's eyes. Hinata Yuki retrieved a kunai from his pouch, meticulously wrapping it with several explosive tags. Noticing Sanshin's gaze, he allowed a slight smile to form, whispering, let me show you the true power of the Uzumaki sealing jutsu. He took careful aim before launching the explosive kunai, but its trajectory did not lead directly to Bonami. Realizing he might be orchestrating a scheme, she had no choice but to defend herself, forming seals and unleashing a water dragon to intercept. The explosion echoed throughout the room, and Bonami's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened abruptly. A massive sealing formation emerged behind her, perfectly aligning with the chains that ensnared her body. To her shock, she discovered her chakra was now beyond her control. The familiar sensation sent shivers through her. She had experienced such a feeling before, and this time it was not mere child's play, it was genuine sealing jutsu. In a state of panic, she found herself entirely ensnared by the sudden formation, unable to move or summon any chakra. Reduced to a mere ordinary person hanging helplessly against the wall. A wave of dread washed over her as a dark flash erupted from the smoke of the explosion, piercing her hand and the tied pearl she held. The cacophony of battle outside faded into the background as Bonami's eyes widened in horror. Watching the tied pearl shatter beneath her gaze, the once resplendent light flickered and dimmed, ultimately transforming into a dull, gray orb. In the midst of his shock, Sanshin was seized by Hinata Yuki. Quickly, we must deal with these adversaries and leave this place. A rumbling echoed from the room behind them, the tremors vibrating through the floor beneath them, signaling an undeniable truth: the structure was collapsing. How could this be? What had transpired? With Sanshin and Hinata Yuki joining the fray, the Mist Ninjas soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. The dark currents gritted their teeth, struggling against the inevitable as debris began to fall from above. Hinata Yuki landed a powerful punch against a Mist Ninja's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, collapsing like a lifeless heap. We don't have time. Retreat, he called to his companions. Remaining there in exhaustion, their lives uncertain, would only lead to their demise. Buried beneath the rubble, whether they were finished off or not became irrelevant. No, just wait a moment. Sanshin raised his gaze to the falling debris and earnestly declared, you all go ahead, I will be there shortly. Kakashi, filled with urgency and frustration, retorted, Sanshin, what are you doing at a time like this? Sanshin stubbornly shook off Hinata Yuki's hand, sprinting a few steps back to the grand doorway. His eyes fixated on the woman suspended motionless against the wall by the sealing technique, his gaze icy. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. He poured nearly all his chakra into this ninjutsu, compressing the attracted wind to its utmost limit, the resulting wind blade shimmering with a brilliance akin to glass. Perhaps you know certain things about me, but that is of no consequence, for I truly do not care. So let it be that you perish here, utterly and completely. Sanshin's black pupils gleamed with the cold light of the wind blade, the youth standing amidst the descending stones, gazing up at Bonagi. He noticed the woman slightly tilt her head, her blood-red eyes within the shattered mask locking onto his gaze. Die. The wind blade swiftly sliced through flesh, the glassy surface refracting blood into a vivid crimson, blossoming into a death flower more resplendent than the red spider lily. Lord Bonagi. Sanshin's eyes darkened as he glared at the dark current blocking his ninjutsu, slowly grinding his teeth in frustration. It seemed Bonagi had only just awakened from her stupor. Observing the severed limbs of the dark current, meeting the sincere gaze of the deep blue eyes that looked upon her, releasing a heart-wrenching scream of profound sorrow. The mask shattered and fell from her face, countless stones raining down, rendering her helpless amidst the carnage. I want you all dead. Enough, we must leave. Their demise is inevitable. A warm hand grasped Sanshin's arm, as Hinata Yuki whispered in his ear. Although his chakra was completely depleted, Sanshin still hesitated to relinquish his resolve. His eyes wide as he stared into the room, the rich golden hue of his gaze resembling molten lava, swiftly saturating his original eye color. Another hand rested on Sanshin's shoulder, the calm voice of the white-haired youth following suit. Let us depart. The youth paused, ultimately bowing his head in acquiescence. His dark eyes shifting to his two companions, a slight grin tugging at his lips. All right, let us go. Thus, the trio departed without a backward glance, employing the body flicker technique to escape the crumbling underground chamber. Chapter 44, B-Rank Investigation Mission 6. The three of them, dirted and disheveled, emerged from the underground, traversing the small circle of ceiling formations outside. When Kakashi's steps momentarily faltered, there was still one person left. It was then that Sanshin recalled that Buofang had indeed left the injured Mist Ninja above to stand guard. Just as he was about to speak, Hinata Yuki beside him suddenly let out a heavy gasp, abruptly collapsing his entire weight onto Sanshin. Taken by surprise, the young man instinctively reached out to support the elder's body. Hinata Yuki, who had been fighting alongside them moments ago, now lay with his eyes tightly shut, his breathing erratic, seemingly having lost consciousness. Startled, Sanshing and Kakashi quickly supported the young man on either side. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he observed the large areas of bruising spreading across Hinata's thigh and back. It must be the poison from the water needles Buofang shot earlier. All of that attack was intercepted by him. Sanshing quickly freed a hand to reach for the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh. I have antidote pills. Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance, retrieving a small black pill from his own pouch and placing it into Hinata Yuki's mouth. You keep an eye on him. I will take care of the remaining person. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from Sanshing and Yuki's side. The ground trembled slightly, followed by a dull rumble. Undoubtedly, the underground chamber had collapsed completely. Sanshing helped Hinata Yuki to lie flat on the ground, furrowing his brows as he watched the young man's lips still tinged with purple. He couldn't help but wonder whether the antidote pills from Konoha would prove effective against the poison administered by Buofang. Why had no effects manifested even after such a long time? It's all that damned crazy woman's fault. Reflecting on everything that had transpired, Sanshing felt an uncontrollable surge of fury rising within him. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to suppress his emotions. He then sat cross-legged nearby, striving to recover some of his exhausted chakra. Fortunately, Kakashi returned shortly after, a short blade in hand still stained with remnants of blood. The white-haired youth noticed that Sanshing and Hinata remained patiently waiting for him, and his furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he spoke. It is not wise to linger here. We should find a place to rest. This mission should conclude here. Sanshing bent down to lift the young man onto his back. His condition is still poor. The antidote pill seems ineffective. Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead. We should rest for the night and set off for Konoha by morning. It was that they did not wish to return to Konoha immediately. Considering the travel time, the three of them had already gone several days without proper rest. Coupled with the intense focus and combat they had just endured underground, they were utterly exhausted. Hinata Yuki's condition appeared unchanged, suggesting that the antidote had at least some effect. Kakashi found a sheltered slope for them to rest temporarily, with a forest nearby and the sea on the other side, affording an unobstructed view and the ability to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The sun had begun its slow descent, having been morning when they entered the underground. Fluffy clouds floated less than 100 meters above the sea, their edges melted by the setting sun into intermittent golden threads. The wind carried the salty scent of the sea, gently rustling through the trees, creating a chorus of leaves whispering among themselves. The swaying branches fragmented the light into dancing spots upon the ground, mingling with the sound of the waves and the briny air, enveloping the entire slope in an amber glow that straddled the line between reality and illusion. Sanshing carefully laid the unconscious Hinata Yuki on a clean patch of grass. He then reclined beside the black-haired youth, both lost in thought. In the tranquil ambience beneath the drifting clouds, Kakashi broke the long-standing silence. Do not take too seriously the cryptic words spoken by that mist ninja. Sanshing tilted his head. What words? Kakashi lightly tapped Sanshing's head in mild irritation. Are you foolish? I mean the words that attempted to sow discord between us. He seemed afraid that Sanshing might misunderstand, and continued. You are a Konoha ninja, my family, right? Despite his apparent certainty, he couldn't help but add a questioning tone at the end. He had to admit that even though he and Hatake Tsukumo had repeatedly affirmed Sanshing's identity, they still dared not fully trust the genuineness of the bond he exhibited towards them. Sanshing was momentarily taken aback. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Yes, of course, others and their affairs have no bearing on me. He smiled at Kakashi's overthinking, yet couldn't help but feel a warmth from the concern. In truth, he cared little for the vague words uttered by Buofang. Whether he had crossed over from another world held little significance. His memories remained intact, and sorrow and pain would not dissipate merely due to a change in identity. Yet indeed, it was thanks to Hatake Tsukumo and Kakashi that he had not succumbed to endless self-doubt as he had when he first arrived here. Kakashi sighed in relief, gazing vacantly at the seagulls circling above, and added, I wonder how my father's mission is faring. The situation outside is genuinely unstable. Sanshing felt an urge to tease him, recalling how he had previously claimed not to care about Hatake Tsukumo. However, along with Kakashi's words, a wave of anxiety surged within Sanshing. If completing a B-rank mission had proven so perilous, what of Hatake Tsukumo undertaking a higher and more dangerous task? Sigh. The two youths gazed at the sky, sharing a deep sigh. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two youths, having ended their idle respite, busied themselves with kindling a fire. Sanshing caught a seabird for dinner, and after hastily consuming their meal, Hinata Yuki finally began to regain some consciousness. His voice was hoarse and weak. Did I faint? Kakashi, who was boiling water, was taken aback, dropping the pot and rushing over to examine Hinata's complexion in the firelight. Do you feel any better? It appeared that the antidote had indeed worked to some extent. The purple tint on Hinata Yuki's lips had faded, replaced by a sickly pallor. His parched lips moved as he spoke, and Sanshing hastily turned around to hand him a cup of water. Be careful, it's hot. Hinata Yuki thanked him and took several sips. Kakashi's expression softened as he glanced around, standing up to organize his ninja tools while addressing Sanshing. You stay here and watch over him. I'll patrol the vicinity and see if there's anything to eat. Sanshing instinctively followed him a few steps, voicing his concern. Don't go alone after dark. I'll accompany you. We're not far from the land of water. What if there are more mist ninjas nearby? Kakashi's eyes crinkled with amusement as he turned back to Sanshin, pointing at Hinata Yuki. What about Hinata-senpai if we both leave? Don't worry, I won't go far. Sanshin met his gaze for a moment, finally relenting, and silently returned to Hinata Yuki's side after watching Kakashi bound away into the woods. The young man, having drunk a cup of water, appeared much more spirited. He looked at Sanshin with a smile and teased, "You two brothers share a strong bond. I thought you were quite aloof during the previous mission. But it turns out you're really a charming child when with family." Sanshin couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush slightly. Fortunately, the flickering firelight obscured his embarrassment. He opened his mouth, wanting to point out that Hinata Yuki had seemed shy upon their initial meeting, yet he found that, as they interacted, the elder was as talkative as Yamanaka Kasuke. Surely, when he was with his family, he must have been quite different from now. As soon as the youth spoke, Hinata Yuki's smile abruptly froze. Instinctively, he reached up to touch the forehead protector on his brow, lowering his gaze as he murmured, "Indeed, it is rather different." Kansei immediately sensed the shift in his mood. Though perplexed, she tactfully chose to change the subject. "How did you manage it down in the underground?" Hinata quickly regained his composure, gently tightening his grip on the cup of water in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly elucidated, upon entering the room. "I utilized my Byakugan to scrutinize all the formations within. In truth, it was not merely the underground. The walls surrounding us were also adorned with intricate sealing techniques. It was Naoki's overconfidence." Noticing the lingering confusion on Kansei's face, he unexpectedly reached out to gently pinch her cheek. "Do you recall when I tossed away the Tide Pearl? That was not an arbitrary throw. In that direction lay a nexus of chakra within the entire room. Striking there could yield considerable devastation. If shattered, it would precipitate the collapse of the majority of the formations, inciting a tumult of chakra." Kansei's eyes widened in understanding. "So, the explosive tag kunai was actually aimed at that nexus?" "Indeed. Naoki chose to intercept with ninjutsu, but ironically, the water-style technique triggered the special sealing technique behind her, rendering her completely immobilized. Sealing techniques are truly formidable," Kansei reflected, recalling her experiences in that underground chamber, unable to suppress a frown. Marveling at how effortlessly it could control a J-nin, even if the opponent was underestimating the situation, it was impressive nonetheless. Hinata sighed in agreement. "Yes. Thanks to the sealing techniques left by the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, the three of us facing Naoki would likely have met a dire fate. I never anticipated that the Mist Village would dispatch a J-nin from the Umbu directly." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to observe the serious expression on the youth beside him and smiled once more. "If you are interested in sealing techniques, there are indeed remnants of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha. You might consider asking Lord Tobarama to assist you in making inquiries. Perhaps you could receive guidance directly from them." Upon hearing the name of Hitaki Tsukumo, Kansei immediately shook her head. The kindness she had already received outweighed her life. To covet more would be somewhat ungrateful. "No need. I'm not interested." Hinata, noticing her expression, wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. He glanced up at the starry night sky and suddenly remarked, "Kakashi has been out for quite some time. Have you two agreed on a time to switch posts?" Kansei paused, looking up at the heavens. The moon was high, partially obscured by gray clouds, and the pale moonlight softly penetrated the cloud cover, casting elongated shadows of the trees. "No.